in custody and 6 of them in the station bail.
All right, Aishwarya, we will definitely get more updates from you. But now we have more breaking coming in regarding the drug case. An update that in the Moinabad drug case, a judge has also remanded 3 accused: Rohit Reddy, who is a former BRS MLA, and Ritesh Reddy, a former BRS MLA's brother, and Namit Sharma, to 14 days of judicial custody following a raid at Rohit Reddy's farmhouse. 8 other persons received station bail from the police. The TDP MP has also been granted bail. As per reports, the DTP party, however, reacted strongly on the allegations against, saying it's MP, and issued a show cause notice asking him for a written explanation, and also ordered him to stay away from the party activities until the case has been resolved. And also, meanwhile, the BRS is working president as well reacted, saying that the party will not support any wrongful activities. This is another statement from the party regarding those nabbed with the drug case that he has been saying this part. So coming back to you, Aishwarya, so the TDP has been distancing itself from this drug raid, and those named in this case and those being arrested, the TDP has distanced itself. So do you think that this will reflect, how will it reflect to the party, especially because, and also regarding this drug case, how long has this been developing? Has the police been tracking this for long, and how is the party taking it? Definitely distanced itself. So what can you tell us more on this update?
So the entire raid happened on Saturday night, where these MLAs and MPs were taken into custody on Sunday early morning. However, the party has reacted strongly because the opposition YSRCP has also condemned this particular act very strongly, and that is the reason TDP also reacted strongly on their MP being tested positive for the drugs in a particular party in Hyderabad, and that is the reason they said that he are seeking a written explanation from him, and apart from that, they also said that he should not partake in any party activities until this case has been resolved. On the other hand, the former BRS MLA pilot Rohit Reddy, whose farmhouse this party was being organized with him and his brother. Both of them had organized this party, and his brother had also a licensed gun being used at this particular party. So the the working president K.T. Ramarao had also condemned this particular act, and he said that the party will not encourage any such activities, any wrongful doings, and he said that he will leave for the legal framework to take its course on this particular case. That is what the both parties here we see whose MLAs and MPs are involved in this particular case. They have distanced themselves from their party leaders, and they said that they have also openly condemned this particular case, showing that they do not support this particular act. But however, the former BRS MLA has been sent for judicial custody, whereas the TDP MP who has been released on station bail has said that he has not done nothing wrong, and he was just attending a party that he wasn't invited to, and he did not know what was present there, and that is the reason, in sheer ignorance, he attended that party and got involved in all these things, and that is the reason he sought the public trust and party's trust on him, saying that he has not been involved in such activities, illegal activities. However, the TDP party has strongly said that until the legal action is resolved, he cannot participate in any party work activities, as well as he should give a written explanation to the party leaders, party authorities, stakeholders,
so,
saying what
I just wanted to also know from you, like, what is it looking for those 3, especially those 3, one of them have been tested positive as well. So what does it look for them in the future? Will they be still continuing with the party, and will they still be expelled? Will there be any other consequences for them? So what does the future look for them, those who have been named and arrested?
members were tested positive in the entire case. Throughout the course, in the evening, where they 2 times the drug test was conducted, where if on the first time only a few of them were tested positive, but on the second test, the 5 of them tested positive is what the police officials have confirmed. However, where on the other hand, TDP has issued a show cause notice, but BRS has only condemned this particular act and said that the legal action will take place. However, they have not issued any show cause notice to the former BRS MLA. This is something we are yet to be seen, because he has been sent to judicial custody once the investigation is over, once he has been granted bail or something after the 14-day period or something. It is yet to be seen how the BRS will react. Will they include him into the
All
party
right.
workers or
All right.
party
Thank you
activities
so
is
much,
something
Aishwarya, for joining in. We will definitely get back to you on this with more latest updates. Thank you so much for joining us. And now moving on, polling is now underway today for the biennial Rajya Sabha elections to fill the 37 seats across 10 states, as the terms of several members of the upper house are set to expire in April. Let's take a look into this report.
Polling is underway today for the biennial Rajya Sabha elections to fill 37 seats across 10 states, as the terms of several members of the upper house are set to expire in April. The vacancies are from states including Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Bihar, West Bengal, Odisha, Assam, Chhattisgarh, Haryana, Telangana and Himachal Pradesh. Voting is being conducted by members of legislative assemblies in the respective state assemblies, following the proportional representation system. Polling will begin at 9 a.m. and will continue till 4 p.m., while the counting of votes is scheduled to begin at 5 p.m. today. In terms of seat distribution, Maharashtra will elect 7 members, Tamil Nadu 6, Bihar and West Bengal 5 each, Odisha 4, Assam 3, Chhattisgarh and Haryana 2 each, while Telangana and Himachal Pradesh will elect 1 member each. The elections are being closely watched as they could influence the numerical strength of parties in the Rajya Sabha. The Election Commission has said the entire election process will be completed by March 20.
All right, we have a breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. Jammu and Kashmir Security Wing have flagged a security breach by Deputy Chief Minister. Security breach have been flagged during his Nowshera visit of the Deputy Chief Minister Surinder Chaudhary, communication reports are saying that the Deputy Chief Minister did not travel in his bulletproof vehicle despite several requests. Deputy Chief Minister, in fact, traveled in his non-bulletproof Fortuner car, is being reported despite being flagged by security wing. Now let us remember that earlier Deputy Chief Minister Surinder Chaudhary was present with former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir Farooq Abdullah when there was an armed man, a gunman firing upon them, which they narrowly escaped, and this is just coming just days after that incident happened, and security have been breached. Is being reported regarding this that he did not in fact travel in his bulletproof car, but he traveled in his non-bulletproof Fortuner car despite being flagged by security breaches. This is latest coming in from Jammu and Kashmir regarding the security breach. So we have our reporter from Kashmir, Gursimran, joining us in this broadcast. So Gursimran, just a few days ago, we have had this incident where Farooq Abdullah, the former Chief Minister, was present along with Deputy Chief Minister Surinder Chaudhary, and they were fired upon, which they narrowly escaped. And just days after, this incident has been flagged by security, saying that there have been a security breach, that he did not travel in his bulletproof car. So what can you tell us about this update? Why did this happen? What was the thing that led to this security lapse?
See, what we are picking up from the sources in the security wing of Jammu and Kashmir Police, that there has been a breach. That is what they have recorded in their official book that has been logged. It says that the Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Surendra Chaudhary, he was travelling to the Nowshera, which is his constituency. He was travelling there and he was asked by the security wing of Jammu and Kashmir Police to have in the bulletproof vehicle that is travelling along with him, but he has denied. That has been logged in the security wing's logbook that is there, that keeps the official record. It's important to mention that Surendra Chaudhary was to travel. It was a roughly 100-kilometer stretch, and the Rajouri, in being the Pir Panchal, it has always been on the radar of the terrorists to target the security forces as well as the VVIP. So that has happened. But yesterday we are told that when Surendra Chaudhary was asked to do so, he denied. For the reason he denied, he said that the bulletproof vehicle that he has been provided is not up to mark and it is an outdated vehicle that he has been provided. Apart from that, Surendra Chaudhary used to have a jammer also, but that was taken some 6 months back. So that is also a point of contention between the security wing and the Surendra Chaudhary. And soon after this incident that was reported, when Farooq Abdullah and Surendra Chaudhary, those who were coming out of a marriage function, they moved out. Some suspect identified as Kamal Singh Jamwal opened fire. It was almost a point-blank hit at the Farooq Abdullah, but due to the alertness and the last-minute action by the security, the close protection team of Farooq Abdullah and Surendra Chaudhary, the life was saved. And
all right, Gulsimran, we will definitely get back to you, but we have another development coming in regards to this incident that Jammu and Kashmir Deputy Chief Minister's office has written to the Ministry of Home Affairs for inadequate security. The office of the Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, it says, has requested an urgent review of his security arrangements. This comes after that security breach that just happened. A bullet-resistant Fortuner vehicle was earlier requested to be included in the Deputy Chief Minister's motorcade for his visit to the border constituency of Nowshera from March 13. So this has been coming up now. So Gursimran, can you, so I'm coming back to you now. The Deputy Chief Minister has now written to the Ministry of Home Affairs for inadequate security, that he has already asked about this bulletproof Fortuner to be in his contingent, in this as well. So what can you tell us about this? Was there an inadequate security, or was there any lapses? Whose side was this lapses going on? So what more details can you tell us about this latest update?
See, regarding the two-page letter that has been accessed by Republic Media Network, that has been written before his visit started, the security breach has been flagged later by the security wing. That is what we are picking up. This has been written to the SSP Security, as well as a copy has been sent to the Joint Secretary of the MHA Jammu and Kashmir Ladakh, in which it has clearly been written that he has requested a bulletproof Fortuner vehicle for his travel to Nowshera constituency, but he was not provided the same. Apart from that, it has also been written, like I have been mentioning earlier also, that 6 months back his jammer was taken away on the pretext of getting it repaired, but since then he has not been given the jammer owing to the threat perception that is there. He has the letter has also mentioned that there has been a recent major incident where Farooq Abdullah and the Deputy Chief Minister, they were fired upon. The target was Farooq Abdullah, but the Deputy Chief Minister was right next to them. So now what it seems that this issue has been taken up by the office of the Deputy Chief Minister. We are told that it has been written prior to this visit, that he requires a Fortuner bulletproof vehicle. But after speaking to the sources in the security wing, we are told that the vehicle that has to be provided, it is decided by the police headquarters. So availability of the vehicle and whosoever has to be given, that is subjected to the VVIP traveling in the area, it is given, and same is the case with the jammers, that they do not have enough number of jammers.
Thank you so much for joining us on this broadcast. We will definitely get back to you if there is any more when the latest updates come. Thank you so much for joining us. And now coming up after the short break, war over Hormuz escalates. Donald Trump pleads nations to send warship, but allies including Japan and Australia has snubbed him. More, stay tuned.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहाँ नो टेंशन वहाँ।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा सिम। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिम।
जीरा सिम, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहा है।
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and in this bulletin, our top focus will definitely be on the election dates, the poll dates that have been announced by the Election Commission yesterday for 4 states and 1 union territory. But also our top focus will be on the West Asian conflict, the ongoing conflict that doesn't seem to end. We'll get you all the latest updates, minute-to-minute updates of what's unfolding in the Middle East region, in the West Asian region. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. After Trump pleads nations to send warship to police Hormuz, Australia and Japan snubs Trump's request, says they will not be sending warships to Hormuz. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar says India in talks with Iran to reopen Strait of Hormuz amid energy supply concerns. Also adds India believes it is more productive to reason and coordinate with Tehran to find a way forward. Two Indian-flagged LPG carriers with 92,700 metric tons transited through Strait of Hormuz. Shivalik vessel is expected to arrive today. Biennial elections to 37 Rajya Sabha seats across 10 states being held today.
लोगों का किसी फर्स्ट फ्लोर में वो थे, उसमें से 7 लोगों का अग्निकांड के वजह से उनका मौत हुआ।
A massive blaze at a state-run hospital in Odisha's Cuttack results in the death of 10 patients. CM Maji orders judicial inquiry. Aam Aadmi Party Chief Arvind Kejriwal moves Supreme Court. All right, viewers, let's begin with the first big breaking news that we are getting right now at this moment, and this is about the conflict. Now, US and Japan defense chiefs review Iran crisis and regional security and reaffirm close military coordination. Now, the call comes as allies have snubbed Donald Trump after he requested for help in keeping Strait of Hormuz
safe and open. Now consultations as allies snubbed Trump's request. Now Donald Trump was asking, not exactly requesting, he was asking other nations, the coalition partners, to help in keeping the Strait of Hormuz open and protect their own territory. That's what exactly Donald Trump was saying in his words, that it is your territory, you should be protecting it. Now, allies earlier had snubbed Donald Trump's request of helping. Now, this is the latest, another latest development, because the developments change every minute, every hour. This comes as the latest. The US and Japan defense chiefs review Iran crisis and regional security. They reaffirm close military coordination. The call comes as allies have snubbed Donald Trump after he requested for help in keeping the Strait of Hormuz safe and open. So now Donald Trump, who is pleading nations to send warships to police Hormuz, Australia and Japan had earlier snubbed the Trump's request, and now this is the latest. This is coming from Japan. US and Japan's defense chiefs review the Iran crisis and regional security, and both have reaffirmed close military coordination. So does it mean that Japan will be sending ships or some other sort of coordination? This has to be looked at. All right, now, so these are the latest developments that we are getting from the war zone. Now, to speak on this issue and for insight and a detailed analysis on what's unfolding in that region, I would like to welcome our esteemed guest, Dr. Ashwini Mohapatra, who is a professor, Center for West Asian Studies, JNU. Thanks a lot, sir, for your time, for your valuable time. So, your initial comment on who really is an ally, who is a friend, and who is a foe for Donald Trump, because he doesn't seem to request. He says that it's your territory, you got to protect it.
You know, ideally he should have consulted his allies, friends, before launching this operation in Iran, as it happened in 2003 by then President Bush Jr. The fact that when he's into this crisis, suddenly he remembers his allies and friends and seeks the support. Not only he seeks support, requests them, he in a way forces them to lend support to American operation in West Asia. Little did he realize the process of undertaking such an operation without prior consultation and planning. That's something that's just avoidable. But at least it's very difficult to predict how many countries would be joining. But there's every possibility, given the kind of relation both Japan, Australia had shared with the United States of America, there's a possibility of some kind of coordination. Even I do not rule out the possibility of these countries sending the warship, to police for the purpose of policing and keeping this Strait of Hormuz safe. There's a possibility, but how they go about it, that remains to be seen, because it is easier said than done. It's not an open field that you go and start your operation and take on your enemy. The enemy may not be visible in Strait of Hormuz. The Iran claims to possess all the deadly drones, and these are low-cost drones that could really wreak havoc. How they're going to deal with it and contain this kind of, the attack from Iranian side. But that really, is quite scary. And a lot of this military official must be really thinking over, reflecting over this whole issue, how they're going to ensure the Strait of Hormuz is safe and, safe for the passages of these, the oil tankers. Extremely difficult proposition at this stage.
Yeah, definitely. Stay with us, sir. We're getting another big breaking news. We'll need your comment on that also. Another big breaking news that is coming in amid the global energy crisis. South Korea to lift coal cap, boost nuclear output. South Korea's ruling Democratic Party said on Monday that the government will lift limits on coal-fired power generation capacity and raise nuclear power plant utilization to as high as 80% as part of an energy response to the Middle East crisis. This also in Japan's, this comes definitely the narrative, South Korea to boost nuclear output, and this is definitely an energy crisis that we all are dealing with, and there has to be a solution that has to be found very soon. Dr. Ashwini, your comment on the energy crisis. Donald Trump definitely is asking the allies to help because he knows that if Iran keeps the Strait of Hormuz choked for a very long time, the entire globe is going to suffer. And also he bombed the Karg island, but he strategically did not strike the oil reserves, the oil tankers placed at that location, because it understands that if he does so, Iran will hit back and strike the oil assets in the Middle East region, sir. Your comment on that?
Either way, there's a possibility of Iran retaliating. They have been threatening. So far, they have been a selective target in the Gulf countries. They have been basically targeting the business interest of UAE, Qatar, to an extent Oman, Qatar for that matter, or Saudi Arabia, because gradually they are trying to escalate. The strategy on part of Iran is to widen the war so as to, make the Americans, particularly President Trump administration, consider the cost of launching such an operation, unilateral action against Iran. So that is the only option Iran is left with. So I do not rule out that possibility, in near future. Then second, obviously the purpose of doing is to create that kind of crisis, energy crisis globally, so that it would generate pressure on President Trump to come to some kind of negotiation with Iran. Because after all, Iran happens to be on a weaker side. So its options are quite limited. So faced with such a powerful, military combined armed, the military operation by Israel and America, so obviously Iran will try to do whatever little it has.
Yeah.
So it is relatively easy on part of Iran to target those, bases, initially the military bases, but then the business interest in UAE and Qatar, and subsequently they obviously will be attacking all these oil reserves. So create that kind of crisis. So ultimately responsibility will be fixed on the United States of America, because people still keep wondering what is the end game. The Israelis themselves have begun to ask this question. The end game is quite evident to us, but they cannot actually publicly pronounce it. So that is the real paradox.
Yeah, definitely. So stay with us. We have another big breaking news. Let's go to that, and we'll need your comment on that also. Now, these are various statements that are coming. Japan's Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi says Tokyo has no plans to escort ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, Japan says that it is not planning to send Navy ships to the Middle East to escort ships through the Strait of Hormuz. They understand the risk that is there in the Strait of Hormuz. They pretty much understand the IRGC and how Iran is going to respond to that. Now, this is coming from Japan, but there are two things to keep in mind here. The one is the US and Japan defense chiefs who have reviewed the Iran crisis and regional security. They have reaffirmed military coordination. And the other is the Japan's Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi, who is saying that no plans to escort ships through Strait of Hormuz. All right, sir. So your comment for this also, what would you say to this? Will be a military coordination, but what sort of military coordination? If defense chiefs are having a meeting, the Prime Minister is saying that we are not going to send any ships. Do they clearly understand, all these allies, all the so-called partners of Donald Trump, that if we enter the war, we will share the same fate as of the RAF base Akrotiri, because British was reluctant earlier to give a base to the United States of America, then IRGC struck that base. Do you think that is one of the reasons nobody is sending ships to escort the oil tankers?
That's true. That risk is there, but that what you mentioned is true. But then at the same time, it appears to me they are in the initial stage of working it out. Even the Japanese side is not making it public that they are into it. But there's a possibility which I cannot rule out, given the historic relation between the United States of America and Japan. And it will be quite difficult on part of the Japanese government to withstand this kind of pressure from the United States of America. There's a possibility. I do not rule out totally the possibility Japan and Australia joining it. How they do it, I think that remains to be seen. Definitely, they must be working it out. There's military coordination, notwithstanding the fact that there is the risk of Iranian attack on this warship. Okay, because Iran will not tolerate any kind of policing in the Strait of Hormuz, because it claims complete sovereignty and authority over this region, and that is the place where Iran is going to test It's the American resilience, American strength, and that is the last hope so far the Iranian side is concerned. And come whatever may, they will not easily concede. Let me tell you firmly, and there is every possibility of a larger confrontation around Strait of Hormuz involving a large-scale destruction.
So, are you hinting that, are you saying that Iran is capable of prolonging this war, sustaining this war for a very long time? Because Donald Trump claims that we have cleared their navy, their air force, they don't have a military as of now, their drones are down by 80 to 90%, missiles are down by 80%. So are these claims also true? Or do you think that Iran was prepared for a war that will stretch to almost to 6 months or maybe a year?
See, latest information from the American side indicate that they are, in for, say, another 3 weeks of war. What you said is true. Extremely difficult on part of Iran to sustain a prolonged military confrontation with countries like United States of America and Israel. So obviously they will be looking for some kind of outlet, okay, some kind of settlement. But then that's not likely at this stage, let me tell you. But the Iranian side will do everything possible, to prolong the war, so as to generate pressure on America for a kind of settlement. What kind of settlement it turned out to be? Because given the situation, honestly speaking, the American and Israeli side decided to go for this kind of operation against the clerical regime in Tehran with a fundamental purpose. The main goal is to remove the regime. Even if they didn't publicly talk about the so-called regime change, because it was completely discredited, so far the American history of military intervention is concerned, they definitely wanted to get rid of the regime, and there's a possibility of they try to stir up the popular protest again inside Iran, so as to remove the regime, and the purpose of military operation is to debilitate and decapacitate the regime to that extent that it would not be positioned to defend itself in the face of any kind of popular protest within Iran. That is the game plan, but how it is going to work it out, that remains to be seen, because as any war, we have this contingency, you have the ifs and buts, extremely difficult to predict that the trajectory they have defined, the whole movement, the whole, what I call the operation will move in the defined trajectory. So my idea is a lot of things would happen, extremely difficult at this stage to predict which direction, which way.
Maybe the United States of America had miscalculated this entire war. So, thanks a lot, Dr. Ashwini, for your time, for your valuable time and your comment and insight and in-depth analysis on what's unfolding in this entire region. Thanks a lot, sir. All right, let's move on to another top story. Now, in a major development in the fight against the left-wing extremism, 11 Maoists have surrendered before Odisha police in Kalahandi district. Now, the cadres laid down arms during a special ceremony attended by senior police officials, including the state's Director General of Police. Here's a report on everything we know so far.
A major success for security forces in Odisha, as 11 Maoists have surrendered before the police in Kalahandi district. The surrender took place at the Reserve Police Ground in Bhavani Patna in the presence of Odisha Director General of Police Y.B. Khurania and other senior officers. All the surrendered cadres are said to belong to the Bansadhara Ghumusar Nagavali division of the CPI Maoist, which has been active in parts of southern Odisha. Officials said the group handed over a cache of arms and ammunition, including rifles and other weapons, during the surrender. Authorities said that the surrendered cadres will now be rehabilitated under the state government's surrender and rehabilitation policy, which includes financial assistance and support for reintegration into society.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news that we have right now, and it's about the Indian markets and the world markets. Now, Indian markets have opened flat. Now, Asian markets have opened mixed. The mixed reactions coming in. Now, Australian, Japanese markets are down. Hong Kong's Hang Seng is up now as relief for Indian vessels in Hormuz seen as a breather. Now, US crude is at $98 per barrel, Brent at $103 rupee above 92.4 per dollar. So there are lots of changes which is happening. The Indian markets have opened on a flat note this morning, now tracking mixed cues from the Asian markets, ladies and gentlemen. While Australia and Japan are trading lower, Hong Kong's Hang Seng is witnessing some gains as of now. Market appears to be taking cautious comfort from the temporary relief that was because of for Indian vessels in the Strait of Hormuz, which is being seen as a short-term breather amid the ongoing tensions in the West Asian region. All right, we have Pranav with us, my colleague Pranav, for more details and insight on what's exactly happening in the markets. Pranav, what's your take? How are the markets reacting to the conflict right now?
Well, actually, we have a little bit of a breather right now because Nifty 50 and Sensex, India's primary indices, though they opened flat, they're trading higher right now, about 0.4% higher as we speak, both of them. Banks are up, FMCG stocks are up, metals, auto and PSU banks are all up. Pharma stocks are up. So we're seeing some sort of green shoots in the market right now. And that's primarily because, if you remember, on Friday, Iranian ambassador in Delhi said that Iran will be providing a safe passage to India-bound vessels. In fact, we just have one of the vessels arriving, a little later today. So we are seeing that kind of a relief that the supplies are likely to be uninterrupted, and that is what the Indian markets are reacting to. Of course, prices of oil is a concern because of the insurance prices in that region, but we are seeing a sort of a relief right now in the Indian markets. Over.
All right, so this sort of relief, do you think this relief will continue for a long time in the coming days also, because markets runs on sentiments?
Well, absolutely. Markets run on sentiments. And the second important thing that we need to keep in mind is that, yes, even though supplies for India look absolutely sorted for now, what is a concern, according to analysts, oil experts, and market experts, is that the prices of oil are likely to remain under pressure because the insurance prices for vessels passing through that region have gone up, and those costs are getting passed on to the consumers or the companies or the oil manufacturing or the oil marketing companies as well as refiners. So we are seeing the price of oil playing a major part. And that is what has kept the pressure on rupee right now. Oil prices, as you already mentioned, are up. So the prices is what will decide, not actually the conflict, is what we are, understanding from the market right now.
Definitely, Pranav. And how are the world markets reacting right now comparatively to the Indian markets?
As we speak, as you rightly mentioned, in fact, Australian market is subdued, about 0.3% down. Nikkei, Japan's indices are down about 4.4%. Hong Kong's Hang Seng is about 1% up, and Shanghai is again down 0.7%. So we are seeing a mixed kind of reaction in the Asian markets. The US, in fact, pre-markets are also expected to, react to the developments over the week, but Friday, U.S. markets closed lower, in fact, 0.26% lower. So that is, what we are waking up to on a Monday morning.
Also, Pranav, thanks a lot for the details for your latest updates on what's happening in the market. So these are the latest. The Indian markets open flat. The Asian markets are giving mixed reaction, just because of relief for Indian vessels in Hormuz seen as a breather for the markets. Australia, Japanese markets down. Hong Kong's Seng also up. US crude at $98 per barrel. Brent at $103. This is the latest update. All right, viewers, let's move on to another top story. The Election Commission of India has announced the schedule for assembly elections in 4 states and 1 union territory. Now, polling will take place in Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, Kerala, Assam and Puducherry in the month of April. Now, also, the announcement that was made by the Chief Election Commissioner, and every state seems to be prepared now. The Gyanesh Kumar, Chief Election Commissioner, is setting the stage for a major electoral battle across the country. The results for all the states will be declared on May 4. Here's a detailed look at the poll schedule and the early political projections.
All 126 assembly constituencies. The Election Commission of India has announced the schedule for assembly elections in 4 states and 1 union territory. Polling will take place in Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, Kerala, Assam and Puducherry during the month of April. The results for all states and the union territory will be declared on the 4th of May. Here's a look at the number of constituencies going to polls. Meanwhile, early opinion polls suggest the NDA could take the lead in Tamil Nadu and Assam. In contrast, opinion polls indicate a strong position for regional parties in Kerala and West Bengal. In Kerala, the Left Democratic Front is expected to retain an advantage, while in West Bengal, the civilizational battle continues with TMC in lead. During the press conference, Chief Election Commissioner Gyanesh Kumar highlighted that the elections are being held after the special intensive revision of electoral rolls.
The special intensive revision is being conducted as per Article 326 of the Constitution to ensure that no eligible elector is left out, while no ineligible person is included in the electoral roll.
The Election Commission also stated that the number of polling places has been reduced in some states for convenience. With the poll schedule now announced and political campaigns gearing up, the battle for power has officially begun, and the results on 4th of May will decide who governs these states for the next 5 years.
All right, time to slip into a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. Coming up next, EM Jaishankar says India in talks with Iran to reopen Strait of Hormuz.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहा है। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू। आलू से नहीं होगा? हो गया। तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे अब तुम फिर गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला चलो वो तेरा गाड़ी मार
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहे हैं मंडू आलू से नहीं होगा तुमको कुमाल गिरा दो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला चलो गोटे का गाड़ी मारवा
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिकर.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना. लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है. यानी ये है जहाँ नो टेंशन वहाँ.
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरी राजा.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहे हैं मंडू आलू से नहीं होगा तुमको कुमाल गिरा दो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला चलो गोटे का गाड़ी मारवा
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning. We are live and we are breaking up. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. The latest which is coming in the Middle East conflict story that we're tracking very, very closely is that Iranian missiles continue to rain down in Tel Aviv. We'll get you all those updates, what's happening in the situation which is unfolding there. But the headlines first, let's get started.
The war I won it before. It's not so whether it's whether we get support or not. But I can say this, and I said it to them. We will remember.
After Trump leads nations to send warships to the Strait of Hormuz, Australia and Japan snub Trump's request, say they will not be sending warships. Jaishankar says India is in talks with Iran to reopen Strait of Hormuz. Amid energy supply concerns, also adds India believes it is more productive to reason and coordinate with Iran to find a way forward. After Dubai airport hit by Iranian attacks, officials state that operations in the international airport have been temporarily shut down. Indian markets open flat as relief for Indian vessels in Hormuz seen as a breather. Rupee now at above 92.4 per dollar. 2 Indian flagged LPG carriers with 92,700 metric tons of LPG transited through the Strait of Hormuz. Shivalik vessel is expected to arrive today. A massive blaze at a state-run hospital in Odisha's Cuttack results in the death of 10 patients. CM Archie orders judicial inquiry. Iranian Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi has urged Iranians around the world to protest in front of Tehran's embassies against the Iranian strikes. Big updates coming in here on Republic TV. A message coming in from Pahlavi calling for protests in front of Tehran's embassies. And he has said that he's also ready to lead Iran's transition as soon as Islamic Republic falls. Pahlavi is the son of the late Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, says that he has been working in recent months to develop a transition plan should the Iranian regime collapse to ensure the country does not experience a disruption in governance. And as he is making these statements, and he's put out many statements on social media that capable individuals have been identified both inside and outside Iran to lead what he called a transitional system. Similarly, some statements have come in where Reza Pahlavi has urged Iranians around the world to protest in front of Tehran's embassies against the Iranian strikes. Okay, big updates coming in here with Republic TV viewers urging Iranians to protest in front of Tehran's embassies. This is a message coming in from the exiled Iranian Crown Prince. He is also giving a message that he is ready to lead Iran's transition as well. Getting your word is coming in, viewers. The Emirates Thiruvananthapuram to Dubai flight returned midway following the closure of Dubai International Airport. Landing back at Thiruvananthapuram International Airport, passengers will be shifted to the terminal. Big updates coming in here. And let's tell you exactly what is happening so far in this story. Remember, there was a fire at the Dubai airport that we had spoken about and broken that story a short while back. And that's led to a lot of flights being suspended temporarily. Emirates flights returns at Dubai airport has shut down for now. So let's tell you, this is Emirates Thiruvananthapuram to Dubai flight, by the way. A major fire erupted at Dubai International Airport a short while back as Iran is continuing to rain missiles and drones across Gulf states in retaliation for the war which was initiated by the US and Israel a fortnight ago. And the region is still rattled. We see that there is no de-escalation on that front. These are pictures which have come in of the Dubai airport, a fire at Dubai airport. The flight operations were temporarily halted amid the disturbance and heightened security concerns in the region. There have been no injuries reported. Civil defense team has successfully contained the fire, avoiding a chance to impact a fuel tank in the vicinity. So as the fire has now been under control, like that's the latest coming in, the flights towards Dubai have been suspended. So the latest is that one Thiruvananthapuram to Dubai flight had to return midway following the closure of the Dubai International Airport and has now landed back at Thiruvananthapuram. So there has been a message which has been sent out that do not travel towards Dubai airport. Any kind of operations and flights for the time being have been suspended. So back to my comments coming in. You can see the pictures on your screen. These are videos which are circulating after the drone attack. Show massive flames and thick smoke blowing from the parts of the airport complex in Dubai. And that's the airport and the smoke and fire which was reported from Dubai airport. The blaze reportedly followed an Iranian drone strike near one of the world's busiest airports and a major global financial hub, with Iran's escalating attacks increasingly threatening key Gulf cities such as Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Huge updates coming in here. Qatar and Saudi Arabia continue to condemn the Iranian strikes across the Gulf region. Dubai airport is being hit. The flights are returning. So this is a flight which returned. It was going towards Dubai from Thiruvananthapuram, and it had to return. And US President Donald Trump is now floating the idea of about 7 countries' coalition to police Iran's Strait of Hormuz, where thousands of ships are stranded, disrupting the global oil supply. Take a look at this report as we tell you the latest.
We are talking to other countries about working with us on the policing of the strait. And I think we're getting good response. If we do, that's great. And if we don't, that's great too. Remember, like as an example, in many cases, the NATO countries, we're always there for NATO. We're helping them with Ukraine. And many, it's got a notion that between us doesn't affect us, but we've helped them. It'd be interesting to see what country wouldn't help us with a very small endeavor, which is just keeping the strait open. And by comparison, it's small because Iran has very little firepower left. Their missiles are down to a low number. You see, they're shooting very. You know why? Because they don't have very many of them. And because we've decimated their manufacturing capability. Mine is an interesting case study. They get most of their oil, as you know, by car. Get a lot, about 90% through the strait. So I said, would you like to come in and we'll find out. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. You know, there's some other deeper reasons why they should come in my opinion. It never made sense for years. If you go back and look at what I've said years ago, I said, why aren't we maintaining the Hormuz Strait when it's really there for China and many other countries? Why aren't they doing it? And that's because we had weak leadership, to be honest with you. But I'm bringing it up now. So I think even long term, I think it's something that other countries should help us with. And again, remember, there's about 7. Talking about 7. Just remember that it's something that we don't need, and these countries don't need. And yet, for years, it's like for years we've been maintaining it, doing a great job. And now that the war is, now that they've been diminished in terms of military, their military has been greatly diminished. I think it's a good thing for other countries to come in.
We're getting some more updates coming in, viewers. Reports say that U.S. oil industry giants and CEOs are warning Trump that the energy crisis could even worsen further. Big updates coming in here on Republic TV. Let's tell you exactly what is happening. What we see is that U.S. oil executives are warning Trump that energy crisis could worsen. This is a report coming in that the energy crisis triggered by the war with Iran could worsen as disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz continue to strain global fuel supplies. It's a series of meetings which are happening at the White House. Executives from major energy firms caution officials that instability in the vital shipping route could drive prices higher and lead to shortages of refined oil. This is a huge update coming in here on Republic TV. And the report says that the administration is considering several measures to ease prices, including easing sanctions on Russian oil, releasing emergency crude reserves, and boosting flows from Venezuela. Global energy crisis continue, and U.S. oil giants and executives are saying that, telling Trump that if measures are not taken on time, there is a possibility the energy crisis is going to get worse. These executives warn that reopening the Strait of Hormuz may be the only lasting solution to stabilize the global energy markets. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV. U.S. oil industry giants telling Donald Trump that some measures have to be taken to control the energy crisis that is prevailing. Let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories that we're tracking. And so we see that sirens are continuing to ring across Israel, because we see that when it comes to the drone strikes in Tel Aviv, that is not stopping. A lot of damage has been reported from Israel, and the tension escalates It's entered another intense phase with repeated missile exchanges and growing civilian impact. Authorities say that many sites have been damaged in the latest attack. Here's a report as we tell you the latest happening as Iranian missiles and drones continue to rain on Tel Aviv and Israel.
Sirens wailed across Tel Aviv as Iranian missiles struck parts of the city. Security forces rushed to the scene after the barrage caused damage and triggered a small fire. Police moved civilians into bomb shelters as emergency responders secured the affected area. Israel's rescue service United Hatzalah says at least 23 sites were damaged in the latest round of missile strikes. Authorities say teams are still inspecting several locations to assess the scale of the damage. According to officials, at least 12 people have been killed in Israel by Iranian missile fire since the war began. Several others have been injured in the ongoing attacks, including 3 people wounded in Sunday's strike. Despite the impact, emergency officials say many civilians managed to reach shelters in time after the warning sirens sounded.
We had a missile attack toward Israel. One of the missiles probably hit right behind me on the ground. We have a few cars and 1 motorcycle damage. We have no wounds, no people that wounded here. Everyone was inside the safe rooms. This is the place to say thank you to all the civilians for their civilian discipline. Okay, when they hear the siren, they know how to get inside and watch themselves.
The exchange of missile attacks comes amid the escalating war between Iran and Israel, which has intensified following strikes on Iranian military and nuclear facilities earlier in the conflict. Since then, both sides have launched repeated attacks, raising fears of a wider regional war across the Middle East. With missile barrages continuing and civilian areas increasingly affected, the conflict shows little sign of easing as both the nations remain on high alert.
Getting some updates coming in. Israeli airstrikes have once again hit the Gaza Strip. Now, many people have been killed in residential areas, especially Nusret refugee camp in Gaza Strip. Among the victims were children and a pregnant woman, raising fresh concerns over civilian casualties as violence continues despite a ceasefire attempt in the long-running Israel-Hamas war. Here is the latest coming in as many women and children have become victims.
At least 4 Palestinians, including 2 boys and a woman pregnant with twins, were killed by an Israeli airstrike in Gaza. The strike hit a house in Nusret, an urban refugee camp in central Gaza, killing a couple in their 30s and their 10-year-old son. The 4th fatality, a 15-year-old neighbor, was taken to the hospital in Nusret. A relative of the family said,
تقريبا الساعة 7 إلا الناس نايمة طبعا صاحبين الأولاد الصغار نايمين يعني الواحد وإحنا كنا نايمين ما حد كان صاحي صار الضرب يعني الضرب لما صارت حسينا يعني فينا يعني بس فقد فيش حاجة يطلع لأولادنا يعني مضروب البيت نفسه اللي إحنا فيه مضروب طلعت نقول إن طبعا يعني بين الصغار الثروة يعني راح 3 شهداء والباقي الصباح يعني المنطقة ما فيش فيه حاجة وناس نايمة وأولاد صغار أطفال.
There was no immediate comment from the Israeli military. The deaths were the latest fatalities among Palestinians in the coastal enclave since an October ceasefire deal attempted to halt a more than 2-year war between Israel and Gaza. While the heaviest fighting has subsided, the ceasefire has still seen almost daily Israeli fire. Israeli forces have carried out repeated airstrikes and frequently fire on Palestinians near military-held zones, killing more than 650 Palestinians. But about half of those killed have been women and children, according to the Gaza Health Ministry.
Getting some breaking news coming in. A big explosion has been reported at Iran's Mehrabad airport just recently. So we'll just get you exactly what is happening there. This is following US-Israeli airstrikes. Big updates coming in here on Republic TV. Latest coming in is a major explosion at Iran's Mehrabad International Airport in Tehran following the US-Israeli airstrikes. And just putting on these pictures which are coming in from Mehrabad airport, you can see it's significant damage. Significant damage there. So we can see cross-border strikes. So we see Iran striking Israel. Israel-US airstrikes on Iran. Dubai airport was hit earlier. Dubai airport was hit reportedly by an Iranian drone earlier, suspending the flight operation. This is the latest that we're getting for you because this conflict is continuing. There is no de-escalation in sight yet. Big updates coming in here on Republic TV. And similarly, sirens are also sounding in Tel Aviv. Missile attacks continue from Iran. And Iran's Mehrabad airport has also been hit. Big updates coming in here as Trump says that they're weighing Iran's Kharg Island oil hub if Hormuz Strait not opened. So the war continues, the escalation continues on multiple footings here. And we can see that Israel is saying it still has thousands of targets in Iran as Trump and Starmer are discussing the Strait of Hormuz. Israeli military spokespersons say there are thousands of targets to hit in Iran, and the strikes are expanding to include areas in western and central Iran. And pictures on your right-hand screen is from Iran. This is Mehrabad airport, which has been hit. The Iranian foreign minister, Arakchi, says Tehran has not asked for the US for a ceasefire. And US President Trump has said that Iran wanted to make a deal, but that he felt the terms were not good enough. In the meanwhile, Trump has made a call with the PM Keir Starmer. The UK government says that both leaders spoke about the importance of reopening the Strait of Hormuz to end the disruption to global shipping. Back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. And these are some of the pictures coming in from the front lines. All right, let's move ahead to some of the other stories that we're tracking on Republic TV. Saudi Arabia's Ministry of Defense has announced intercepting 23 drones in the country's east, with 12 destroyed in the latest wave. 6 shot down earlier and 5 intercepted previously. This comes after the ministry reported intercepting these drones. Big updates coming in here on Republic TV viewers. Saudi Arabia says 12 drones destroyed in the latest wave. Ministry of Defense has announced intercepting 23 drones in the country's east, with 12 destroyed in the latest wave. 6 shot down earlier and 5 intercepted previously. This comes after the ministry reported intercepting 37 drones early in the morning. The IRGC has denied involvement in the drone attacks, urging Saudi Arabia to discover the origin of the strikes. The situation remains tense, with regional stability concerns and potential impacts on global oil supply. Saudi Arabia intercepts 23 Iranian drones. And coming in the backdrop of the cross-border strikes, Israeli military saying that still they will be targeting some areas in Iran. The strikes are expanding. Saudi Arabia intercepting 23 Iranian drones in the meanwhile. It comes after the ministry reported intercepting 37 drones early in the morning. Drones were targeting various locations, including Riyadh and the eastern province. IRGC has denied involvement in the drone attacks, urging Saudi Arabia to discover the origin of these strikes. The situation remains tense with regional stability concerns and potential impacts on global oil supplies. Saudi Arabia intercepts 23 Iranian drones as the situation escalates in the Middle East. Getting these pictures coming in, the pictures from earlier showing some of the drones which have been intercepted. It's a major development in the fight against left-wing extremism. Latest coming in, 11 Maoists have now surrendered. And this is just before the Odisha police in Kalahandi district. The cadres laid down arms during a special ceremony attended by senior police officials, including the state's Director General of Police. Here's a report as we tell you what happened.
A major success for security forces in Odisha, as 11 Maoists have surrendered before the police in Kalahandi district. The surrender took place at the Reserve Police Ground in Bhavani Patna in the presence of Odisha Director General of Police Y.B. Khurania and other senior officers. All the surrendered cadres are said to belong to the Bansadhara Ghumusar Nagavali division of the CPI Maoist, which has been active in parts of southern Odisha. Officials said the group handed over a cache of arms and ammunition, including rifles and other weapons, during the surrender. Authorities said that the surrendered cadres will now be rehabilitated under the state government's surrender and rehabilitation policy, which includes financial assistance and support for reintegration into society.
All right, let's get to some updates coming in. Japan says it is beginning the release of its strategic oil reserves after the International Energy Agency indicated that the release would begin in Asia and other areas. Now, Japan depends on the Middle East for 95% of its oil imports. Big updates coming in here, Republic TV. And as we keep getting more updates, let's tell you exactly what is happening in this development. Japan saying it is beginning the release of its strategic oil reserves after the International Energy Agency indicated that the release would begin in Asia, especially Asia and the Oceania region. And Japan depends on the Middle East for 95% of its oil imports. Japan says it is beginning the release of its strategic oil reserves. The big updates coming in because there has been so much of talk about the global energy crisis. Many are warning Trump that there has to be a solution for that before the energy crisis gets worse. So Japan is beginning the release of strategic oil. And the Election Commission of India has announced a schedule for the assembly elections in 4 states and 1 UT. Polling will take place in Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, Kerala, Assam and Puducherry in the month of April. The announcement was made by the Chief Election Commissioner, Ganesh Kumar, setting the stage for a major electoral battle across the country. The results for all the states will be declared on May 4th. Here is a look at the poll schedule and the early political projections.
All 126 assembly constituencies.
The Election Commission of India has announced the schedule for assembly elections in 4 states and 1 union territory. Polling will take place in Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, Kerala, Assam and Puducherry during the month of April. The results for all states and the union territory will be declared on the 4th of May. Here's a look at the number of constituencies going to polls. Meanwhile, early opinion polls suggest the NDA could take the lead in Tamil Nadu and Assam. In contrast, opinion polls indicate a strong position for regional parties in Kerala and West Bengal. In Kerala, the Left Democratic Front is expected to retain an advantage, while in West Bengal, the civilizational battle continues with TMC in lead. During the press conference, Chief Election Commissioner Ganesh Kumar highlighted that the elections are being held after the special intensive revision of electoral rolls.
the special intensive revision is being conducted as per Article 326 of the Constitution to ensure that no illegible elector is left out, while no ineligible person is included in the electoral roll.
The Election Commission also stated that the number of polling places has been reduced in some states for convenience. With the poll schedule now announced and political campaigns gearing up, the battle for power has officially begun, and the results on 4th of May will decide who governs these states for the next 5 years.
Viewers, we end this show, but do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. The Indian markets have opened flat as the relief for the Indian vessels in the Strait of Hormuz is being seen as a breather. Rupee now at above 92.4 per dollar. And two Indian flagged LPG carriers which had transited through Strait of Hormuz are expected to arrive today.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज रहा है।
I said, I don't want them after we win the war. I want it before. It's not. So whether we get support or not, but I can say this, and I said it to them, we will remember.
Let's take a look at the headlines of this hour. After Trump leads nations to send warship to police Strait of Hormuz, Australia and Japan snubs Trump's request, say they will not be sending warship to Hormuz. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar says India in talks with Iran to reopen Strait of Hormuz amid energy supply concerns. Also adds India believes it is more productive to reason and coordinate with Tehran to find a way forward. So External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar says India in talks with Iran to reopen Strait of Hormuz amid energy supply concerns. Also adds India believes it is more productive to reason and coordinate with Tehran to find a way forward. After Dubai airport hit by Iranian attacks, officials state that operations in the international airport have been temporarily shut down. Indian markets open flat as relief for Indian vessels in Hormuz seen as a breather. Rupee now at above 92.4 rupees per dollar. Two Indian flagged LPG carriers with 92,700 metric turns transited through Strait of Hormuz.
इस अग्निकांड में 23 लोगों का इसी फर्स्ट फ्लोर में वो थे, उसमें से 7 लोगों का अग्निकांड के वजह से उनका मौत हुआ।
A massive blaze at a state-run hospital in Odisha's Cuttack results in the death of 10 patients. Chief Minister Majhi orders judicial probe. Now, big breaking news that we are getting an important update that Dubai flight operations have been suspended by Air India. Now, Dubai International Airport has temporarily suspended all flights operations to and from the airport. Now, remember viewers, this come after there was a drone strike that in fact took place near the Dubai International Airport. Now, as a result of that, Air India and Air India Express flights to and from Dubai Airport have now been cancelled for the day. The statement also said that Air India is in fact offering all affected guests the flexibility to choose one of the following options at no additional cost. In fact, the airline has said that they will rebook a future travel date for the passengers and cancel and receive a full refund is what Air India has also promised. Also expressed regret about the inconvenience caused by these unavoidable operational constraints because of the war that's going on in West Asia. In fact, Air India Express ad hoc flight operations to and from Abu Dhabi, Ras Al Khaimah and Sharjah will continue as announced. Air India also in the statement said that our teams remain fully committed to assisting guests and ensuring stranded passengers are brought back home safely at the earliest opportunity. So this is a big news that we are tracking, where Air India has in fact cancelled all the flights to and from Dubai International Airport, temporarily shut down the operations in fact by the Dubai International Airport authorities because of the war that's going on. And in fact, in the latest strikes that have taken place, debris also fell because of the drone strike that took place in the vicinity of Dubai International Airport, and because of that, temporarily shut down of the operations. Now remember, now key infrastructure are now being targeted, which is not only going to affect the oil global energy supplies, but also going to affect the aviation sector now. So the focus also now shifts from oil facilities to the aviation sector, because these are critical infrastructure facilities which passengers, thousands of passengers use on a daily basis. And now a fire broke out at a trauma care ICU of SCB Medical College and Hospital in Cuttack in Odisha. Now, fire brigade present at the spot for firefighting operations also carried out the operations and tried to rescue, but at least 10 people were killed in the incident. Take a look at this report.
It was around 2:30 a.m. to 3 a.m. today. Critically ill patients were being treated at Trauma Care ICU at the SCB Medical College and Hospital in Odisha's Cuttack, a state-run medical facility, where a fire broke out, cause of which is not known yet. There was panic. Patients were rushed to other wards and ICUs. Amid this, at least 10 patients died. After the tragedy, Odisha Chief Minister Mohan Charan Manjhi visited the hospital, and also a judicial probe has been launched and rupees 25 lakh compensation has been announced for victims' families.
जो घटना हुआ, जो आज जो अग्निकांड हुआ, इसी आधार पर हमने जो जुडिशियल इंक्वायरी विचार विभाग तदंत करने के लिए मैंने निर्देश दे रहा हूं, और जो इंसिडेंट हुआ, अग्निकांड इंसिडेंट हुआ, इसके लिए भी कोई आदमी के तरफ से या किसी तरफ से कैसे हुआ, अगर रिपोर्ट आने के बाद पता चलेगा तो निश्चित रूप से उनके ऊपर भी दृढ़ कार्यानुष्ठान लिया जाएगा। इसी आधार पर मेरा एक ही कहना है कि जो पेशेंट थे, उनको दूसरा वार्ड में, दूसरा ICU में उनका इलाज चल रहा है। मैं महाप्रभु जगन्नाथ जी से प्रार्थना करूंगा उनके अच्छा स्वास्थ्य से रहें, इसी आधार पर मैंने विभाग को भी निर्देश दे चुका हूं और निश्चित रूप से अच्छा ट्रीटमेंट उनको किया जाएगा।
Now, a fresh legal twist has emerged in the Delhi excise policy case. Aam Aadmi Party chief Arvind Kejriwal and senior leader Manish Sisodia have approached, in fact, the Supreme Court seeking a change of the judge hearing the matter in the Delhi High Court. Now, the plea comes ahead of a key hearing in the High Court on the CBI's challenge to the discharge of all the accused. Take a look at this report.
The Delhi excise policy case has taken a new legal turn, with Arvind Kejriwal moving the Supreme Court seeking a change of the judge hearing the matter in the Delhi High Court. Kejriwal has requested that the case be transferred away from the bench of Justice Swarnakanta Sharma. Senior AAP leader Manish Sisodia has also filed a similar plea in the Supreme Court, challenging the High Court summons. In their petition, the leaders have raised concerns over the proceedings and sought that the matter be heard by another bench to ensure a fair hearing. The move comes after the Delhi High Court Chief Justice declined an earlier request to reassign the case, citing roster rules. Meanwhile, the Delhi High Court has already issued notice to Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia and 21 others in the CBI's appeal, challenging the trial court order that discharged them in the excise policy case. The High Court is scheduled to take up the matter for hearing today and is expected to examine the plea seeking transfer of the case, adding another layer to the ongoing legal battle in the high-profile excise policy case.
And the election season is all up here in India. The Election Commission of India has announced the schedule for assembly elections in 4 states and 1 union territory. Now, the polling will take place in Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, Kerala, Assam and Puducherry in the month of April. The announcement was made by Chief Election Commissioner Ganesh Kumar, setting the stage for a major electoral battle across the country. The results for all the states will be declared on 4th of May. Here is a detailed report on the poll schedule, in fact, and the early political projections. Take a look.
All 126 assembly constituencies.
The Election Commission of India has announced the schedule for assembly elections in 4 states and 1 union territory. Polling will take place in Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, Kerala, Assam and Puducherry during the month of April. The results for all states and the Union Territory will be declared on the 4th of May. Here's a look at the number of constituencies going to polls. Meanwhile, early opinion polls suggest the NDA could take the lead in Tamil Nadu and Assam. In contrast, opinion polls indicate a strong position for regional parties in Kerala and West Bengal. In Kerala, the Left Democratic Front is expected to retain an advantage, while in West Bengal, the civilizational battle continues with TMC in lead. During the press conference, Chief Election Commissioner Ganesh Kumar highlighted that the elections are being held after the special intensive revision of electoral rolls.
The special intensive revision is being conducted as per Article 326 of the Constitution to ensure that no eligible elector is left out, while no ineligible person is included in the electoral roll.
The Election Commission also stated that the number of polling phases has been reduced in some states for convenience. With the poll schedule now announced and political campaigns gearing up, the battle for power has officially begun, and the results on 4th of May will decide who governs these states for the next 5 years.
Now, all eyes are on Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan as he seeks to retain power for the Left Democratic Front after a historic consecutive victory in 2021. Pinarayi Vijayan now faces a tough contest with the opposition stepping up its campaign in what is now shaping up to be a high-stakes electoral battle. All eyes on 9th of April as furious battle is about to take place. Take a look.
All 140 assembly constituencies of Kerala shall also go for polling.
Election season has officially begun in Kerala. The Election Commission of India has announced the schedule for the much anticipated assembly polls, that is April 9th.
All 140 assembly constituencies of Kerala shall also go for polling on 9th April, that is Thursday, and counting shall be on the same day, that is 4th May 2026.
With nearly 2.7 crore voters in the electoral roll, the Kerala Legislative Assembly election is expected to be one of the most closely watched political battles in the country. All eyes will be on the Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. The big question, will the left leader manage to retain power once again? The campaign, however, has already seen sharp political attacks. Senior CPIM leader V. Kuniraman has accused Vijayan of diluting the ideological values of the communist movement, raising questions within the party's own ranks. Meanwhile, the opposition United Democratic Front is weighing its leadership options with V.D. Satheesan and Shashi Tharoor emerging as prominent faces in the battle against the ruling left. Adding another layer to the contest, the BJP is stepping up its campaign targeting the left government over the Sabrimala temple controversy, accusing it of disrespecting devotees and playing politics with faith.
Pinarayi Vijayan and the CPM have an iota of shame if they want to pretend that this is not an election time gimmick. They should first of all withdraw all the cases against the Sabrimala Bhakts that they filed in 2018. Second, they should go to Sabrimala and ask for forgiveness. I know they are non-believers, they don't believe in God, but they must ask forgiveness from all the Ayyappa Bhakts that they tried to harm in 2018-2019.
With the Left Democratic Front, UDF and the BJP-led NDA all gearing up for the fight, Kerala's political arena now appears to be a fiercely contested tripolar battle.
On 9th April, Kerala is going to vote BJP in power because they want Modi ji development program, development model. Modi ji has done tremendous things for Kerala and doing everything for India. So they want this to happen in Kerala also.
Alright, a big breaking news coming in. Donald Trump says Iran first, Cuba next. Trump says we are talking to Cuba, but we are going to do Iran before Cuba. So Trump, in fact, while talking to the reporters earlier on Air Force One, said that he's going to first tackle the Iran situation, Iran crisis, and then move on to Cuba. In fact, Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel confirmed talks with Donald Trump on Friday. Trump also said that his supporters in South Florida are eager to see change after decades of animosity. So he has been talking about the island since January, when the US military ousted former Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and brought him to the United States to face drug charges. Now, before that, Venezuela had long supported Cuba financially. So Trump said that I think we'll pretty soon either make a deal or do whatever we have to do. Now, remember, Trump earlier said that he'll think about a friendly takeover of Cuba, and now this statement again, where he's talking about tackling the Cuba situation after Iran. And US President Donald Trump said Sunday that he did not know if he wanted to make a deal with Iran to end the war. Now, speaking aboard Air Force One while flying back to Washington from Florida, Trump outlined requirements for a potential deal. In fact, he said that there'll be no nuclear weapons. That's where it starts. And then on top of that, there is a plenty of things that we are going to get. Trump, in fact, told this to the reporters earlier speaking. He also said that I don't know if I want to make a deal because you know what, first of all, nobody even knows who you're dealing with, as you know, because most of the leadership have been killed. So, of course, Trump ranting there once again, talking about Iran, saying that he doesn't know yet if he's going to make a deal or not. So it is a continuous barrage of in fact, comments coming in from Donald Trump where he's talking about the negotiations and a deal, a potential deal with Iran, saying that he doesn't know yet as to when the deal will be finalized. But remember, these are the flip-flops that Trump is making on the deal with Iran. But a clear picture, in fact, was received earlier when Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said that, in fact, no talks related to the ceasefire negotiations took place.
I don't know that I want to make it yet, because you know what? First of all, nobody even knows who you're dealing with, because most of their leadership has been killed, as you know. So I don't even know that we want to make it yet. I don't know that I want to make it yet, because you know what? First of all, nobody even knows who you're dealing with, because most of their leadership has been killed, as you know. So I don't even know that we want to make it yet.
And another breaking news coming in, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un, accompanied by his teenage daughter, observed a live fire test of multiple rocket launch systems. This was in fact reported by North Korean state media on Sunday. This can be a likely response to ongoing US-South Korean military training that North Korea views as an invasion rehearsal. So the official Korean Central News Agency reported that Kim watched the strike drill involving 12 600mm caliber ultra-precision rocket launchers off North Korea's east coast on Saturday, in fact. South Korea's military, in fact, also have responded, saying that it detected about 10 ballistic missiles fired from North Korea's capital region toward the Eastern Sea. South Korea's National Security Council called the launches a provocation that violated UN Security Council resolutions that bans any ballistic activities by North Korea. Now, the state network also cited Kim Jong-un as saying that the drill would expose enemies within the 420-kilometer, in fact 260 miles we're talking about, striking range to uneasiness and give them a deep understanding of the destructive power of tactical nuclear weapon. Now, he apparently also referred to South Korea and United States troops stationed in South Korea. So this is the fresh visuals that we're getting from North Korea, where these multiple ballistic missiles were in fact fired. This is a fire test that took place, multiple rocket launchers. They were fired, and Kim Jong-un, along with his daughter, teenage daughter, attended this particular ceremony. Now you have the visuals of the firing going on. This comes right after United States and South Korea conducted a joint drill. Now remember, North Korea has condemned these attacks that are going on by United States and Israel on Iran. Iran and North Korea have cordial relations, and of course concerns are mounting if North Korea is going to get involved in this entire chaos that is erupting in the Middle East region. Now remember, these ballistic missiles are also capable to carry nuclear warheads. So these are essentially very, very significant missile launchers that we're talking about. And that is why it raises even more grave concerns if the situation can escalate now. And coming now to national news, Prime Minister Narendra Modi announces an ex gratia of 2 lakh rupees from Prime Minister NRF funds for the next of kin of each deceased and 50,000 rupees for the injured in the incident of fire that took place in the trauma care ICU of SCB Medical College and Hospital in Cuttack in Odisha. So Prime Minister Narendra Modi also announcing 2 lakh rupees for the families of the victim, ex gratia amount being now extended to the families of the victim. You have the visuals on your screen, aftermath of the fire that erupted at the hospital, SCB hospital, in fact, which is located in Cuttack in Odisha. You can see the massive plumes of smoke rising from the building. You have people rushing and seeing and attending to the injured. Now remember, at least 10 lives have been lost in this state-run hospital fire that took place. Now, according to reports, a short circuit in fact took place, but a judicial probe is still to be carried out in the incident. We have earlier seen how Chief Minister, Odisha Chief Minister, in fact, talking about it and talking about in fact, the health infrastructure which is there in the state, and also giving 25 lakh rupees of compensation to each of these families of the victims. These are very horrific visuals that we're getting, how injured and dead people are being rushed towards hospital. So big tragedy there in Odisha, but we get you more details on the other side of the break. Taking a short break coming up. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar says India in talks with Iran to reopen, in fact, Strait of Hormuz amid energy supply concerns. Also adds India believes it is more productive to reason and coordinate with Tehran to find a way forward.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, External Affairs Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू नहीं तो फोन तो करा अरे अनुसरी होगा हो गया तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला ना लोगों का गाड़ी मार
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, External Affairs Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू नहीं तो फोन तो करा अरे अनुसरी होगा हो गया तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला ना लोगों का गाड़ी मार
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना भेज रहे हैं मंटू। अरे अनुसरण होगा।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and we continue our coverage on the West Asian conflict, on the war between Iran and the United States of America. Now, Donald Trump has pleaded many nations to come and protect the vessels, the ships in the Strait of Hormuz, but many have snubbed his demand, and he is at a very critical situation. Iran is not ready to make peace when it comes with the United States of America. We'll get you all the details of what's unfolding in the West Asian region. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour.
After we win the war, I won it before. It's not so whether we get support or not. But I can say this, and I said it to them. We will remember.
After Donald Trump leads nations to send warships to police Hormuz, Australia and Japan snubs Trump's request, say they will not be sending warship to Hormuz. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar says India in talks with Iran to reopen Strait of Hormuz amid energy supply concerns. Also adds India believes it is more productive to reason and coordinate with Tehran to find a way forward. After the Dubai airport hit by Iranian attacks, officials state that operations in the international airport have been temporarily shut down. And Indian markets opened flat as relief for Indian vessels in Hormuz seen as a breather. Rupee now at above 92.4 per dollar. Two Indian-flagged LPG carriers with 92,700 metric tons transited through Strait of Hormuz. Shivalik vessel is expected to arrive today. A massive blaze at a state-run hospital in Odisha's Cuttack results in the death of 10 patients. CM Majhi orders a judicial inquiry. All right, we are getting a big breaking news right now at this moment, and this is from Saudi Arabia. First big breaking news. Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman urges Trump to continue to strike Iran hard during their frequent talks. Now, this comes after Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman spoke with UAE President Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. Now, both discussed the latest regional developments on a phone call. Now, the two leaders said the continued Iranian attacks against Gulf Cooperation Council countries represent a dangerous escalation that threatens regional security and stability, adding that the GCC states will continue efforts to defend their countries. Now, he's saying that they will continue to defend their country, but the strikes are continuing from the Iranian side, and the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has urged Donald Trump to continue to strike Iran hard during their frequent talks. Now, this comes after Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman spoke with the UAE President Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. They discussed the regional developments in a phone call, and the visuals are also on your screen, because IRGC has earlier also claimed that all the US bases are their legitimate targets, and because that also comes from their supreme leader, that you should not give place to the US military, to the US infrastructure in your location, because they are our targets, so they will be struck. And the war is not between Iran and the other Gulf countries. The war is between Iran and the United States of America. Now, this comes as latest because they continuously, the UAE and Saudi Arabia countries are facing missile attacks. All right, let's move on to another top story. Now, US President Donald Trump is now floating the idea of about 7 countries' coalition to police Iran's Strait of Hormuz, where thousands of ships are stranded, disrupting the global oil supply. Take a look.
We are talking to other countries about working with us for the policing of the strait. And I think we're getting good response. If we do, that's great. And if we don't, that's right too. Remember, like as an example, in many cases, the NATO countries, we're always there for NATO. We're helping them with Ukraine. And many, it's got a notion that between us doesn't affect us, but we've helped them. It'd be interesting to see what country wouldn't help us with a very small endeavor, which is just keeping the strait open. And by comparison, it's small because Iran has very little firepower left. Their missiles are down to a low number. You see, they're shooting very few of them. You know why? Because they don't have very many of them. And because we've decimated their manufacturing capability. Iran is an interesting case study. They get most of their oil, as you know, by car. Get a lot, about 90% through the strait. So I said, would you like to come in and we'll find out. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. You know, there's some other deeper reasons why they may not. They should come in my opinion. It never made sense for years. If you go back and look at what I've said years ago, I said, why are we maintaining the Hormuz Strait when it's really there for China and many other countries? Why aren't they doing it? And that's because we had weak leadership, to be honest with you. But I'm bringing it up now. So I think even long term, I think it's something that other countries should help us with. And again, remember, there's about 7. Talking about 7. Just remember that it's something that we don't need, and these countries don't need. And yet for years, it's like for years we've been maintaining it, doing a great job. And now that the war is, now that they've been diminished in terms of military, their military has been greatly diminished. I think it's a good thing for other countries to come in.
All right, viewer, let's head on to another big breaking news that we are getting right now at this moment. And this again is about Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia's air defenses have intercepted a large drone attack, another drone attack, and they claim they downed 35 drones in the eastern region, bringing the total to at least 60 drones. 25 earlier, 35 now. Now this, the total comes to 60 drones in the latest escalation, in the latest wave of drone attacks. Now, the drones were targeting major oil installations as per Saudi Arabia and other strategic locations in the kingdom. No casualties or damage have been reported so far comes from the ministry. The Saudi Ministry of Defense has confirmed these incidents, highlighting the country's efforts to protect its sovereignty and critical infrastructure. The attacks are part of the escalating tensions in the region. While the Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps denies involvement and urges Saudi Arabia to discover the origin of the strikes, they are claiming, we are not fighting you, our war is not with you. Now remember, ladies and gentlemen, a little while ago, we broke the news where the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman urged Trump to continue the strikes on Iran and to continue to strike Iran hard during their frequent talks. Now, while Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman spoke with the UAE President Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, they were discussing the latest developments on what's happening in this entire region. The wave of strikes, they're continuing. The IRGC is striking critical infrastructure. They say the target is the US Navy naval bases, Air Force bases, but during interception, there is a lot of debris which falls on civilian areas too. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, sirens once again rang out across Israel as Iranian missiles targeted the city of Tel Aviv. The latest barrage is part of the escalating conflict between Iran and Israel, which has now entered another intense phase. With repeated missile exchanges and growing civilian impact, authorities say several sites were damaged in the latest attack. Even as emergency teams rushed to the scene, here's the report.
Sirens wailed across Tel Aviv as Iranian missiles struck parts of the city. Security forces rushed to the scene after the barrage caused damage and triggered a small fire. Police moved civilians into bomb shelters as emergency responders secured the affected area. Israel's rescue service United Hatzalah says at least 23 sites were damaged in the latest round of missile strikes. Authorities say teams are still inspecting several locations to assess the scale of the damage. According to officials, at least 12 people have been killed in Israel by Iranian missile fire since the war began. Several others have been injured in the ongoing attacks, including 3 people wounded in Sunday's strike. Despite the impact, emergency officials say many civilians managed to reach shelters in time after the warning sirens sounded.
We had a missile attack toward Israel. One of the missiles probably hit right behind me on the ground. We have a few cars and 1 motorcycle damage. We have no wounds, no people that wounded here. Everyone was inside the safe rooms. This is the place to say thank you to all the civilians for their civilian discipline. Okay, when they hear the siren, they know how to get inside and watch themselves.
The exchange of missile attacks comes amid the escalating war between Iran and Israel, which has intensified following strikes on Iranian military and nuclear facilities earlier in the conflict. Since then, both sides have launched repeated attacks, raising fears of a wider regional war across the Middle East. With missile barrages continuing and civilian areas increasingly affected, the conflict shows little sign of easing as both the nations remain on high alert.
All right, viewers, we are getting a big breaking news right now at this moment. A top Iranian commander has warned regional nations that the US can no longer provide them with security, emphasizing that the US presence in the region is the main cause of insecurity. Now, this statement comes amid escalating tensions between Iran and the United States, with Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps claiming to have targeted US forces at a Saudi base with missiles. So, the IRGC, the Iranian regime, is reiterating its earlier stand that it is because of the US presence in the region that is the main cause of insecurity. The statement comes amid escalating tensions between Iran and the United States of America. Now, this comes from a top Iranian commander who has warned of the regional nations, the regional nations means the Middle Eastern countries, the neighbors of Iran, that the US can no longer provide them with security because we will keep striking them. And this is the latest warning, a warning in the garb of an advice, you can say. They have emphasized that the US presence in the region is the main cause of insecurity. And they have earlier also said that we must not give shelter to the United States of America's army or the Navy or the Air Force in the Middle East region. Now, the statement comes amid escalating tensions between US and Iran. All right, viewers, now, and as the war continues to escalate and more countries join the war, both Israel and Iran accuse each other of strikes. Now, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi tells the US media that the regime is not in a war of survival. Regime is stable and strong enough. Viewers, in the middle of this, Republic is on ground reporting from the war zone. Take a look at this exclusive report.
The US last night carried out a historic strike on Khark Island, and they didn't wipe out the island's oil infrastructure for reasons of decency. Me, as a journalist reporting from southern Iran right now, I need to mention a few facts for you. First, Khark Island is not some uniquely strategic island, which suggests President Trump may not have very detailed knowledge of Iran's geopolitical landscape. Second, if we look at history, the strikes last night would be about the 2,800th time this island has been attacked during the war Iran has experienced in the last decades. And interesting to know, many locals around here are quite happy about the strikes because most of the buildings that were hit were empty or damaged from earlier attacks. And some people are joking that Trump just saved them the effort of demolishing them later during reconstruction. And I wonder, when someone has a limited historical and geopolitical understanding but makes a huge media story about this not significant island, what does it mean? I guess it often means a narrative is being prepared, like Iran has been destroyed, declare victory, and then push for a ceasefire.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, a fire broke out at a trauma care ICU of SCB Medical College and Hospital in Cuttack, Odisha. Now, the fire brigade present at the spot for firefighting operations. Now, take a look.
It was around 2:30 a.m. to 3 a.m. today. Critically ill patients were being treated at Trauma Care ICU at the SCB Medical College and Hospital in Odisha's Cuttack, a state-run medical facility, where a fire broke out, cause of which is not known yet. There was panic. Patients were rushed to other wards and ICUs. Amid this, at least 10 patients died. After the tragedy, Odisha Chief Minister Mohan Charan Manjhi visited the hospital, and also a judicial probe has been launched and rupees 25 lakh compensation has been announced for victims' families.
जो घटना हुआ, जो आज जो अग्निकांड हुआ, इसी आधार पर हमने जो जुडिशियल इंक्वायरी विचार विभाग तदंत करने के लिए मैंने निर्देश दे रहा हूं, और जो इंसिडेंट हुआ, अग्निकांड इंसिडेंट हुआ, इसके लिए भी कोई आदमी के तरफ से या किसी तरफ से कैसे हुआ, अगर रिपोर्ट आने के बाद पता चलेगा तो निश्चित रूप से उनके ऊपर भी दृढ़ कार्यानुष्ठान लिया जाएगा। इसी आधार पर मेरा एक ही कहना है कि जो पेशेंट थे उनको दूसरा वार्ड में, दूसरा आईसीयू में उनका इलाज चल रहा है। मैं महाप्रभु जगन्नाथ जी से प्रार्थना करूंगा उनके अच्छा स्वास्थ्य कैसे रहें, इसी आधार पर मैंने विभाग को भी निर्देश दे चुका हूं और निश्चित रूप से अच्छा ट्रीटमेंट उनको किया जाएगा।
But viewers, now the Election Commission of India has announced the schedule for assembly elections in 4 states and 1 union territory. Now, polling will take place in Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, Kerala, Assam and Puducherry in the month of April. Now, the announcement was made by Chief Election Commissioner Gyanesh Kumar, setting the stage for a major electoral battle across the country. The results for all the states will be declared on May 4th. Here's a detailed look at the poll schedule and the early political projections. Watch this report.
All 126 assembly constituencies.
The Election Commission of India has announced the schedule for assembly elections in 4 states and 1 union territory. Polling will take place in Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, Kerala, Assam and Puducherry during the month of April. The results for all states and the union territory will be declared on the 4th of May. Here's a look at the number of constituencies going to polls. Meanwhile, early opinion polls suggest the NDA could take the lead in Tamil Nadu and Assam. In contrast, opinion polls indicate a strong position for regional parties in Kerala and West Bengal. In Kerala, the Left Democratic Front is expected to retain an advantage, while in West Bengal, the civilizational battle continues with TMC in lead. During the press conference, Chief Election Commissioner Gyanesh Kumar highlighted that the elections are being held after the special intensive revision of electoral rolls.
The special intensive revision is being conducted as per Article 326 of the Constitution to ensure that no eligible elector is left out, while no ineligible person is included in the electoral roll.
The Election Commission also stated that the number of polling places has been reduced in some states for convenience. With the poll schedule now announced and political campaigns gearing up, the battle for power has officially begun, and the results on 4th of May will decide who governs these states for the next 5 years.
Now, a fresh legal twist has emerged in the Delhi excise policy case. Aam Aadmi Party Chief Arvind Kejriwal and senior leader Manish Sisodia have approached the Supreme Court seeking a change of the judge hearing the matter in the Delhi High Court. Now, the plea comes ahead of a key hearing in the High Court on the CBI's challenge to discharge of the accused.
The Delhi excise policy case has taken a new legal turn, with Arvind Kejriwal moving the Supreme Court seeking a change of the judge hearing the matter in the Delhi High Court. Kejriwal has requested that the case be transferred away from the bench of Justice Swarnakanta Sharma. Senior AAP leader Manish Sisodia has also filed a similar plea in the Supreme Court, challenging the High Court summons. In their petition, the leaders have raised concerns over the proceedings and sought that the matter be heard by another bench to ensure a fair hearing. The move comes after the Delhi High Court Chief Justice declined an earlier request to reassign the case, citing roster rules. Meanwhile, the Delhi High Court has already issued notice to Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia and 21 others in the CBI's appeal, challenging the trial court order that discharged them in the excise policy case. The High Court is scheduled to take up the matter for hearing today and is expected to examine the plea seeking transfer of the case, adding another layer to the ongoing legal battle in the high-profile excise policy case.
All right, viewers, now the Election Commission of India has announced the schedule for assembly elections in 4 states and 1 union territory. Polling will take place in Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, Kerala, Assam and Puducherry in the month of April. The announcement was made by Chief Election Commissioner Gyanesh Kumar, setting the stage for a major electoral battle across the country. The results for all the states will be declared on May 4th. Here's a detailed look at the poll schedule and the early political projections.
The political battle for Assam has intensified ahead of the assembly elections scheduled for April 9th.
All 126 assembly constituencies for Assam, the polling shall be just in one phase, and the polling shall take place on 9th of April, Thursday, 2026. The counting shall be on 4th of May.
The election is to take place in one phase, covering 126 constituencies, and the counting for all the polling states will be held on May 4th. Chief Minister Hemanta Biswa Sarma of the Bharatiya Janata Party is seeking a third consecutive term in the office. Congress is attempting to regain ground in the state, with the campaign being led by State President Gaurav Gogoi. The Congress has also left 15 constituencies for its alliance partners under a seat-sharing arrangement. The Aam Aadmi Party has also entered the contest, announcing its first list of 14 candidates. Among them is State Vice President Anurapa Dekkaraja, who will contest from Guwahati Central. All constituencies in the AAP list are located in the Brahmaputra Valley region. The ruling BJP, which also recently announced its development projects worth Rs 23,550 crores in Silchar, is yet to announce its candidate list for the election. In the 2021 Assembly elections, the National Democratic Alliance, comprising the BJP, Assam Gana Parishad and United People's Party Liberal, secured 75 seats, with the BJP emerging as the largest partner with 60 seats. With multiple parties entering the fray and alliances taking shape, the political contest for Assam's 126 assembly seats is expected to be closely watched.
Well, it appears we're getting another big breaking news coming in right now at this moment, and this is about the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un, who is accompanied by his teenage daughter, and they observed a live fire test of multiple rocket launch systems. Now, state media reported on Sunday. Now, a likely response to the ongoing US-South Korean military training that North Korea views as an invasion rehearsal. Now, the official Korean Central News Agency reported that Kim watched the strike drill involving 12 600mm caliber ultra-precision rocket launchers off North Korea's east coast on Saturday. Now, South Korea's military said on Saturday that it detected about 10 ballistic missiles fired from North Korea's capital region toward the Eastern Sea. South Korea's National Security Council called the launches a provocation that violated UN Security Council resolutions that bans any ballistic activities by North Korea. The KCNA cited Kim as saying that the drill would expose enemies within the 420 kilometers striking range to uneasiness and give them a deep understanding of the destructive power of tactical nuclear weapon. Now, he apparently referred to South Korea and United States troops stationed in South Korea. This is the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un, who was accompanied by his teenage daughter, and you can see those missiles being fired, the rockets being launched from the multiple rocket launch systems. Well, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, 2 Indian-flagged LPG carriers with 92,700 metric tons transited through the Strait of Hormuz. Shivalik vessel is expected to arrive today, soon.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, everyday.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू, भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना, भेज रहे हैं मंडू। आलू से नहीं होगा? हो गया। तुमको कुमार गिरा नीचे, अब तुम गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला, दादा को टेका गाड़ी मारा।
I said, I don't want them after we win the war. I want it before we start. So whether we get support or not, but I can say this, and I said it to them, we will remember.
For Trump pleads nations to send warship to the Strait of Hormuz. Australia and Japan snub Trump's request and say they will not be sending warships to Hormuz. Jaishankar says India is in talks with Iran to reopen Strait of Hormuz amid energy supply concerns. Also adds India believes it is more productive to reason and coordinate with Iran to find a way forward. After Dubai airport hit by Iranian attacks, officials state that operations in the international airport have been temporarily shut down. Indian markets opened flat as relief for Indian vessels in Hormuz seen as a breather. Rupee now at above 92.4 per dollar. Two Indian flagged LPG carriers with 92,700 metric tons transited through Strait of Hormuz. Shivalik vessel is expected to arrive today. A massive blaze. The state-run hospital in Odisha's Cuttack results in the death of 10 patients. CM Marji orders judicial inquiry. Getting you some breaking news coming in. We're starting off with some breaking news. Kiran Rijiju was speaking in Rajya Sabha, took a dig at the opposition and said that TMC and Congress always blame the agencies. Okay, big updates coming in here. Once more, Rijiju attacks opposition over blaming agencies and also adding that TMC and the Congress will always blame the agencies. This is a statement which has come in a short while back, as we have seen that Kiran Rijiju has made one more statement. This time, he has spoken about how the TMC and the Congress keep blaming agencies for for anything for that matter. In fact, let's go and play out that statement of Kiran Rijiju.
The honourable member has suddenly stood up without his issue being listed. He is raising the matter about a constitutional authority which this house or the government has nothing to do with. Now, if every member wants to raise a question on the decision of a constitutional authority like the courts and the election commission, then it is not wise. चुनाव आयोग का पावर कोई हड़प नहीं सकता है। चुनाव आयोग का पावर वो अलग है, संविधान ने उसको पावर दिया गया है, उसको सदन में रेज करके कोई मतलब नहीं है। और मैं ये मानता हूं कि संवैधानिक संस्थाओं का इज्जत करना चाहिए। तृणमूल कांग्रेस और कांग्रेस पार्टी हमेशा संवैधानिक संस्थाओं को हमला करने का यह आदत बनाया हुआ है, ये ठीक नहीं है और इस सदन का समय को भी दुरुपयोग किया है। The honourable member has suddenly stood up without his issue being listed. He is raising the matter about a constitutional authority which this house or the government has nothing to do with. Now, if every member wants to raise a question on the decision of a constitutional authority like the courts and the election commission, then it is not wise. चुनाव आयोग का पावर कोई हड़प नहीं सकता है। चुनाव आयोग का पावर वो अलग है, संविधान ने उसको पावर दिया गया है, उसको सदन में रेज करके कोई मतलब नहीं है। और मैं ये मानता हूं कि संवैधानिक संस्थाओं का इज्जत करना चाहिए। तृणमूल कांग्रेस और कांग्रेस पार्टी हमेशा संवैधानिक संस्थाओं को हमला करने का यह आदत बनाया हुआ है, ये ठीक नहीं है और इस सदन का समय को भी दुरुपयोग किया है।
A fire broke out at a trauma care ICU of the SCB Medical College and Hospital in Cuttack, Odisha. A fire brigade was present at the spot for firefighting operations. Take a look at this report as we tell you what really happened there.
It was around 2:30 a.m. to 3 a.m. today. Critically ill patients were being treated at trauma care ICU at the SCB Medical College and Hospital in Odisha's Cuttack, a state-run medical facility, where a fire broke out, cause of which is not known yet. There was panic. Patients were rushed to other wards and ICUs. Amid this, at least 10 patients died. After the tragedy, Odisha Chief Minister Mohan Charan Manjhi visited the hospital, and also a judicial probe has been launched and rupees 25 lakh compensation has been announced for victims' families.
जो घटना हुआ, जो आज जो अग्निकांड हुआ, इसी आधार पर हमने जो जुडिशियल इंक्वायरी विचार विभाग तदंत करने के लिए मैंने निर्देश दे रहा हूं। और जो इंसिडेंट हुआ, अग्निकांड इंसिडेंट हुआ, इसके लिए भी कोई आदमी के तरफ से या किसी तरफ से कैसे हुआ, अगर रिपोर्ट आने के बाद पता चलेगा तो निश्चित रूप से उनके ऊपर भी दृढ़ कार्यान्वयन लिया जाएगा। इसी आधार पर मेरा एक ही कहना है कि जो पेशेंट थे उनको दूसरा वार्ड में, दूसरा आईसीयू में उनका इलाज चल रहा है। मैं महाप्रभु जगन्नाथ जी से प्रार्थना करूंगा उनके अच्छा स्वास्थ्य कैसे रहें, इसी आधार पर मैंने विभाग को भी निर्देश दे चुका हूं और निश्चित रूप से अच्छा ट्रीटमेंट उनको किया जाएगा।
breaking updates coming in. Israel's ambassador claims that 70% of Iran's ballistic missile launch capacity has been destroyed, but notes that the damage is less severe compared to the previous attack in June. Iran has allegedly launched attacks on 12 nations targeting civilian areas, with Israel facing around 10 launches daily. Israel and US aim to change Iran's policy and create a more stable future for the Middle East and West Asia, emphasizing they have no intention of invading Iran. Iran's 70% missile launching capability has been hit. This is a statement which has come in from the Israel ambassador. It's a big claim. It's a big claim which is coming in. Remember that Israel did say they have many more targets that they are looking at in Iran, and they will be targeting those areas. And amidst that statement of Israel and Israel's future plans of striking Iran, Israel's ambassador has said that 70% of the missile launching capability of Iran has been hit. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV on the conflict that is unfolding. And Iran is also taking steps to brace itself for the attacks on Iran that Israel has said they will continue attacking Iran. Iran, in the meanwhile, is raining missiles and drones on Tel Aviv. So cross-border strikes continue here as the Middle East and West Asia conflict gets more intense. All right, let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking. Now, Donald Trump, the US president, has floated an idea of 7 countries coalition to police the Strait of Hormuz, where thousands of ships are stranded, and that is affecting global oil supply. Take a look at this report as we tell you Trump's next move.
We are talking to other countries about working with us on the policing of the strait. And I think we're getting good response. If we do, that's great. And if we don't, that's right too. Remember, like as an example, in many cases, the NATO countries, we're always there for NATO. We're helping them with Ukraine. And many instruments got a notion that between us doesn't affect us, but we've helped them. It'd be interesting to see what country wouldn't help us with a very small endeavor, which is just keeping the strait open. And by comparison, it's small because Iran has very little firepower left. Their missiles are down.
MECM भी और दूसरे कमर्शियल यूजर्स को भी एलपीजी सिलेंडर्स में मिलने की भारी दिक्कत हुई है। ये चिंता की बात है कि कई एस्टैब्लिशमेंट ने अपने ऑपरेशन सीमित बंद कर दिए हैं। कुछ ऊंचे दामों पर 5,000 प्रति सिलेंडर से अधिक कीमत पर खरीद कर रहे हैं। हमारे माननीय पेट्रोल मंत्री जी ने लोकसभा में दावा किया एलपीजी की कोई कमी नहीं है। रूमर से सावधान रहिए कि लेकिन जमीनी हकीकत सरकारी दावों को गलत साबित करती है। सभापति जी, जब सरकार भारतीय नागरिकों को ईरान में एडवाइजरी जारी कर रही थी कि स्थिति बिगड़ सकती है, तो उसे ये साफ करना चाहिए था इसका असर क्रिटिकल मैरीटाइम रूट्स और एनर्जी सप्लाईज पर भी पड़ सकता है। उस लिहाज से हमें तैयारी करनी थी। नो नो you have to conclude. Please conclude. मुलाकात कर रहे थे तब उनको रीजनल टेंशन्स और संभावित डिसरप्शन के संकेत जरूर मिले होंगे। मतलब ये है कि सरकार को ये बात अच्छी तरह मालूम थी और स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मज के रास्ते पर संकट आने वाला है। इसीलिए एलपीजी इंपोर्ट्स एडवांस प्लानिंग और अल्टरनेटिव अरेंजमेंट्स समय से पहले किए गए होते तो आज इतनी बुरी हालत नहीं होती। आज हालत ये है कि इंडस्ट्रियल कंज्यूमर्स को अब पिछले 6 महीने में।
Thank you, Honorable Chairman Sir, for giving me an
Conclude. Zero
opportunity
hour.
to
How much
speak
time you can take?
in an urgent public importance.
Please take your seat. Please take your seat. Please. Diwali, please take your seat.
Special time with you, sir. That is, the industrial consumers को अब पिछले 6 महीने की एवरेज सप्लाई का केवल 80% ही मिलेगा। फर्टिलाइजर प्लांट्स को 70% तक सीमित किया गया है और रिफाइनरीज और पेट्रोकेमिकल यूनिट्स भी रिडक्शन का सामना कर रहे हैं। सरकार ने घरेलू एलपीजी सिलेंडर के दाम 60 रुपीज बढ़ा दिए हैं। कमर्शियल सिलेंडर की कीमतें 115 की गई है। अगर सरकार की दावा सच होता और व्हीकल की खरीद से कमी की भरपाई हो गई होती तो इतनी पाबंदी क्यों लगती? आपने एलपीजी को दामों में बढ़ोतरी किस आधार पर किया और ये भी लोगों को मालूम नहीं है। सर, मैं आपसे विनती करूंगा कि सरकार को आप अच्छे हैं, ऐसा क्यों कर रहे हैं? सिलेंडर बुक करने के बाद वेटिंग पीरियड शहरों में 21 से बढ़ाकर 25 दिन और गांवों को रिमोट इलाकों में 25 से लेकर 45 दिन तक करा दिया गया है। इससे जमाखोरी।
You want to respond to your speech, please.
0 hour. Honorable LFP should know that this is 0 hour and one has to speak within 3 minutes. And the rule is for everybody, for every individual.
3 minutes. 3 minutes. Everybody, that's why I requested after 0 hour, immediately if you give, I can discuss. I said, so he honorable chairman.
Please conclude. Now, Garge ji, please conclude. Please conclude.
1 minute. I will finish 1 minute. सर, इससे जमाखोरी और पैनिक बुकिंग बढ़ रही है। महोदय, इससे कुछ महत्वपूर्ण सवाल उठते हैं। अगर सरकार को ये पता था कि एलपीजी इंपोर्ट्स संकट में पड़ेगा तो अल्टरनेटिव अरेंजमेंट क्यों नहीं किए गए? देश में कोऑर्डिनेटेड रेस्पॉन्स और पब्लिक एंग्जाइटी का काम करने को अपोजिशन को भरोसे में क्यों नहीं लिया गया? और काला बाजारी जमाखोरी को रोकने के लिए सरकार कोई कड़ा कदम क्यों नहीं उठाया रहे? सभापति जी, ये संकट हमारे प्रबंधन की दयनीय हालत ही नहीं बल्कि फॉरेन पॉलिसी और एनर्जी पॉलिसी की कमजोरी भी ये बताता है। सरकार की ये जिम्मेदारी है गरीब और मिडिल क्लास और गरीब तबके के लोग और छोटे मोटे व्यापारी को एलपीजी की स्थिर, सुलभ और किफायती उपलब्धता कराया जाना चाहिए। अब जब कमजोरी को छिपाने के लिए
गार्गे जी बाकी लोगों से ज्यादा समय गार्गे जी प्लीज कंक्लूड।
लोकसभा में उन्होंने
और ईरान में जो लड़ाई चल रही है उसका भी डिस्कशन यहाँ होना चाहिए। और यही मूल कारण है हम
कांग्रेस के लोग स्टेटमेंट नहीं सुने सर और पूरा आके डिस्टर्ब किया। वो स्टेटमेंट का मांग किया और 4 बजे उन्होंने कहा कि राहुल गांधी जी बोलना चाहते हैं। वो एलपीजी में फिर नहीं बोले और फिर इधर उधर का बात करके जो पेट्रोलियम मिनिस्टर ने स्टेटमेंट दिया तो फिर सारे कांग्रेस एमपी पूरा हंगामा करके स्टेटमेंट नहीं सुने। फिर यहां मुद्दा उठाते हैं, जब जवाब देते हैं तो सुनते नहीं है। ये तो बहुत गलत बात है। नाउ श्रीमान Now, Honorable Leader of the House. Sir, Garge ji, I have given you more than sufficient time. Please conclude. You are not concluding.
So that is getting disturbed. The whole house is getting disturbed.
Sir,
please conclude. Sir, please conclude. How many times you will take? I have already given you more than 6 minutes. You are not concluding.
sir, this is zero hour.
Please take your seat. Vajpayee.
Sir, this is zero hour, and the honorable member who happens to be the leader of the opposition, he should know that he has to speak within 3 minutes.
Please take it.
And he
Please
has
take
spoken
your
more
seat.
than 6 minutes. I think your intervention is needed, number one. Number two, मुझे दुख है कि हमारे विपक्ष, विशेष करके इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस, यह विपत्ति काल में भी देश में राजनीति करने से पीछे नहीं हटता है। यह विपत्ति कोई भारत के कारण नहीं आई है, इसमें भारत का कोई योगदान नहीं है, लेकिन जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्थिति हुई है, उस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्थिति में आज हम सब लोग जानते हैं कि ये क्राइसिस आया है। इस क्राइसिस के बारे में हरदीप पुरी ने पूरी बातचीत कही है और हाउस में कहा है, जब ये सुन नहीं रहे थे। दूसरी बात, कांग्रेस का नेता सिलेंडर की होर्डिंग में पकड़ा गया है और इन्होंने होर्डिंग की है और ये जनता को उकसाने का काम कर रहे हैं। दे आर इंसाइटिंग द पीपल ऑफ पीसफुल पीपल ऑफ द कंट्री। और यह बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है कि ऐसी परिस्थिति में भी यह राजनीति से बाज नहीं आते हैं और उनको ऐसे क्राइसिस में देश के साथ खड़े होने के बजाय इस विषय को उठा करके वो देश में खलबली लाने के प्रयास करते हैं, देश में एक अराजकता लाने का प्रयास करते हैं। यह बहुत ही निंदनीय है।
Now, Shriman Niranjan Bisiji, nothing will go on record except Shriman Niranjan Bisiji.
Honorable Chairman, sir, thank you very much for giving
nothing
me
will go on record except Shriman Niranjan Bisiji.
in an urgent public importance regarding establishment of new Sainik school in the district of Balangir, Odisha. Sir,
nothing will go on record except Shriman Niranjan Bisiji's speech. Please continue. Niranjan Bisiji, please continue.
Sir,
please.
Out of which only two.
Niranjan Bisiji, are you going to speak or I have to call somebody else?
Out of which only
please,
two Sainik schools
continue your speech.
Exist in our Odisha.
Gargaji, please take your seat. Gargaji, please take your seat. Gargaji, please take your seat. Niranjanji,
sir,
bolo.
The curriculum is to prepare the students.
Niranjanji, bolo.
For entry.
Nothing will go on record except
and Naval Academy.
Shriman Niranjan Bisiji's speech.
Academics. In this connection, I
please, Gargaji, you please take your seat. We have given sufficient time. Please take your seat.
2015 had instructed the Chief Secretary of Odisha for opening of
Gargaji, please take your seat.
School.
Niranjan Bisiji, follow.
And after that, the Chief Secretary has directed the School and Mass Education Department.
Please.
And the School and Mass Education Department on 5th January 2016 requested the collector Balangir and other 17 collector of LWE affected area, including collector Kalahandi, Nuapada, Koraput, Nabarangpur, Malkangiri, Sundargarh, Fulbani, Rayagada, Ganjam, Gajapati, Mayurbhanj for physical report and joint verification report along with identification of suitable government land for establishment of new Sainik school in the state of Odisha. Sir, for this proposed proposal, the then collector Balangir submitted a feasibility report on dated 18 August 2020 to the School and Mass Education Department, Odisha, along with identification of 49 acres of suitable government land at Titlagarh, Mauja, Maniga in the district of Balangir, along with feasibility report for establishment of new Sainik school in the district of Balangir, Odisha. But sir, through you sir, I urge the government of India to initiate necessary step for establishment of a new Sainik school in the district of Balangir, Kalahandi, Noapada, Majurabhanch, Sundargarh, Koraput, Ganjam, Gajapati.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू
Getting some breaking updates coming in. An Air India flight flying from New York to Delhi had to divert to the Shannon Airport in Ireland on 16 March because of a technical concern. While flying over the North Atlantic, the aircraft passed through moderate to severe turbulence. After the turbulence, the crew and passengers heard a loud noise and felt vibration starting from the floor. The vibration and the sound gradually spread forward and upward, and even the top cabin area. It seemed like it might be coming from the rear cargo compartment because the noise and vibration kept increasing. A pilot decided as a precaution to divert to Shannon Airport after coordinating with maintenance control. Aircraft landed safely. Engineers are now investigating the source of the noise and vibration. This flight diverted over tech glitch. New York to Delhi. I repeat, New York to Delhi flight. This is the Air India New York to Delhi flight diverted to Ireland because of a technical glitch. And there was some kind of a problem from in the rear cargo compartment. Noise and vibration could be heard. The pilots decided to do a precaution. Take a precaution and divert the flight to Shannon Airport. So the pilots decided that they should take precautions, and the aircraft landed safely. Engineers are investigating the source of the noise and the vibration. Let's go across to my colleague Harsha. Harsha, aircraft landed safely, so thank God for that. But we have been reporting again and again, why do these Air India flights keep encountering technical glitches? What happened this time around, Harsha?
So Shivangi, this was Air India A320 aircraft. This is a new aircraft of Air India, and it was scheduled to come to Delhi this morning. It was 16 March morning flight from JFK to New Delhi. But midway only, while the flight was in air, at that particular time only, the aircraft, suspected the heavy turbulence. There was a heavy turbulence which was suspected by the aircraft, and immediately the pilot tried multiple times to understand that exactly what was the issue with this particular JFK aircraft. And it was seen that not only upward, backward, but in the cabin crew, the floor of the cabin crew and the rear cargo, there was a vibration sound coming in. The vibration sound was so heavy, it was so heavy and it was disturbing that not to take any risk, the pilots decided to turn back the flight and land at the Shannon Airport, which was the nearest airport that time, because they were already in the airspace of Ireland. They thought that Shannon Airport is the nearest airport. They spoke to ATC And the entire information and the prelim investigation report has been shared with the DGC as well, informing that about the incident, what happened, what transpired. They're trying to inspect right now at Shannon Airport that was there issue in the cargo. Was there some sound of strong noise, heavy noise and vibration coming from the rear area of the cargo, where exactly the backward seats are usually, but the vibration was heard not only backward, forward, upward, but in the rear area and the cabin crew floor as well. And that's the reason why, as a precaution, was decided to turn back the flight and take to the Shannon Airport. All the passengers have been deboarded safely. The inspection is being carried out. And once the inspections are carried out and it's seen that now the aircraft is fit to fly, only then the passengers will be taken to New Delhi. For now, the passengers are waiting at the Shannon Airport. Back to you.
Well, all right. Thank you for getting those details. Harsha getting us the latest coming in at the New York to Delhi Air India flight diverted over the technical glitches which came out, and investigation is continuing, like Harsha told us, to find out what really led to that technical glitch. Taking a short break. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back. Coming up on the other side, 2 Indian flag LPG carriers with around 92,700 metric tons of LPG transited through Strait of Hormuz. And now Shivalik vessel is expected to arrive today in India. Stay tuned, viewers. We're live and breaking.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
I said, I don't want them after we win the war. I want it before. So whether we get support or not, but I can say this, and I said it to them, we will remember.
Even Quad countries are snubbing Donald Trump. Japan, Australia ruling out sending any warships to the Straits of Hormuz for now. India opens up hotline to ensure that we do whatever it takes to ensure that our ships pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Airports targeted after the Tehran airport was hit overnight. Dubai airport struck and shut for passengers and air traffic. Markets open flat, recover in the last few minutes as the bloodbath continues. Shivalik, en route, the Mundra port enters the Indian waters, will be at the Indian dock any minute now as our efforts continue to get LPG and oil supplies from the Strait of Hormuz. Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV and on the live report, ladies and gentlemen. We have the first pictures coming in and details of Shivalik, which has entered the Indian waters. We're getting the vessels through the Straits of Hormuz. And Shivalik, the tanker, is in Indian waters. We've been tracking the movement of the tanker and Shivalik, the LPG carrier, along with Nanda Devi, which crossed the Straits of Hormuz in the middle of the war, currently is in Indian waters. Expected, that's a live shot. That's a live shot, in fact. You can see the white dot here. If you can show it on the wall, I'll be able to explain it to our viewers. Shivalik is en route the Mundra port. In a few hours from now, roughly about 2 p.m., it's expected to dock at the Indian port of Mundra. Take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. This is MV Shivalik, and Shivalik is en route Mundra port here. And this is the live location as of about 2 to 3 minutes ago, and it should be docked at the Mundra port a little after 2 p.m. So we are keeping a close track of the LPG carrier. In fact, we've seen the politics around LPG. Just as we were broadcasting this bit of the news, we had a debate ongoing in Parliament where the opposition is trying to claim that there is an LPG crisis, LPG shortage across the country. But India making all efforts. There are 2 LPG tankers that have crossed the Strait of Hormuz. One of them about to be docked at the Mundra port. This is Shivalik, and this is Mundra port, will be docked in a short while from now. Let me also go across to my colleague Swarali, joining us live from Gujarat. In fact, she's at Mundra, and she will be tracking the updates live. Shivalik is in Indian waters. And Swarali, what time is it expected to be docked? And how much of gas supplies is it carrying?
Yes, that's true. Let me tell you, closely around 2 p.m., Shivalik will be docked at the Mundra port in Gujarat, and it is carrying nearly 46,000 metric tons of LPG, that is liquefied petroleum gas. And now we have seen entire chaos that country has witnessed last week. The allegations by the oppositions and the tries and efforts that have been made by the government. But at this point, it is seen as a very, very huge, major relief for the energy supply disruptions which was seen throughout the world, because we know that the Strait of Hormuz, observes around 1/5 of global oil transit, and that's the reason why at this point 2 shipments, Shivalik and Nanda Devi will be coming tomorrow at Kandla port in Gujarat, and if we combine both of them, around 92,700 metric tons of LPG they're carrying right now. If we compare it to with the requirement of the per day LPG of India, it is less, but then at this point it is seen as a very good start. At the times when US, Israel, Iran are at war, we are at terms with all 3 countries, and consistent tries and efforts by Ministry of External Affairs and all other concerned ministries, and diplomatic talks with Iran has turned out in this major achievement, wherein Chetak helicopters and Indian Navy warships also escorted both the ships from Strait of Hormuz. But at this point, Shivalik is expected anytime soon around 2 p.m. and Nanda Devi tomorrow at Kandla port is seen as a major development in this entire LPG shortage crisis that has been witnessed and the impact of war that is seen right now.
Okay. Thank you for joining us with those inputs. We're expecting the Shivalik to be docked in a short while from now. Ladies and gentlemen, keeping a close track on that story here on Republic TV. 2 Indian flagged LPG carriers, almost 92,700 metric tons transited through the Strait of Hormuz, and now the Indian vessel is expected to be docked at the Mundra port. a little after 2 p.m. In fact, let's go. I'll just show you the pictures full frame, and then we'll go across to our panelists also joining us on the broadcast, and Major General Rajan Kochar also on the broadcast. General Kochar, this is, because the irony is that, there is a narrative that some in India are trying to create, that we have lost the plot on LPG, we have lost, we didn't plan for LPG, etc., etc. But the fact is, the whole world is talking about how Indian tankers, Indian LPG carriers have been able to cross the Strait of Hormuz. It's a big win for us as a country. And if this continues, there will be no shortage, sir. Your response to these people?
Oh, certainly, I agree with you, because it's very, very pleasing to see these images on the screen right now. And it shows that our diplomacy, the talks with the External Affairs Minister Jaishankar has been having with his counterpart. Prime Minister Modi call to President Pezeshkian, everything has worked in our favor. And there has been a positive statement from Iran also. And 2 ships coming in is a welcome sign. And I'm sure the remainder of those ships which are also stuck up there, in due course of time, they will also set sail and be on our coast. And thereby you're giving a kind of a reassurance to the people of the country that the government is working overnight to get this issue sorted out. I just want to make a larger statement. The larger statement is, see, it's not a question of India. The whole world is affected. The entire countries, including China, South Korea, Japan, are the major importers of this crude oil as well as gas from Strait of Hormuz. So it's not India specific. So the people need to understand that these are war times. In war times, a country, if it makes a special concession for India, I think it should be taken in a very, very positive manner, because nothing is moving from there right now. So we need to see things in a slightly larger context, I feel, instead of trying to always pinprick the government on its foreign policy, because the government knows what is the best for us. They are at it. And alternatively, the government has established certain additional supply chains. 14 additional countries are now into this supply chain from where the gas will be coming. So we are, they are not sitting on their haunches right now. They are working overtime, that in spite of this blockade of Strait of Hormuz, God only knows how long it will take, certain alternative measures have also been initiated as far as the LNG is concerned and the gas is concerned and oil is concerned. We have almost doubled our intake from Russia. Now it had gone down to 1.1 million barrels a day. Now it is in the region of 1.8 million barrels a day. So this output has also increased multifold. So I think this point should be noted by everybody. And I want to assure the citizens of the country, because we are hearing, tremendous efforts of the government is taking place to ensure that no hardships are there in our households. And there is no need to panic, because sufficient gas is available right now to sustain us for a couple of months. And the petroleum is not an issue at all. We just heard a press briefing from the government yesterday, which clearly brought out that all the retail outputs are full. The petrol and diesel everywhere is available in plenty. So there is no need to panic as far as India is concerned. And I think it's a welcome sign. Today we are seeing 2 tankers coming in. These 2 tankers, I'm given to understand, have got enough of gas to last the entire country for 2 days as of now. But sufficient gas is available otherwise also. It's only 53% of our requirement of gas which comes from the Strait of Hormuz. So it's not a very alarming thing. It may be a short a period in which some difficulty as far as the LPG cylinders you may be there, but it's going to be short-lived because alternative sources of supply have been identified, and I'm sure that these tankers who are fetching up this gas from the alternative sources of supply will also start arriving at our coastline very soon.
I'm going to quickly show the map, sir. Just be with me, please, because I have this map that shows how close this is to the Mundra port right now. It is significant because, ladies and gentlemen, around the world there is a debate now on how Indian tankers and how India managed to make this breakthrough on the Strait of Hormuz. You can see this is the Shivalik. It is an LPG carrier, Shivalik, the LPG carrier, traveling as of now, cruising at about 11.8 knots, and it's headed towards the Mundra port. An estimated time of arrival at the Mundra port shows here at about 2:53 p.m. 2:53 p.m. we're expecting the ship to dock. A few days back, you had an oil tanker, the first one that came in via the Strait of Hormuz, docked at Mumbai, and this is going to be the second one, which is going to be docking in Mundra, and this is an LPG carrier. Why is this significant? Because we have to depend, and we are depending almost about 60 to 70% of all of India's LNG imports come in via the Strait of Hormuz. Via Strait of Hormuz, we have to depend on all our LNG supplies, and that is why this is critical. We have two LPG carriers coming in, and 97,000 metric, that is the amount of LNG that is on board this carrier, and it is enough by some estimates for about 2 days, and if two of them are coming, it's roughly about 3 to 4 days. That's the estimation. Let's get to the next bit of breaking news coming in. Ajal Kochar, stay with me because we have some more news coming in, because Donald Trump has faced a huge embarrassment on the Strait of Hormuz. You have his defense secretary saying that it is open for business, but it's Iran that is bombing the Strait of Hormuz. And then today, he's threatened NATO allies. He's threatened countries to intervene, and some of them, including Quad allies, but they've snubbed him. Japan has said they're not sending any ships, vessels. Australia has ruled out completely the possibility of sending any warships to the Strait of Hormuz. So Quad has effectively snubbed Donald Trump. I mean, there's no official response from India. We already have our naval vessels there escorting our oil tankers and LPG tankers. But it's an effective snub, isn't it, General Kochar? On Quad, if for them to say no. Before that, sir, I'm just coming to you. I just want to play out a soundbite. There's a soundbite that came in as Australia and Japan went on record and snubbed Donald Trump's request in the last few hours.
China's an interesting case study. They get most of their oil by far, get a lot, about 90% through the strait. So I said, would you like to come in and we'll find out. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. There's some other deeper reasons why they should come in my opinion. It never made sense for years. If you go back and look at what I said years ago, I said, why are we maintaining the Hormuz Strait when it's really there for China and many other countries? Why aren't they doing it? And that's because we had weak leadership, to be honest with you. But I'm bringing it up now. So I think even long term, I think it's something that other countries should help us with.
Sounds like a very desperate Trump, isn't it, General Kochar? Now threatening NATO allies, begging countries to almost... He's even asking China to intervene.
See, it's a very, very sad plight to see how the President of the United States stands isolated today. You see, unfortunately, he never took NATO into confidence when he started this conflict. And I think over a period of time, the tariffs issue also, was also a big thing as far as the European Union was concerned. And we are seeing a German Chancellor's statement. They are not joining. Switzerland is not joining. Spain is not joining. France is not joining. And Great Britain so far has been non-committal. As far as the Quad is concerned, Quad was never a military alliance, and its mandate does not qualify for it to be part of the call which President Trump is giving. Possibly he can call the AUKUS, because AUKUS was a military alliance in which Trump had formed it in the Indo-Pacific, but that AUKUS is also withered out after Trump has come into power. So we have seen this foreign policy of Trump. He has isolated himself on the issue of Greenland. He has isolated himself on the issue of Venezuela also. The kind of control of oil he wanted to have, it's not happening since the American oil companies are not willing to go to Venezuela now. So I think this entire churning is taking place in West Asia, and none of these countries, NATO countries, want to be a part of it. So I think this entire revelation which is coming now in the world geopolitics is that China, Russia and Iran and North Korea nexus is emerging now as a great challenge to Donald Trump, because this war may end at this point of time. It may take weeks or months, but after this war, what we are going to see is the waning influence of United States in the Middle East and the growing influence of China and Russia, because those Gulf countries have realized now that America is not a reliable net security provider. They have seen it in this conflict, and they would also like to mend fences with Iran now, because Iran is going to be their neighbor. You have to understand the geography of a region in order, because they have to coexist in this region. So I think a realignment of foreign relations is going to take place. Already these countries are talking to Iran on a one-to-one basis. The UAE leaders are talking to Iran. Bahrain is talking. Qatar is talking. So all these countries are now having a one-to-one communication with Iran, because they don't want to mess up their own domestic situation, which has taken a big beating. As a matter of fact, in UAE, most of those commercial centers like banks and data centers have been hit. So I don't think UAE wants this kind of thing to develop for a long time. And I find President Trump now resorting to threats. He is talking about Kharg Island. He has already attacked it once, and he says, I'll attack it for fun again. So these kind of statements which a US president is making, I think he's making a mockery of himself in the world geopolitics, as well as his own domestic audience. I believe his ratings have plummeted now. It is less than 30%. And with the primaries also coming about in November, I think he faces a tough challenge. On the part of Israel, I think Israel is also, what I'm hearing, I just spoke to a friend in Tel Aviv. There has been quite a destruction there, but things are not, those news, a blockage of news is there, so the things are not coming out from Israel. But there has been a quite of destruction in central part.
Sir, I'm getting in some breaking news. Sir, be with me, General Kochhar. I'm getting in some breaking news right now. Some more pictures, satellite images coming in. I'm going across straight to that as I get those details. We are getting in news also of flights at the Dubai International Airport. They've been completely suspended as of this morning after bombing overnight. A drone-related incident, that's what the Dubai authorities claimed, which caused a fire near a fuel tank at the airport. Now, the Dubai Civil Aviation Authority has taken this measure to ensure passenger safety. Emirates, which operates from Dubai, and Dubai is the world's busiest airport, has shut down. Airports have been bombed. Seems to have been a response to the bombing in Tehran. Tehran's Mehrabad airport was attacked overnight, and as a response, Dubai's airport was hit once more. That's a video that came in of the Dubai airport being hit, and all passengers have been asked not to go to the airport. And seems to be a part of a series of attacks on the Gulf states amid tensions with Iran. Those are the pictures. On the left, Dubai airport. On the right, that's the Tehran airport. Mehrabad is an airport in Tehran. So we'll just relabel that. It's Tehran airport. Dubai airport bombed hours after the Tehran airport was hit once again in the last few hours. Dubai police are closing all roads that leading to the airport and the airport tunnels, and Tehran's Mehrabad was bombed overnight. Flights returning that were en route to Dubai, returning to different cities and countries as the bombing continues. As a precautionary measures, they've had to return to their bases. And those are the pictures that came in, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, from the Tehran airport, a few days back, we had pictures of the kind of devastation that we saw with many planes being hit, oil reserves being bombed by US-Israel. That was in Tehran's Mehrabad airport. And this attack at the Dubai airport seems to be a direct fallout. In fact, the Dubai airport has been attacked at least 3 to 4 times since the war began about 2 weeks back. And most of the attacks, Iran claims the attacks have taken place because US jets have been taking off from the Dubai airport. The allegation is that Iran has been saying, the allegation they've leveled against the UAE, that they've allowed the Dubai airport to be used for US operations. All right, I'm getting in some more live pictures, ladies and gentlemen, as we get you the coverage. Some more pictures coming in via APTN from the war zone. We'll go across to those pictures in just a bit. We had pictures come in from the war zone of the skyline. Take a look at this. This is the Beirut skyline, and pictures that came in a short while back, and they've been, in fact, news agencies have been giving a live feed of the different cities in the war zone, and this seems to be the Beirut skyline once again. Beirut has been bombed in the last few days in a way that even America's allies have questioned the need for bombings. In fact, France went on record to question and condemn Israel for the attacks on Beirut. And even Qatar has gone on record to condemn and question Israel for their attacks and their strikes on Lebanon. They have been saying, that is, Israel has been saying that they've been targeting Beirut. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, getting in some more breaking news now. In fact, this is not live Beirut. I will just take that out. There's a live picture. This is, in fact, a satellite video that just came in. We'll remove the live bug because this picture is of the satellite images of the Salalah port. The Salalah port in Oman, which was bombed a few days back by a few drones that reportedly were operated by Iran. Iran went on record to deny any such attacks. But this video shows that, and this satellite image, in fact, this satellite image shows that there was significant damage that was affected to Oman's Salalah port. And this is a video that came in of the bombing that took place there. In fact, let's also tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that on the 13th of March, these are satellite images from the 13th of March that show thick smoke over the Salalah port, and the smoke was seen from several kilometers away, and it continued to below 2 days after the Iranian drone strike. And these are pictures that came in. There were several pictures that came in from the Salalah port. This is one such picture that shows the before and after of the Salalah port situation. Oman's largest oil facility, the Salalah port, was hit by a drone, and Iran initially went on record to deny any such attack. And there are some more breaking news updates coming in. Let's go across to that. Another military facility has been hit near the Chabahar port. This is a breaking news coming in. Close to the Chabahar port, there has been another attack by the US. In fact, Chabahar port was one of the first sites hit by the US-Israel joint strike on the day of the attack on the 28th of February. And we're getting in details now that the United States has conducted strikes on facilities near Iran's Chabahar Free Trade Zone in the last 1 hour. And this is critical. US fighter jets reportedly struck military targets near the Chabahar Free Trade Zone. This is in southeast Iran. Several explosions were heard following the strikes. And we are hearing that US jets were involved in that operation and struck the mountain areas near what is called the trade zone. The trade zone in the Chabahar port of Iran. There were several videos that also emerged showing some jets in the Chabahar region. We'll show you those pictures as well. And we are hearing that US fighter jets have reportedly struck military facilities on a mountain near the Chabahar Free Trade Zone. There have been sounds of explosions heard in the areas behind the zone, according to different reports coming in. The Chabahar Free Trade Zone is located in Iran's southeastern Sistan and close to the Balochistan area with near the border with Pakistan. So this is a critical attack. And the area was bombed by America and Israel on the day one of the war, which was the 28th of February. On the day of the attack itself, one of the first places to be bombed was the Chabahar port, and naval assets belonging to Iran were bombed in that particular attack. Let me see if General Kochhar is there with me right now. General Kochhar, are you there, sir? Okay, I think we have lost the line there. But getting in reports, different reports confirming that there has been a strike in the last 1 hour. There were US fighter jets. US fighter jets were involved in the strike on the Chabahar Free Trade Zone. We should be able to get some more pictures and videos on the operation in Chabahar. In fact, there are different reports that suggest that American jets were seen in the area. We'll take a break. We'll come back with the pictures from Chabahar in Iran and why it's also significant for India. The news on Chabahar. Thanks for watching.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू नहीं तो फोन तो अरे अनुसरण होगा हो गया तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला ना लोगों का गाड़ी मार रहा
I said, I don't want them after we win the war. I want it before. It's not. So whether we get support or not, but I can say this, and I said it to them, we will remember.
After Trump leads nations to send a warship to police Hormuz, Australia and Japan snubbed Trump's request, say they will not be sending warship to the Strait of Hormuz. External Affairs Minister S. Shankar says India in talks with Iran to reopen Strait of Hormuz amid energy supply concerns. Also adds India believes it will be more productive to reason and coordinate with Iran to find a way forward. After Dubai airport hit by Iranian attacks, officials state operations in the international airport have now been temporarily shut down. Indian markets open flat as relief for Indian vessels in Hormuz seen as a breather. Rupee and now at above 92.4 per dollar. Two Indian-flagged LPG carriers with 92,700 metric tons transited through Strait of Hormuz. Shivalik vessel is now expected to arrive today. All right, viewers, beginning with more developments coming to light from West Asia after Germany. UK's Keir Starmer has now rejected Donald Trump's Hormuz coalition. It's been reported by The Telegraph, and this is the latest response coming in from UK's Keir Starmer. Remember, Germany has also rejected the demand, so has Japan. And now we're looking at United Kingdom also refusing to be part of Donald Trump's coalition, wherein he says all the countries, specifically Quad, G7, all these countries should come together to guard the Strait of Hormuz and to ensure that ships can pass through the passage, in fact, safely. But we're looking at more and more countries coming out and denying Donald Trump's request. Earlier, it was Japan. We also saw a similar statement coming in from Germany, and now it's UK's Keir Starmer, who, in fact, has now rejected Trump's Hormuz coalition. Now, viewers, Donald Trump, in fact, had proposed that all the countries should come together to ensure that there's safe passage for the ships who wants to transit through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has declared that all the ships which are linked to US, Israel and the allies will be targeted in the Strait of Hormuz. However, some vessels have been allowed to pass belonging to other countries. But it looks like it's a major embarrassment for Donald Trump, as one country after another is now rejecting Donald Trump's proposal. First, it was Germany, then Japan, and now we're also looking at UK's Keir Starmer coming out and rejecting Donald Trump's Hormuz coalition, his proposal that all the countries come together and safeguard the strait against Iran's aggression. Now, meanwhile, Iran has declared the Strait of Hormuz as a war zone, which means that any ship belonging to US, Israel or the allies will be targeted. Now, remember, it's a major economic corridor. 1/5 of the global oil passes through this strait, and ever since IRGC claimed complete control over the economic corridor, we have seen ships not being able to pass through it safely. All right, viewers, now shifting focus in the Rajya Sabha elections, about 176 MLAs from the NDA and about 37 from the Grand Alliance Mahagathbandhan have now cast their votes so far. Now, specifically, about 24 MLAs from the RJD have voted. However, contact has not been established with one RJD MLA, that's Faisal Rahman. Additionally, 3 Congress MLAs have not yet arrived to cast their votes, two of whom Surendra Kushwaha as well as Manoj Biswas have remained incommunicado. This is since yesterday, in fact. So we're looking at 2 Congress MLAs and not arriving to cast their votes in the Rajya Sabha elections. We're also looking at 1 RJD MLA missing as this voting continues in Rajya Sabha. Now, so far, about 176 MLAs from NDA and about 37 from the Grand Alliance, that's Mahagathbandhan, have cast their votes. According to the numbers we've received, specifically 24 MLAs from RJD have also cast their votes, but 1 still remain missing. The contact has not been able to establish with, in fact, the RJD MLA Faisal Rahman. Now, additionally, viewers, about 3 Congress MLAs have also not arrived to cast their votes in the election of the upper house of the parliament, 2 of whom Surendra Kushwaha and Manoj Biswas have also remained incommunicado. So that's the situation we're looking at. All right, my colleague Prakash now joins me with more details on this. Prakash, help us understand where are we with the elections in Rajya Sabha? What is the tally of the number of the people who've cast their votes picking up?
Well, as far as the numbers are concerned, in the Rajya Sabha elections, there is no doubt about 4 candidates. They are Nitish Kumar, Nitin Naveen, Upendra Kushwaha and Ramnath Thakur. They will all be elected on the first preference votes itself. But as far as the fifth candidate, fifth seat is concerned, there would be a contest between RJD's A.D. Singh and BJP's Sivesh Ram. Now, the numbers game is like RJD needs 41 votes to secure a victory. But as of now, 4 of its MLAs, 3 from the Congress party, specifically Surendra Kushwaha, the Balmiki Nagar MLA, then Manoj Biswas of Parvisganj MLA, and Manihari MLA, Manohar Prasad of the Congress party. They are all incommunicado. And one MLA from the RJD, Faisal Rahman, who's been earlier with the JDU as well, but he's been elected on the RJD ticket this time. He's also missing. He's not yet come to vote. So 4 MLAs, so they will fall short by 4 or 5 MLAs, even if the BSP or the AMIM of 5 MLAs of the AMIM votes for them. But it seems that they will fall short by 5 MLAs and ensuring the victory of the NDA. But the vote is being cast as of now, and the counting would begin after 4 p.m. So all eyes are on the votes that have been casted. And it looks like there is trouble for the Mahagathbandhan.
Right, it seems it's a very close call for these parties. And how our numbers are looking up for NDA as far as the Rajya Sabha elections are concerned? All right, we'll try and connect with my colleague there. But viewers, that's the latest we're picking up as far as the Rajya Sabha elections are concerned. 76 MLAs from the NDA and about 37 from Mahagathbandhan have cast their votes so far, but several of them still are not showing up to cast their votes. All right, viewers, fire broke out at the trauma care ICU of SCB Medical College and Hospital in Cuttack, Odisha. Fire brigade present at the spot for firefighting operations. Take a look at this report, which tells you how this fire was triggered and how the rescue operations, in fact, have unfolded.
It was around 2:30 a.m. to 3 a.m. today. Critically ill patients were being treated at trauma care ICU at the SCB Medical College and Hospital in Odisha's Cuttack, a state-run medical facility, where a fire broke out, cause of which is not known yet. There was panic. Patients were rushed to other wards and ICUs. Amid this, at least 10 patients died. After the tragedy, Odisha Chief Minister Mohan Charan Manjhi visited the hospital, and also a judicial probe has been launched and ₹25 lakh compensation has been.
All right, viewers, moving on to more developments coming to light from West Asia. Now, Russian ambassador has called for accountability in the Manab school attack where about 170 people were killed. Now, viewers, remember there were school girls who were killed in this attack. It was reported that it was a US Tomahawk missile that struck at the school in Iran's Minab area, killing over 170 school children. And now Russia has come out, the ambassador, in fact, of the country, calling out for the accountability in this attack. It took place in the first wave of strikes which were conducted by US and Israel, the preemptive strikes in which, in fact, Ayatollah Khamenei was killed. Now, there were reports saying it was due to the dated data due to which they were trying to attack a base, Iranian base near the school, but due to the wrong location put into the system, it was the school which was struck by the US Army. There was, in fact, debris of a a Tomahawk missile, which was in fact found at the site. There were reports of that, and now Russia has come out calling for accountability in the Minab school attack, where about 170 school children were killed in this attack. We're looking at a statement coming in from the Russian side, which has called for the accountability on the US side for this attack. That's the latest statement viewers we're picking up. We're also getting you visuals of that attack on Iranian school. It took place on February 28th in the first wave of strikes, the preemptive strikes conducted by US and Israel. And now we are shifting focus. A drug party raid at the former BRS MLA's farmhouse in Telangana has now sparked political controversy after the state's anti-narcotics Eagle team detained about 10 people, including a sitting MP as well as former MLAs from multiple states. Now, police recovered about 2 grams of cocaine from the premises, and reports say that former MLA Rohit Reddy also tested positive for the drug, while a TDP MP PM Yadav tested negative. Now, during the raid, one of the detainees allegedly fired 2 rounds into the air, and a court has now remanded about 3 accused, including Rohit Reddy, to 14 days of judicial custody, while 8 others have been granted bail. Now, the TDP has issued a show cause notice to his MPs over this incident. Take a look.
A drug party at a former BRS MLA's farmhouse in Moirabad, Telangana has caused a lot of trouble for the ruling TDP. Ten persons, including a sitting MP and former MLAs of multiple states, were detained. This after the Eagle team, which is the Telangana anti-narcotics team, raided the farmhouse. 2 grams of cocaine were seized from the premises. Former Telangana MLA Rohit Reddy and a former Rajasthan MLA reportedly tested positive for cocaine, while TDP MP from Andhra Pradesh, Putta Mahesh Yadav, tested negative. One of the detained persons allegedly fired 2 rounds in the air with a firearm belonging to Rohit's brother. A judge remanded Rohit Reddy, Ritesh Reddy and Namit Sharma to 14 days of judicial custody. 8 others, including the TDP MP, were granted bail.
అందరికి కూడా నమస్కారాలు. ఏలూరు ప్రజలకి అలాగే ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ ప్రజలకి అందరికి కూడా నమస్కారాలు. ఇవాళ నేను ఎక్కడ కానీ తప్పు చేయలేదు. మీ అందరికీ నేను చెప్పుకోవాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంది. అలాగే నిన్న ఎన్నో రోజుల నుంచి అక్కడ ఉండే పర్సన్స్ నన్ను కలవడానికి వాళ్ళందరూ రిక్వెస్ట్ చేయడం వల్ల నాకు నిన్న కుదరడం వల్ల వాళ్ళ డిన్నర్కి వెళ్ళడం జరిగింది. ఆ డిన్నర్లో ఎక్కడ కానీ నేను తప్పు చేయలేదు. మీ అందరికీ కూడా మళ్ళీ తెలుపుకుంటున్నా, ఎప్పుడు కూడా ఏలూరు ప్రజలు నా మీద పెట్టుకున్న నమ్మకంని ఎప్పుడు కూడా ఉమ్ము చేయను, ఎప్పుడు కూడా తప్పు చేయనని మీ అందరికీ తెలుపుతూ, అలాగే మీడియాలో వచ్చే కథనాలు, అలాగే సోషల్ మీడియాలో వచ్చే కథనాలు ఏవి కూడా నమ్మొద్దండి. ఎప్పుడు కూడా నేను నిజాలే చెప్తాను, అబద్ధాలు చెప్పనని మీ అందరికీ తెలుపుకుంటూ అందరికీ కూడా నమస్కారాలు, ధన్యవాదాలు.
Meanwhile, the TDP has issued a show cause notice against MP Mahesh Yadav. The BRS also issued a statement condemning the actions of their former MLAs.
And now, viewers, ahead of the general elections in the state of West Bengal 2026, there has been a transfer of officers taking place regarding the election exercise. Now, Election Commission has reviewed the poll preparedness for the general election to Legislative Assembly of the state of West Bengal and has directed the following changes. Now, Shri Siddhanath Gupta will be posted as a DG and IGP of the government of West Bengal. A second change would be regarding Shri Natarajan Ramesh Babu, who will be now posted as DG Correctional Services, government of West Bengal, while Shri Ajay Mukund Ranade will be posted as ADG as well as IGP. law and order handling in terms of the sector, while Shri Ajay Kumar Nand will be posted as the Commissioner, Kolkata Police. Now, viewers, these directions of the Commission will be implemented with immediate effect, and a compliance report in this regard will be submitted to officers by 3 p.m. 16. That's today. In fact, in a few hours from now, a compliance report will also be sent. All right, my colleague Harsha has been closely tracking the elections in the state, joins us. Harsha, there has been an order issued for the transfer of the posting of several of the officers. Give us more details as to why this has come in just before the elections, and what is the compliance report that has to be submitted by 3 p.m. today?
So the compliance report will be submitted that whether the state government has followed the transfer and posting order of the Election Commission of India or not. And earlier we saw that earlier this week also we asked to Election Commission of India, Ganesh Kumar, yesterday in the press conference also this question. When he was in West Bengal, he had sought the entire report from the state government of the police officials who were deployed in the 2021 assembly elections, and during whose presence the violence took place at different polling stations, and whether any departmental inquiry took place against them or not. And this was the entire report which was sought by CEC to the state government, and the state government till now have given the half of the list only to the Election Commission of India. But now the fresh transfer order has been given by Election Commission of India for the Bengal polls, right, of the Bengal polls. The Kolkata Commissioner along with the DG and IGP and along with the the ADG of West Bengal have been transferred. They have been changed, and this has to be compliance with. This order has to be compliance. This only Election Commission of India has stated that by 3 o'clock today, the state government has to comply with the orders and the new transfer postings given by the Chief Election Commission of India ahead of the West Bengal election. It is very important to know that all the officers, major officers who were involved in the post-poll violence and during the violence in the West Bengal elections in 2021, none of those will be given the postings at the polling station, and therefore this transfer has come out as an immediate effect after yesterday's press conference of the CEC of Chief Election Commission of India, Ganesh Kumar. Earlier, he sought a report, and the report has also, the report could also be seen in the light of that how there were several police officials under whose jurisdiction there were immense violence and the clashes at the polling stations, and no departmental inquiry was carried out against them. And the action will be taken against them, as it was stated by CC during a press conference to Republic's question. Back to you.
Right, Harsha. Here, election commissioners are making sure that, no violent incident is reported during the elections in West Bengal. We've seen, the police, in fact, in the state has not been as cooperative when it came to even SIR. Any reaction from the government regarding this major shuffling of top police officials?
See, there has been no response from the government, and we have been trying to ask this question to the several members of parliament as well. Exactly what is their response? They have been stating that the CEC is acting at the behest of the central government. This is what they have to say. They are also stating that this is a witch hunt which has been carried out by the Chief Election Commission of India. However, he very well knows that those officers have been in the state of West Bengal since long. They know each and every sectors and pockets of West Bengal. Rather than deploying and deputing them at polling station at the knack of time of the election, this changes can be seen as a witch hunt. This is what the state government and the TMC leaders have majorly to say on this transfer and posting. However, there has been no such reaction from the member of parliament. Only the state TMC leaders have been speaking on this issue, like TMC leader and Minister Shashi Manja spoken about this, and several spokesperson as well, calling it a witch hunt from the side of the CEC. Back to you.
Right, Harsha. Thank you so much for joining us and giving us these crucial details regarding the order by Election Commission in West Bengal. And now, viewers, moving on to another breaking news beginning at this hour. Congress has now officially sought American intervention after US-based US ICR asked for sanctions against RSS as well as RAW. Now, Congress here is asking for America to impose a ban on the organization. Congress is asking for the US to intervene and ban Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh. Congress party, in fact, asked America to ban the entry for the RSS. This comes after US Religious Freedom Panel recommended targeted sanctions on both the RSS as well as Research and Analysis Wing. Now, it is an organization that, in fact, gives a report on religious freedom based on certain parameters. It had recommended a ban on RSS and targeted sanctions against RSS as well as Research and Analysis Wing. And Congress here backing that report. In fact, not just backing it, also asking for the American intervention to ban the organization in India. It's asked for sanctions as well against RSS, as well as RAW. It has asked for America to impose a ban on the organization, as well as asking for the intervention in this regard. We're looking at Congress Party asking America to now ban the entry for the RSS workers. And this comes right after there was a US religious freedom panel that recommended some targeted sanctions against RSS, as well as research and analysis wing. So there was a report that was tabled by, in fact, a religious freedom panel in the United States, recommending a ban on the Rashtriya Swamsevak Sangh, as well as the research and analysis wing in India. They've called for targeted sanctions for banning the entry of RSS workers into the United States. And Congress here coming out and backing that report, and not only just backing, but also asking for the intervention in this regard. It has sought for American intervention to put and impose a ban on the RSS as well as the RAW, as well as recommending some targeted sanctions. All right, here's more breaking news coming in. Simon Jug Ladki, an Indian-flagged crude oil tanker, is now being escorted out of the Gulf of Oman by Indian Navy as maritime security in the region remains tense. So viewers, we're looking at another Indian oil tanker, Indian-flagged oil tanker, being escorted out of the Oman Gulf. But this time it's Indian Navy, in fact, in action, trying to escort the Indian-flagged vessel near the Strait of Hormuz. Remember, it's very close to Strait of Hormuz at the Oman Gulf, and we're looking at Indian-flagged vessel carrying a crude oil, which is now being escorted out of the Gulf of Oman by the Indian Navy as maritime security in the region still remains tense. Viewers, we have seen escalations in the region, repeated attacks coming up from Iranian drones and missiles on tankers, on vessels which are trying to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. And amid those escalations, we have seen about 3 tankers. They have been allowed to pass safely through the Strait of Hormuz. And now we're looking at another Indian-flagged vessel, in fact, which is now being escorted out of the Gulf of Oman through the help of Indian Navy, as the situation in the West Asian waters still remain tense. So we are looking at the Indian Navy now in action. We're also getting you, viewers, the map, in fact, is showing you where this Indian-flagged vessel is being escorted near the Oman Gulf by the Indian Navy. So essentially looking at Indian Navy now in action in the West Asian waters as it tries to escort an Indian-flagged vessel which is carrying about crude oil through the Gulf of Oman. And this, viewers, as the situation still remains tense. All right, viewers, that's all we could pack in this edition of Live in Breaking. Thank you so much for watching. And coming up on the other side, 2 Indian-flagged LPG carriers with 92,700 metric tons are transited through the Strait of Hormuz. Shivalik vessel expected to arrive today.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज दे रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू
नहीं तो तुम तो करेगा
अरे अनुसरण होगा तुम तो कमाल गिरा तो नीचे
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू
नहीं तो तुम तो करेगा
अरे अनुसरण होगा
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू
नहीं तो तुम तो करेगा
अरे अनुसरण होगा तुम तो कमाल गिरा तो नीचे गाड़ी पूर्ण वाला गाड़ी माता
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello viewers, a very good afternoon. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in here on Republic TV. Trump says that US might hit Karg Island once again just for fun. That is right. Big updates coming in here. We'll tell you all about it. But the headlines first. Let's get started.
Want them after we win the war. I want it before. It's not. So whether we get support or not, but I can say this, and I said it to them. We will remember.
After Trump leads nations to send warship to police Hormuz, Australia and Japan snub Trump's request, say they will not be sending warship to Hormuz. Jaishankar says India in talks with Iran to reopen Strait of Hormuz amid energy supply concerns. Also adds India believes it is more productive to reason and coordinate with Tehran to find a way forward. After Dubai airport hit by Iranian attacks, officials state that operations in the international airport have been temporarily shut down. Indian markets open flat as relief for Indian vessels in Hormuz, seen as a breather. Rupee now at above 92.4 per dollar. And two Indian flag LPG carriers with 92,700 metric tons of LPG transited through Strait of Hormuz. Now Shivalik vessel is expected to arrive today. So viewers, two Indian flag LPG carriers with around 92,700 metric tons have transited through Strait of Hormuz, and now the Indian vessel Shivalik vessel is expected to arrive today at Mundra port sometime in the afternoon. And this is the latest update coming in. The vessel is very close to the Indian coast and will soon be docking at the Indian coast. So that's a big update we're getting for you here on Republic TV. So this vessel Shivalik will be entering the Indian waters very soon, and once that happens, we will be getting you back-to-back updates as to what to expect next. Big updates coming in here on Republic TV, and this vessel, the Shivalik vessel, is carrying a lot of LPG, very important because we already see a crisis here, energy crisis here, LPG shortage in India, and this is the Indian vessel carrying around 45,000 metric tons of LPG to reach the Mundra port. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague. Surali is joining us, and Surali is on her way to the Mundra port. Surali, coming across to you. So this is good news, because we see there's an LPG shortage, and these two vessels are moving towards Indian waters. How far are they, Surali?
Yes, that's true. Let me tell you, Shivalik, to be very precise, will be docked at Mundra port in Gujarat around 2 p.m. and that's a great relief, as we have seen a major crisis in India regarding to the LPG. That may be a actual crisis, that's debatable, but we have seen the chaos that has been going on even in the parliament, on the streets regarding hospitals, educational institutes or hotels. So now in this row, it is being seen as a great relief. As we all know that Strait of Hormuz, both these shipments passed from Strait of Hormuz around Saturday, which was being released and declared by the central government. It was the information was given out that anytime soon in the next week, Shivalik and Nanda Devi will be expected at the Gujarat ports. Now, according to the recent update, Shivalik will be docked at around 2 p.m., which is carrying around 45 to 46,000 metric tons. And if we talk about both the ships, they will be carrying 92,700 metric tons of liquefied petroleum gas. Now, let me tell you, it is seen as a major development as US, Israel and Iran are at war and entire world economy has been hit at different levels. But at the spotlight is the oil transit, because we all know that Strait of Hormuz observes 1/5 of the oil transit of entire globe. And that's the reason why it has been hit very severely. But the back-end diplomatic talks by the Indian government has become successful. Also, External Affairs Minister Jaishankar Minister has said that this is they have initiated this. It's just start, but more can be expected in raw. But diplomatic and strategic ties and talks has been successful, and we are on page with all three countries. We have tried and maintained our ties with all three countries, may it be Iran, Israel or US, and now we can see that 2 of the Indian ships. Also, the government has released this data that more than 20 shipments are still standing in the Persian of the Gulf on the west side of Strait of Hormuz, and talks are underway. But in a major relief for the LPG crisis that was seen in India last week, and we have also seen discussions in the parliament, opposition putting allegations, government trying to do all the efforts regarding making policies for the apt supply. And in such times now we are getting both the ships, and at 2 p.m. Shivalik is expected and Nanda Devi is expected tomorrow at Kandla port. Back to you.
That is right. And we also have to talk a little bit about what happened because those 2 ships passed through Strait of Hormuz, the Indian vessels which passed through, and Jai Shankar has spoken on that. Jai Shankar said that Iran, he has dismissed any suggestion that Iran received anything in exchange to allow the ships to pass, Surali, and said that we have a relationship with Iran. It is not a blanket arrangement. This was a relationship that we had with Iran, and because of diplomatic talks between 2 nations, this was a possibility, and now the vessels are on their way towards Indian shores.
Rightly pointed out by you, very important point over here is that this is not a blanket arrangement. That's what our External Affairs Minister Jai Shankar has said, which means that the arrangement of passing, the way they have allowed to pass both the ships, it's very individual. So Indian government is consistently trying to have diplomatic talks with Iran based on whatever earlier relationship we have shared with Iran. Based on that, there have been certain meetings, certain talks on the background of this entire development that can be seen right now. So what he has said is that both the ships have been worked on individually, and if we are able to get more ships through the Strait of Hormuz, that's going to be a very individualistic approach and effort put by the Indian government. So that's not for they are allowing for any country, but India has made efforts based on the previous relation we have had, and here it's a very fine example of how diplomatic and strategic talks and conversations in such conflict times can help a country to get what is required, because we all know that it has hit the entire economy, and that's how, by the individualistic approach, by the talks, by the sideline conversations, this has been made possible that 2 of the Indian shipments carrying 92,700 metric tons of LPG, that's a huge number. If we talk about the requirement of India per day, it's not a huge number, but then it's just a start. And he has also said that I am in consistently in conversation with Iran ministers in our external ministry, and the efforts are underway, so more ships can also be expected. So that's the entire point, how Indian diplomacy has worked on a very individualistic approach, and conversation has worked out at this point of time.
All right. Well, thank you, Surali, for getting those details. Shivalik is very, very close to the shores, and Surali is on her way to Mundra Port, where Shivalik, the vessel, will be reaching anytime soon. Thank you, Surali. Keep us updated on that when that happens. Getting some more breaking news coming in. Brent crude is trading near $105. Brent crude oil is trading near $105 per barrel level on Monday. A barrel of a Brent, the international standard, was up 1.6% at around $104.73, dipping slightly after opening above $106 per barrel. It's up more than 40% since the war began. Now, share prices in Asia were mixed and US futures advanced. Brent crude oil trading nearly $105 per barrel. Oil prices are rising as we see the markets are seeing these oil prices rise. Brent crude is the most important benchmark for global prices. It's rising. In fact, last Sunday itself rose as much as 3% to top $106 a barrel, and eased out today. So now it's around $105 per barrel, according to the latest coming in. Brent crude oil trading near $105 per barrel. Now, this is coming in as US President Trump has called other countries to help Washington reopen the strait. Let's go straight across to Pranav, who's joining us from our digital newsroom. A very good afternoon to you, Pranav. We see the Brent crude oil was trading up higher on Sundays, eased a bit, but still the prices are quite high.
Well, absolutely. In fact, if you just, as you rightly said, oil is up about 40% since the war began. And I have the charts in front of me. Brent right now, in fact, is trading at about $105.93 per barrel. That's a rise of about 2.71%. And if we talk about crude, that is WTI, the West Texas Intermediate, that's about 98.78. So yes, oil is trading at the $100 per barrel level. And that is precisely what is reflecting across the globe in the market sentiments as well. We are seeing Asian markets are down, Indian markets opened down, went higher, but then they're again down right now and trading at a flat level. So the news that, or Iran saying that there would be a relief for Indian ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz hasn't really given a boost to the Indian markets as well.
All right, thank you, Pranav, for getting us all those details. Pranav, joining us from a digital newsroom on the latest which is coming in. Let's move ahead, viewers. Getting some more breaking news coming in. Air India has issued a statement on the JFK flight. Air India 102 operating from New York to Delhi on 15 March made a precautionary diversion to Shannon, Ireland. Following a suspected technical issue. Now we see the Air India has spoken on this. Aircraft landed safely at Shannon Airport around 4:30 in the morning, around 4:30 local time in the morning, and all passengers and crew are safe. The aircraft is currently undergoing detailed technical inspections as per established safety protocols. So while such precautionary diversions are determined by the uncompromising commitment to safety. By the way, I'm reading out what Air India is saying. Air India says, we regret the inconvenience and disruption caused to our guests. We are working closely with Shannon Airport authorities and local agencies to provide all the necessary support to our guests and crew whose safety remains our highest priority. We will share further updates as and when available. Air India spokesperson has said this. So just quoting what Air India has said, this is the latest coming in. Air India has issued a statement on the flight which was flying from New York to Delhi. And the flight had to make a diversion to Ireland because of a suspected technical issue. Let's go straight across to my colleague Harsha joining us. Harsha, okay, so we have got a statement. But we don't know yet. Air India is not telling anything about what really happened in that statement that we read out. We're still waiting for more details on that, Harsha. What do we know so far?
Shivangi, however, Air India has in its statement has not stated exactly what happened in the JFK Delhi flight, but Republic here has the exclusive on what happened exactly in the Air India flight 102, which was scheduled from JFK to New Delhi. It didn't reach New Delhi because mid-air only there was the heavy turbulence which was reported by the pilot, and also not only this, there was a heavy vibration that was caused inside the aircraft which emerged from the rear side of the cargo of the Air India. The information, the prelim report has been shared with the DGCA as told us by the sources in the DGCA. The investigation will begin exactly what went wrong with the cargo side of the Air India, because this is very abnormal. It doesn't happen like that the aircraft is mid-air and in the middle of the air there's a vibration, there's a turbulence in the cargo area, and then the vibration is felt on the floor where the cabin crew is seated, and the upward, downward and the forward area of the aircraft. The vibration was felt, and that was the reason the pilot spoke to the ATC, and immediately the flight was turned around. It was already in the airspace of the island, and therefore the aircraft landed at Shannon Airport. As we spoke to the Air India officials, we got to know that the precautionary measures were taken. All the passengers have been safely deboarded from the aircraft. They are right now waiting at the Shannon Airport of the island for the substitute flight or this only flight maintenance to happen. After that, they will be again boarded for the New Delhi from the Shannon Airport. For now, the aircraft is at Shannon Airport and it is under repair and maintenance. What we know so far is that it is being checked exactly the cargo area, what went wrong with the cargo area. But Air India has issued a statement after we broke out the story.
Yes, yes, Harshana, before I let you go, we have also been doing a reportage on the story about technical issues which have caused inconvenience to passengers. Now, DGCA has flagged these safety lapses, and they have been asking again and again that these kind of safety lapses should not be happening in the first place. There are protocols which have been set in motion for this. So why do we see these technical glitches come up again and again, Harsha?
Not only Shwangi, the DGCA, but Ministry of Civil Aviation also, everyone has spoken to Air India. And time and again, the show cause notices was given to Air India to ensure that their aircraft is maintained well. It is fit to fly. But in the major issues, we have seen that most of the time, the aircrafts are not maintained well. They are not checked properly. And every time they cause some or the other technical issue while they are mid-air. And that's the reason why there's a turnaround. This month only, we are reporting this third turnaround of the Air India aircraft. Today, it's the third one in this entire month. This is the third incident which has happened. The turnaround even because of the technical issue in the Air India. Clearly, Air India need to be lifted by the DGCA. They need to be pulled up by the DGCA on this particular issue because it's of the great seriousness that the passenger safety is not considered as the utmost importance by the Air India. Back to you.
All right, well, thank you for getting those details, Harsha. I'll be coming back to you for more as we keep tracking the story very closely. Let's move ahead to the escalation, the conflict that we are seeing. Okay, so as we see these updates come in, let's go ahead. As the escalation continues, both Israel and Iran have accused each other of strike. Iranian Foreign Minister Arabchi tells US media that the regime is not in a war of survival. The regime is stable and strong enough. Viewers, in the middle of this, Republic is on the ground and reporting from the war zone, the war front line. Take a look at this exclusive report, which tells you what is happening on the ground.
The US last night carried out a historic strike on Khark Island, and they didn't wipe out the island's oil infrastructure for reasons of decency. Me, as a journalist reporting from southern Iran right now, I need to mention a few facts for you. First, Khark Island is not some uniquely strategic island, which suggests President Trump may not have very detailed knowledge of Iran's geopolitical landscape. Second, if we look at history, the strikes last night would be about the 2,800th time this island has been attacked during the war Iran has experienced in the last decades. And interesting to know, many locals around here are quite happy about the strikes because most of the buildings that were hit were empty or damaged from earlier attacks. And some people are joking that Trump just saved them the effort of demolishing them later during reconstruction. And I wonder, when someone has a limited historical and geopolitical understanding but makes a huge media story about this not significant island, what does it mean? I guess it often means a narrative is being prepared, like Iran has been destroyed, declare victory, and then push for a ceasefire.
Yes, breaking news coming in. Israel's envoy to India refutes Netanyahu's death rumors, confirms the cafe video is not AI, saying he's very much alive, dismissing viral claims regarding the health and status of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Israel's ambassador to India has now confirmed the leader is very much alive and clarified the recent footage of him is authentic. This is the ambassador addressed the viral social media rumor asserting that a recent video of Prime Minister at a cafe is genuine and was not created using artificial intelligence. So this is a big update coming in. There were a lot of rumors which were doing the round that Netanyahu perhaps has been struck by Iran, and there were a lot of those rumors which were buzzing. Now, Israeli envoy has said Netanyahu is very much alive, and the video that you see on your screens of Netanyahu at a cafe, he's having a coffee, what it looks like, is not AI generated. It's not AI generated. So this is a video of Netanyahu, and the envoy is saying that this is quashing all the death rumors which were doing the rounds earlier. Prime Minister Netanyahu is alive. I saw him personally when I was in Israel more than once. This video at the cafe is not AI, and it is not fabricated. There is a lot of disinformation, he said. Israeli envoy has said this. Netanyahu shared a video that you see on your screen. This is from a cafe, and he has dismissed the death rumors, and even showing his 5 fingers to counter the AI claims. There were a lot of claims that in a particular video, Netanyahu had 6 fingers, and a lot of rumors were doing the round that perhaps Netanyahu has been struck by Iran. There were a lot of death rumors. And the Israeli envoy said that Netanyahu is very much alive. And this video on your screen is authentic. We're getting some more breaking news coming in. Israeli strikes hit southern Lebanon. 2 Israeli airstrikes have targeted the town of Yater in southern Lebanon, and no immediate reports of damage or casualties have been reported. So the strikes continue. 2 Israeli airstrikes target the town in Lebanon. We're seeing back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. So the cross-border strikes are continuing. In the latest coming in, earlier we showed you pictures of the Dubai airport, which was hit recently by Iranian missiles and drones, and we showed you pictures of an airport in Iran which was hit by the US-Israeli airstrikes. Now 2 Israeli airstrikes are targeting a town in Lebanon. So cross-border strikes continue here as the situation continues to escalate in the conflict. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV, putting on those pictures for you as well, as the strikes are continuing and the escalation gets bigger and bigger. Now, Trump has threatened NATO that if allies fail to help on Hormuz. So, and similarly, we have seen that US and Israeli forces have continued to bombard Iran, hitting cities including Tehran, and Israel is targeting areas in Lebanon. Trump says that NATO faces a very bad future if US allies fail to help open the Strait of Hormuz, which is a critical oil transport area effectively shut by Iran in the war. Okay, let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories that we are tracking on Republic TV. A drug party raid at a former BRS MLA's farmhouse in Telangana has sparked political controversy after the state's anti-narcotics team detained 10 people, including a sitting MP and former MLAs from multiple states. The police recovered 2 grams of cocaine from the premises, and reports that the former MLA Rohit Reddy tested positive for the drug, while the TDP MP Putta Mahesh Yadav tested negative. During the raid, one of the detainees allegedly fired 2 rounds in the air. A court has remanded 3 accused, including Rohit Reddy, to 14 days of judicial custody. Take a look at this report as we tell you the latest.
A drug party at a former BRS MLA's farmhouse in Moirabad, Telangana has caused a lot of trouble for the ruling TDP. 10 persons, including a sitting MP and former MLAs of multiple states, were detained. This after the Eagle team, which is the Telangana anti-narcotics team, raided the farmhouse. Two grams of cocaine were seized from the premises. Former Telangana MLA Rohit Reddy and a former Rajasthan MLA reportedly tested positive for cocaine, while TDP MP from Andhra Pradesh, Putta Mahesh Yadav, tested negative. One of the detained persons allegedly fired 2 rounds in the air with a firearm belonging to Rohit's brother. A judge remanded Rohit Reddy, Ritesh Reddy, and Namit Sharma to 14 days of judicial custody. 8 others, including the TDP MP, were granted bail.
అందరికి కూడా నమస్కారాలు. ఏలూరు ప్రజలకి అలాగే ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ ప్రజలకి అందరికి కూడా నమస్కారాలు. ఇవాళ నేను ఎక్కడ కానీ తప్పు చేయలేదు. మీ అందరికీ నేను చెప్పుకోవాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంది. అలాగే నిన్న ఎన్నో రోజుల నుంచి అక్కడ ఉండే పర్సన్స్ మన్ని కలవడానికి వాళ్ళందరూ రిక్వెస్ట్ చేయడం వల్ల నాకు నిన్న కుదరడం వల్ల వాళ్ళ డిన్నర్కి వెళ్ళడం జరిగింది. ఆ డిన్నర్లో ఎక్కడ కానీ నేను తప్పు చేయలేదు. మీ అందరికీ కూడా మళ్ళీ తెలుపుకుంటున్నా, ఎప్పుడు కూడా ఏలూరు ప్రజలు నా మీద పెట్టుకున్న నమ్మకంని ఎప్పుడు కూడా ఉమ్ము చేయను, ఎప్పుడు కూడా తప్పు చేయనని మీ అందరికీ తెలుపుతూ, అలాగే మీడియాలో వచ్చే కథనాలు, అలాగే సోషల్ మీడియాలో వచ్చే కథనాలు ఏవి కూడా నమ్మొద్దండి. ఎప్పుడు కూడా నేను నిజాలే చెప్తాను, అబద్ధాలు చెప్పనని మీ అందరికీ తెలుపుకుంటూ అందరికి కూడా నమస్కారాలు, ధన్యవాదాలు.
Meanwhile, the TDP has issued a show-cause notice against MP Mahesh Yadav. The BRS also issued a statement condemning the actions of their former MLAs.
And we will take a short break now, but do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. Two Indian-flagged LPG carriers are on their way towards Indian water. Shivalik vessel will be reaching any time now. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. Our colleague Sorali is on her way to the Mundra port where Shivalik will be arriving. All the live updates there.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना भेज रहे हैं मंटू।
नहीं तो फोन तो करेगा।
अरे आलू से नहीं होगा।
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and in this bulletin we'll get you all the latest top news from across the globe, from the West Asian conflict and what's happening in the country. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour.
I said, I don't want them after we win the war. I want it before we start. So whether we get support or not, but I can say this, and I said it to them, we will remember.
After Australia, Japan and Germany, now UK snubs Trump's request to deploy a fleet at Strait of Hormuz. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar says India in talks with Iran to reopen Strait of Hormuz amid energy supply concerns. Also adds India believes it is more productive to reason and coordinate with Tehran to find a way forward. After Dubai airport hit by Iranian attacks, officials state that operations in the international airport have been temporarily shut down. Indian markets opened flat as relief for Indian vessels in Hormuz seen as a breather. Rupee now at above 92.4 per dollar.
So we have a lot of work ahead of us. While Prime Minister Modi was there, we didn't know that this operational opportunity would come. We knew that the situation is volatile because of Iranian actions, but the operational opportunity came only after Prime Minister Modi left, and the cabinet took the decision, approved the decision to launch the attack only 2 days after.
So, does Israel and US have misread the situation, and they were expecting a regime change in Iran itself, but now a more hardliner is in the power. So what do you want to say about that?
We were very clear at the outset what our aims are. We want to neutralize the nuclear military threat. We want to remove the ballistic missile threat because these two threats are existential for the state of Israel, and we wanted to get the Iranians to stop supporting proxies. In addition to that, we said that we want to give the Iranian people an opportunity to embrace their future. And we are doing that by attacking also the besieged forces, the oppressing forces that have been killing tens of thousands of Iranian civilians, torturing them, raping them. So this aim remains. Now, you're right that the Iranian regime now is doubling down. And that means that if we don't have a diplomatic outcome, they don't accept the conditions of the United States when it comes to the threats I mentioned, we will continue to exhaust our efforts until we feel that the Iranian capabilities were degraded to the point that our region will be much safer.
So have you expected such massive retaliation from the Iranian side?
Yes, we did know what their capabilities are. What surprised us is that they decided in a quite hysterical way to attack the countries that they claimed are their own friends. They attacked 12 countries. And they attacked civilians, both in Israel and in the Gulf countries, unlike what they are stating. So this actually didn't bring the pressure on the United States and Israel like they planned, but they have brought more pressure on them. And this manifests itself in the UN Security Council resolution that has been adopted only a few days back that is condemning the Iranian decision. This Security Council resolution was co-sponsored by India and has the backing of 130 countries. So actually the pressure is flipped on them.
So with Israel identifying over 2,500 military targets, does the complete neutralization of existential threats include a permanent ground invasion or a sole long-range degradation of IRGC assets?
We are not planning a ground invasion. We have stated that at the outset. We are working as much as we can to continue this degradation. We've been pretty successful in that. The Iranian regime no longer possesses the capability to produce weapons, and we have brought down the launching capability about 70%, and the number of launches against Israel, daily launches, has decreased substantially since the beginning of the war.
So do you believe that Russia and China helped Iran in building such high-tech weapons, and what are their influences in this war?
We are calling all countries in the world to refrain from supplying to the Iranian regime the materials that they need in order to continue building these weapons of mass destruction. I think that not only counters the international resolutions that were adopted, but also are very detrimental to the stability and the future of the region.
So does Israel view the disarming of Hezbollah as a prerequisite for any ceasefire with Tehran, or are these now being treated as two separate non-negotiable wars?
We are talking with our friends, with the United States, and also with partners in the region, including countries that we don't have diplomatic relations with, in creating the horizon for a diplomatic formula that will actually ensure that we have stability in the region. That has to include the dismantlement of Hezbollah in Lebanon. we have, as you know, signed a ceasefire with Lebanon in the past. Unfortunately, the Lebanese government didn't deliver on the commitment to dismantle Hezbollah. And the question is whether we can now develop tools that would allow the Lebanese government to do so. So these discussions are ongoing, and I hope that we have a good outcome.
Sir, there are growing global calls for a ceasefire. Does Israel see any diplomatic window for negotiations with Iran at this stage?
Well, we have always engaged in diplomacy in the past. Unfortunately, the Iranian regime not only doesn't recognize us, not only has sworn to destroy our state, but also has refused to engage with us directly. So we would welcome a change in that. If that change doesn't happen, then we will have to resort to other means.
So the Strait of Hormuz crisis is affecting global energy supply and shipping. How concerned is Israel about the economic fallout of this war?
There are economic repercussions, but these repercussions are temporary and are nothing compared to what would happen to the region if the Iranian regime would be allowed to develop these terrible threats because they have aggressive intentions towards the region, and the economic prosperity of the region would be gravely undermined under the shadow of this threat coming from the Iranian regime. Millions of Indians that are living in the Gulf wouldn't be able to continue enjoying from prosperity there. The trillions of dollars in trade that are going to come as a result of the agreements that India has signed with major trading blocs in the world couldn't have passed through West Asia smoothly if they were under the constant threat of this regime. And therefore, by defending ourselves, Israel is actually doing a service, and the United States are doing a service to the region and to the world.
So, if Iran continues its forward defense by targeting regional energy hubs, how does Israel plan to mitigate the global inflationary pressure that threatens to alienate its international supporters?
Well, that's what the Iranian regime were hoping. They thought that by attacking these countries and by threatening closure of the Straits of Hormuz, they would create pressure on us. But the opposite is happening. The pressure is going to be put on Iran. And the international community has been very clear on that when the UN Security Council resolution was passed with the support of India and of 130 countries. So I'm sure that the United States and its allies have the capability to ensure the smooth movement in the Straits of Hormuz. It's a matter of will, not a matter of capability.
So India has friendly relations with both Iran and Israel. So what do you want to say about the India stand in this conflict?
Well, first of all, we are very confident that this bilateral relation, this special strategic partnership that we have forged during the historic visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Israel is going to continue. We are very happy with that, and we have a lot of work ahead of us to implement all the agreements that were signed. And I'm sure that India will continue to serve its interests as it sees fit.
Thank you for speaking to Republic. This was Israel's ambassador to India, Reuven Azhar, speaking with us over the Middle East crisis. This is Saurav Gupta with VJ Vivek for Republic TV.
All right, so this was Reuven Azhar, and he claimed that we are attacking the besieged forces and we will continue to exhaust our efforts. We'll continue the strikes against the IRGC, Iran. And the question that we posed, that did you expect such a massive retaliation? He said, surprised they started with such a hysterical way. They attacked civilians, surprised they attacked the neighboring countries. And the question on invasion, he responded, no plans to invade Iran. All right, we are getting another big breaking news right now at this moment. And this comes as a big breaking news on your television screen. And this is about the Israeli ambassador to India claims Netanyahu is very much alive. The Israeli ambassador claims the video that was released by Netanyahu is not AI generated, which was being claimed by the Iran. Now, Israeli envoy claims disinformation campaign against Netanyahu. So this is the video, the other video that has been released, in which you can clearly see Netanyahu is showing his fingers. They are 4 fingers, 1 thumb, and the 5 fingers actually. So you can see very well, this is a proof as being claimed by Israel that this is not an AI generated video and that Netanyahu is very much alive, he is very much safe.
So first of all, yes, Prime Minister Netanyahu is alive. I saw him personally when I was in Israel more than once. Yes, this video, the cafe, is not AI fabricated. So, you know, there's a lot of disinformation. I think it derives from the fact that the Iranian side and those who are accomplices to them are trying to cover for the weakness. Okay. So first of all, yes, Prime Minister Netanyahu is alive. I saw him personally when I was in Israel more than once. Yes, this video, the cafe, is not AI fabricated. So, you know, there's a lot of disinformation. I think it derives from the fact that the Iranian side and those who are accomplices to them are trying to cover for the weakness. Okay.
All right, so this is official now. Israel has now claimed that none of the video was AI generated, and also Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had earlier released a video on X after conspiracy theories circulated on social media which claimed that he had been killed in a strike. Now, in the clip, you can clearly see he can be seen ordering coffee at a cafe and joking about the rumors also. And he's mentioning that I am dead for coffee. I'm dead for coffee. He said, using a Hebrew phrase that roughly translates to loving something to death. Now, this is coming from Israel, and this is about the claims which are being made by Iran of claiming to assassinate Netanyahu, and this has been cleared by Israel that nothing has happened. He's clearly safe and he's healthy. And all right, we have esteemed guest joining with us, Major General Shashi Asthana. Thanks a lot, sir, for joining us to speak on this issue and what's unfolding in that region. What about the claims that were being made by Iran? And they are claiming that we have struck and we were successful once, but now the videos that are being shared by the Israeli Prime Minister and also being claimed by Israel that these are not AI generated. But first, your take on what's happening there.
See, in the warfare of today, it is fair to assume that the conventional war will also be a narrative war. So this is exactly what is happening. Both sides are trying to pose some kind of psychological dominance by posting videos, sometimes right, sometimes wrong, sometimes the real ones, sometimes fake ones, and sometimes mixed ones. So this is how perhaps both sides are doing. There are a fair amount of fake videos from the other side, from the Western side as well. It's not only from the Iranis. So yes, apparently with whatever videos have come to fore, I certainly presume that Netanyahu would be alive, and there is fair amount of evidence to say that. But Netanyahu continues to remain a target. So therefore, even if the fake video is posted, basically it's a message to the other side that you are on the target list, and perhaps
General Asthana, stay with us. We have another big development that is coming in, another big breaking news, and we need your comment on that too. There's a big breaking news coming in, and now UAE is confirming. It's confirming that a large fire was reported. A large fire erupted at the Fujairah petroleum industries area caused by a drone strike. Large fire in Fujairah port in UAE. This is a big claim. Now, this is coming in from UAE, which is confirming that a large fire has been reported. It erupted at the Fujairah petroleum industries area caused by a drone strike. So this is a drone strike that has caused the fire in that region. Major Asthana, your response. What's your take on this?
See, Iran is targeting the oil hubs in a manner that this airport is, they are basically trying to create deterrence. Because what was being seen was that although the Strait of Hormuz was closed, but fair amount of oil tankers were moving from Fujairah. So apparently they have targeted that to give a message that this can be targeted, and it's also a message to the other countries whose tankers are there and they are being filled in that port. So they have not targeted the port or the tankers, but they have certainly targeted the airport to deliver a message that the allies of America, they will be targeted, and their overall strategy of Iran is to impose cost on US and Israel by trying to prove to their allies that the US cannot save you. That's number one.
Yes.
And number two, to increase the cost of the supply transshipments of the oil and energy for rest of the world, so that the rest of the world also curses US and Israel for having started this war, because before this war, I think all supplies were moving very smoothly.
Definitely.
So as far as others are concerned, causes notwithstanding.
Yeah, stay with us. So we have another big breaking news that is coming in right now at this moment. Israel now claims that the Israeli Air Force now claims that they have dismantled the aircraft used by the supreme leader of Iran at Mehrabad Airport in Tehran. So this is another strike which was on the Mehrabad International Airport in Tehran in Iran, and now they are claiming, the Israeli Air Force, the IDF is claiming that they have dismantled the aircraft used by the supreme leader of Iran at the Mehrabad Airport in Tehran. Visuals from Mehrabad, Iran on your screen, but this is another claim. One side, the claims from the United States of America that we have completely destroyed their Air Force, their Navy, their drone power, their missile power, and now Israel's claim of dismantling, destroying the aircraft which is used by the supreme leader of Iran at Mehrabad Airport in Tehran. Major Asthana, your comment on this. Now, another target after Ayatollah Khamenei is Mojtaba. Now, destroying his aircraft is also symbolic, sir. Your take on this?
See, you have to grant the Americans and Israelis the kind of combat capability they have and the kind of precision strike capability they have. So as far as they are concerned, they will be able to degrade all the infrastructure and the combat resources, as well as the civilian resources of Iran as the time passes. So obviously, although President Trump also is in a habit of making over-exaggerating his claims, because earlier he said that, okay, nuclear sites have been obliterated, and after that again he is going after the nuclear sites. Now is the same case that Air Force has been obliterated and all military assets have been obliterated, but yet he finds another target in terms of this aircraft and targeting that. Then the fact is that despite all these claims, the fact is that if there are drones and missiles coming from Iran and they are targeting various countries, including the airport which you just showed, that means the capability to strike still remains. And in my opinion, this capability is going to remain. The capability to do harassing fire, to capability to do sporadic strikes, that will remain with Iran. Because Iran is a firstly large country, secondly hilly country, thirdly they are also aware of the capabilities of America. So they are prepared for very long time for this kind of contingencies, and therefore they have fair amount of underground shelters to protect their military assets, missiles as well as drones. So yes, we will keep hearing such news, and the Americans will continue to target. I don't have any reason to disbelieve that the aircraft would have been hit. Certainly it would have been hit because they have these capabilities, and slowly they are targeting trying to obliterate every military asset which Iran has and could potentially use against them.
All right, so stay with us. We have another big breaking news that is coming in right now at this moment. We'll share that breaking news and need your comment on that. There's another strike on a school, this time in Khomeini, in Iran. Strikes on another school in Iran. An Iranian school has been targeted in airstrikes. We'll get you more details of the story. It's a developing story. This shouldn't have happened again. Now, after Minab, now school in Iran's Khomeini has been hit in airstrike. Major Asthana, we need your comment on this too. Previously, there were reports that confirmed that a Tomahawk was used in an attack on a school. Miscalculation, maybe, wrong information, old data that the US was having. But why again a strike is happening on a school? Were these old bases that were being used by the IRGC? Your take on this too?
Certainly, I think this is I would say a bad targeting in a manner that maybe that their data went awry, or maybe I don't visualize that it is intentional, because this is going against the strategy of America. If Americans want people of Iran to stand up against the regime, this is certainly not the way, because this is actually increasing the anger of Iranian people against America and against Israel. So any such act, even the previous one, which you mentioned, there also in the funeral, the kind of people which came out, despite America claiming all kinds of bombing and Israelis claiming all kinds of bombing effort. But then the fact was that people were so fearless that they came out in such large numbers for the processions against those, for the killings of those children in the school. Now, similar activity, again, similar, whether it is miscalculation or it is a deliberate targeting, in both cases, I think it will certainly anger the people of Iran, and people of Iran will certainly start supporting the Iranian regime, or a cohesion, national cohesion and a national resolve against Iran, against USA and Israel will emerge, which is seen to be emerging very clearly. So more is the amount of targeting, more such a resolve will appear, because I think USA has to learn some lessons from the previous wars. See, in Afghanistan, they kept bombing for 20 years, and I don't think the Taliban gave up their resolve or surrendered. Now, similar thing is going to happen here. Iran is not going to surrender. If Taliban did not surrender for 20 years, surely the Iran will also not surrender.
Iran is quite bigger and more stronger compared to Taliban, Afghanistan,
exactly.
and other countries that the US has fought earlier. Thanks a lot, Major Asthana, for your detailed analysis on what's happening in the West Asian region. Thanks a lot, sir. All right, viewers, now as the war continues to escalate and more reports come of the strikes of the countries joining the war, now both Israel and Iran accused each other of strikes. Now Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi tells US media that the regime is not in a war of survival. The regime is stable and the regime is strong enough. Now viewers, in the middle of this, now Republic is on the ground reporting from the war zone. Let's watch that.
The US last night carried out a historic strike on Khark Island, and they didn't wipe out the island's oil infrastructure for reasons of decency. Me, as a journalist reporting from southern Iran right now, I need to mention a few facts for you. First, Khark Island is not some uniquely strategic island, which suggests President Trump may not have very detailed knowledge of Iran's geopolitical landscape. Second, if we look at history, the strikes last night would be about the 2,800th time this island has been attacked during the war Iran has experienced in the last decades. And interesting to know, many locals around here are quite happy about the strikes because most of the buildings that were hit were empty or damaged from earlier attacks. And some people are joking that Trump just saved them the effort of demolishing them later during reconstruction. And I wonder, when someone has a limited historical and geopolitical understanding but makes a huge media story about this not significant island, what does it mean? I guess it often means a narrative is being prepared, like Iran has been destroyed, declare victory, and then push for a ceasefire.
Now let's move on to another big breaking news that we are getting right now at this moment, and this is the EU, the European Union, mulls how to keep the Strait of Hormuz open amid the conflict, amid the war. The EU Foreign Policy Chief issues statement on Hormuz. The EU Foreign Policy Chiefs has issued a statement on Hormuz. So this is the latest that is coming in. EU to discuss how to keep Hormuz open amid war. The EU Foreign Policy Chief issues a statement on the Hormuz Strait. Now this amid as the war is escalating to a different level, to a point of no return, the Strait of Hormuz being choked, and especially the IRGC attacking the Israeli or US-linked ships. Now EU mulls how to keep Hormuz open amid the war, because it has been choked by the IRGC, by the Iranian regime, and it's a war zone. The EU Foreign Policy Chief issues a statement on Hormuz Strait, and they're mulling on how to keep the Strait of Hormuz open open amid the escalating Middle East war, because as per them, it is in their interest to keep the Strait of Hormuz open, and EU countries are evaluating what actions Europe can take to ensure maritime traffic continues through the strategic waterway. Now, this statement comes ahead of a meeting of EU foreign ministers. Now, EU foreign policy chief issues a statement on the Hormuz Strait. The EU mulls how to keep the Strait of Hormuz open amid the war. Earlier, Donald Trump has appealed to its allies to show support and come and keep the Strait of Hormuz open and protect their territory. All right, viewers, we have another big breaking news, and it's about the LPG. We are going to a small commercial break. Don't go anywhere. We'll just be back after a short commercial break. But coming up next, don't go anywhere. 2 Indian flagged LPG carriers with 92,700 metric tons transited through Strait of Hormuz. Shivalik vessel is expected to arrive today. Coming up next.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
First, we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू
नहीं तो तुम तो कराएगी
अनुसरी होगा तुम तो कुमार गिरा तो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला चलो गोटे का गाड़ी मारवा
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, every day.
First, we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू
नहीं तो तुम तो कराएगी
अनुसरी होगा तुम तो कुमार गिरा तो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला चलो गोटे का गाड़ी मारवा
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching
watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, viewers, Trump's Hormuz coalition becoming a big flop as after Australia, Germany and Japan also snubbed the request. We'll get you all the details, but first up, let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking for you at this hour.
I said, I don't want them after we win the war. I want it before. So whether it's whether we get support or not, but I can say this, and I said it to them, we will remember.
After Australia, Japan and Germany, now UK also snubs Trump's request to deploy a fleet at the Strait of Hormuz. External Affairs Minister S. Shankar says India in talks with Iran to reopen Strait of Hormuz amid energy supply concerns. Also adds, India believes it is more productive to reason and coordinate with Iran to find a way forward. After the Dubai airport hit by Iranian attacks, officials say operations in the international airport have been temporarily shut down. Indian markets open flat as relief for Indian vessels in Hormuz seen as a breather. Rupee now at above 92.4 per dollar. Two Indian-flagged LPG carriers with 92,700 metric tons transited through Strait of Hormuz. Shivalik vessel to arrive soon. Nanda Devi to arrive tomorrow. Welcome viewers. Our top focus at this hour in an exclusive conversation with Republic TV. The Israeli envoy has now highlighted Iran's unexpected attacks on Gulf nations, which has led to increased pressure on Iran from these countries. Now, the ambassador also claims that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is very much alive and the video released by him is not AI generated. This comes amid claims of disinformation campaign against the Israeli Prime Minister. Take a listen.
The historic Prime Minister Modi's visit was really an opportunity to upgrade this relationship to the level of a special strategic partnership. And as you know, we have signed more than 17 agreements. So we have a lot of work ahead of us. While Prime Minister Modi was there, we didn't know that this operational opportunity would come. We knew that the situation is volatile because of Iranian actions, but the operational opportunity came only after Prime Minister Modi left. And the cabinet took the decision, approved the decision to launch the attack only 2 days after.
So, does Israel and US have misread the situation and they were expecting a regime change in Iran itself, but now a more hardliner is in the power. So what do you want to say about that?
We were very clear at the outset what our aims are. We want to neutralize the nuclear military threat. We want to remove the ballistic missile threat because these two threats are existential for the state of Israel. And we wanted to get the Iranians to stop supporting proxies. In addition to that, we said that we want to give the Iranian people an opportunity to embrace their future. And we are doing that by attacking also the besieged forces, the oppressing forces that have been killing tens of thousands of Iranian civilians, torturing them, raping them. So this aim remains. Now, you're right that the Iranian regime now is doubling down. And that means that if we don't have a diplomatic outcome, they don't accept the conditions of the United States when it comes to the threats I mentioned, we will continue to exhaust our efforts until we feel that the Iranian capabilities were degraded to the point that our region will be much safer.
So have you expected such massive retaliation from the Iranian side?
Yes, we did know what their capabilities are. What surprised us is that they decided in a quite hysterical way to attack the countries that they claimed are their own friends. They attacked 12 countries. And they attacked civilians both in Israel and in the Gulf countries, unlike what they are stating. So this actually didn't bring the pressure on the United States and Israel like they planned, but they have brought more pressure on them. And this manifests itself in the UN Security Council resolution that has been adopted only a few days back that is condemning the Iranian decision. This Security Council resolution was co-sponsored by India and has the backing of 130 countries. So actually the pressure is flipped on them.
So with Israel identifying over 2,500 military targets, does the complete neutralization of existential threats include a permanent ground invasion or a sole long-range degradation of IRGC assets?
We are not planning a ground invasion. We have stated that at the outset. We are working as much as we can to continue this degradation. We've been pretty successful in that. The Iranian regime no longer possesses the capability to produce weapons, and we have brought down the launching capability about 70%, and the number of launches against Israel, daily launches, has decreased substantially since the beginning of the war.
So do you believe that Russia and China helped Iran in building such high-tech weapons, and what are their influences in this war?
We are calling all countries in the world to refrain from supplying to the Iranian regime the material that they need in order to continue building these weapons of mass destruction. I think that not only counters the international resolutions that were adopted, but also are very detrimental to the stability and the future of the region.
So does Israel view the disarming of Hezbollah as a prerequisite for any ceasefire with Tehran, or are these now being treated as two separate non-negotiable wars?
We are talking with our friends, with the United States, and also with partners in the region, including countries that we don't have diplomatic relations with, in creating the horizon for a diplomatic formula that will actually ensure that we have stability in the region. That has to include the dismantlement of Hezbollah in Lebanon. We have, as you know, signed a ceasefire with Lebanon in the past. Unfortunately, the Lebanese government didn't deliver on the commitment to dismantle Hezbollah. And the question is whether we can now develop tools that would allow the Lebanese government to do so. So these discussions are ongoing, and I hope that we have a good outcome.
And now, viewers, as the war in West Asia escalates with more and more countries joining the conflict, both Israel and Iran are now trading blame. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says the regime is not in the war of survival. It is stable and strong enough, while the US is now mulling over putting boots on the ground in Kharg Island. Viewers, in the middle of this, Republic is the only media network to be on ground reporting from the war zone. Take a look at this exclusive report.
Here is a resort city of Eilat. This is the touristic city of Israel, and you can see the Red Sea here behind me. Many tourists coming here during the regular days, but in the past 2 weeks, this place became another target of Iranian ballistic missiles, and they targeted this neighborhood and the whole city with an illegal cluster munition ballistic missile. And you can see how extensive is the damage of this cluster munition. Just one part of that fell here on this building, and all the apartments from one side of the building are completely destroyed, and this is because of the shock wave that is coming from just one small part of the ballistic missile. You can see even the door here is broken, and here you can see the door of the apartment also completely went off because of the shock of the ballistic missile wave. אפשר לצלם בפנים? But we can't go inside, but inside all the apartment is destroyed, even the walls, because of this big wave, the shock wave. And you can see this neighborhood is residential. There are no military targets here, no strategic targets. It's just regular people living here. and just one ballistic missile of Iran targeted 10 different residential areas of Eilat. Several people were injured from this missile, and you can see how dangerous this is for regular people. Nikol Yochin, Eilat, Israel. Here behind me you can see the place where the Iranian ballistic missile hit. It was a warhead with cassette bombs. About 10 of them hit different places all around the resort city of Eilat on the Red Sea. And you can see how much damage it did. This is a building that was almost completely destroyed, and people ran to the shelters on time, and that's why they survived. One resident of this building told us that he went out before the time. He saw something in the sky coming towards him. It looked like a small thick, but it became bigger and bigger. At some point he understood that it is a bomb, a cassette, illegal bomb that Iran using in its spreading ballistic missiles. The man ran inside the bomb shelter again, and that's how he survived. Nikol Yochin, Eilat, Israel.
And now, viewers, as the war escalates with more and more countries joining the conflict, the focus is now shifting to Kharg Island, Iran's oil lifeline, which handles about 90 to 95% of its crude exports. Now, while the US strikes have already targeted the military infrastructure, reports now say Trump is eyeing seizing the island as well. Now, this could mark a major escalation in the ongoing conflict, and in the middle of this, Republic is on ground reporting from the war zone. Take a look at this exclusive report.
The US last night carried out a historic strike on Kharg Island, and they didn't wipe out the island's oil infrastructure for reasons of decency. Me, as a journalist reporting from southern Iran right now, I need to mention a few facts for you. First, Kharg Island is not some uniquely strategic island, which suggests President Trump may not have very detailed knowledge of Iran's geopolitical landscape. Second, if we will look at history, the strikes last night would be about the 2,800th time this island has been attacked during the war Iran has experienced in last decades. And interesting to know, many locals around here are quite happy about the strikes because most of the buildings that were hit were empty or damaged from earlier attacks. And some people are joking that Trump just saved them the effort of demolishing them later during reconstruction. And I wonder, when someone has a limited historical and geopolitical understanding but makes a huge media story about this not significant island, what does it mean? I guess it often means a narrative is being prepared, like Iran has been destroyed, declare victory, and then push for a ceasefire.
All right, viewers, we've got another breaking news from the war zone areas. Now, Indian embassy in Tehran has asked Indians not to attempt to cross the border. This comes amid escalating tensions. Indian embassy has now advised against uncoordinated travel. In fact, at this point, there has been an advisory issued by the embassy which says all Indian nationals currently in Iran are strictly advised not to approach or attempt to cross any land border of the Iran for onward travel without explicit coordination with the embassy of India in Tehran, which means that they have to coordinate with the embassy officials in case they are moving on. In fact, all right, viewers, that's the latest advisory issued by the Indian embassy in Iran, asking Indians not to travel without contacting the embassy. Do not engage in uncoordinated travel or attempt to cross the border. That's the latest we're getting as far as the advisory which has been issued by the Indian embassy goes in terms of escalating tensions. Now we are shifting focus. Two Indian flagged LPG carriers with about 92,700 metric tons have now transited through the Strait of Hormuz. And in fact, we are given to understand that Shivalik vessel will be arriving today at the Mundra port, while the other one is expected to arrive tomorrow. Now we're tracking all the movement of these vessels. It's very close to the Indian coast and will soon be docking at the Indian coast any time from now. We're getting you visuals, in fact, of that tracker, of the map. In fact, now Shivalik is expected to dock at the Mundra port. The docking could happen, in fact, any time. Now, those are the visuals on your screen showing you the vessel as well. While Nanda Devi will arrive tomorrow, today we are getting the second Indian vessel, in fact, here docking at the Mundra port. It's carrying LPG, which is in fact very essential to India at the time we are looking at an energy crisis. And we're getting you visuals and the tracking movement as well of the two Indian flagged LPG carriers. They're carrying about 92,700 metric tons of LPG. They have already transited safely through the Strait of Hormuz at a time when Iran has declared it as a war zone. And now Shivalik vessel, in fact, is expected to arrive today at the Mundra port. So any time from now, we could see the docking take place. As per the trackers, the vessel is very close to the Indian coast and will soon be docking at the Mundra port. Now, remember, this is the Shivalik vessel carrying LPG, which is now set to arrive at the Indian port and dock, in fact, at the Mundra port. The other vessel, that is Nanda Devi, will be arriving tomorrow. And now, viewers, the war is escalating day by day. The number of casualties, though not disclosed by either side, is growing. And in a fresh US-Israeli airstrike on an Iranian school, this time in Khomein, has now been struck. The first school was in fact struck in Iran's Minab, and now another strike has taken place on a school, and this is in Iran's Khomein area. Now, viewers, that's the latest we're picking up from the war zone in Iran. Earlier, there was a girls' school which was hit in Minab on February 28th. And today, on 16th of March, we're looking at another school strike taking place. This is in Iran's Khomein. We're getting you visuals of both the strikes. And the latest one today comes from Khomein. This is where a school has been struck in a US and Israeli strike in Iran. Now, it's a breaking news, so we're still awaiting more details about casualties caused and the assessment of the damage. But we're getting you visuals of these strikes. First one was in Minab in Iran. Girls' school was struck. Over 70 children had lost their lives, and now we're looking at another school being struck in Iran. This time it's in Khomein. We're still looking for more details to come up in terms of casualties and the assessment of damage. But viewers, that's the latest we're picking up as far as the strikes go in Iran. All right, viewers, those are the visuals on your screen are showing you the two strikes that have taken place. First one on February 28th. A girls' school was struck in Minab. Over 170 children lost their lives. And remember, this was reportedly a US Tomahawk missile which has struck the school due to outdated data. And now we're looking at another strike taking place on a school in Khomein. This is today. The latest development that we're picking up from Iran as far as the strike goes. A school has now been struck in Khomein. And now, viewers, Iran's ambassador hints at a safe Strait of Hormuz passage for Indian oil tankers amid the global blockade, possibly a consequence of India's neutral diplomacy and humanitarian aid, like docking IRIS Lavan, and in fact, Prime Minister Modi's direct talks with the Iranian leadership. Now, this potential alliance emerges as Iran faces the US-Israeli pressures and warship losses in the rapidly escalating West Asia war. So what did India do right to win Iran's permission to Strait of Hormuz? Take a look at this report.
India, are you saying that India will get safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz?
Yeah. Because we believe that
We believe that Iran and India are friends. And vice versa. And for this reason, governments of India help us. And we should help the government of India because we have common faith, common interest. We believe as an ambassador in India, we believe that common faith, we have common faith in the region. And for this reason, all the high-ranking officials from Iran instructed the embassy of Iran in India that paved the way for the Indian government.
The Iranian ambassador to India hints safe passage for Indian oil tankers through the strategic Strait of Hormuz. This allowance for India comes after Iran has blocked the Strait of Hormuz for every other country.
India is in favor of peace and urges a return to dialogue and diplomacy. We advocate de-escalation, restraint, and ensuring the safety of civilians. 2. The well-being and security of the Indian community in the region is our priority. We will continue to work with the governments of the region towards that end. And 3. Our national interest, including energy security and trade flows, will always be paramount. I'm confident, sir, that the government has the full support of this august House on this matter. I thank you. When they set out and came here, the situation was totally different. They were coming in for a fleet review, and then they got, in a way, caught on the wrong side of events. For us, when this ship wanted to come in, and that too in difficulties, I think it was the humane thing to do. And I think we were guided by that principle. And in a sense of the other ships, one obviously had a similar situation in Sri Lanka, and they took the decision which they did, and one unfortunately didn't make it. I think where we really approached it from the point of view of, in a sense, of humanity, of other than, whatever the legal issues were. And I think we did the right thing.
This diplomatic move by India comes after Iran is in a desperate shortage of warships in fighting US-Israel, as it has recently lost Iris Dana warship to US bombing near Indian Ocean.
And now viewers, sirens are once again rang out across Israel as Iranian missiles are targeted the city of Tel Aviv. Now the latest barrage is part of the escalating conflict between Iran and Israel, which has now entered another intense phase with repeated missile exchanges and growing civilian impact. Officials say several sites have been damaged in the latest attack, even as emergency teams rushed to the scene. Take a look at this report.
Sirens wailed across Tel Aviv as Iranian missiles struck parts of the city. Security forces rushed to the scene after the barrage caused damage and triggered a small fire. Police moved civilians into bomb shelters as emergency responders secured the affected area. Israel's rescue service United Hatzalah says at least 23 sites were damaged in the latest round of missile strikes. Authorities say teams are still inspecting several locations to assess the scale of the damage. According to officials, at least 12 people have been killed in Israel by Iranian missile fire since the war began. Several others have been injured in the ongoing attacks, including 3 people wounded in Sunday's strike. Despite the impact, emergency officials say many civilians managed to reach shelters in time after the warning sirens sounded.
We had a missile attack toward Israel. One of the missiles probably hit right behind me on the ground. We have a few cars and 1 motorcycle damage. We have no wounds, no people that wounded here. Everyone was inside the safe rooms. This is the place to say thank you to all the civilians for their civilian discipline. Okay, when they hear the siren, they know how to get inside and watch themselves.
The exchange of missile attacks comes amid the escalating war between Iran and Israel, which has intensified following strikes on Iranian military and nuclear facilities earlier in the conflict. Since then, both sides have launched repeated attacks, raising fears of a wider regional war across the Middle East. With missile barrages continuing and civilian areas increasingly affected, the conflict shows little sign of easing as both the nations remain on high alert.
All right, viewers, that's all we could pack in this edition of Live and Breaking. Thank you so much for watching. And coming up on the other side, External Affairs Minister S. Shankar says India in talks with Iran to reopen Strait of Hormuz amid energy supply concerns. 2 Indian-flagged LPG carriers carrying about 92,700 metric tons of LPG transit through Strait of Hormuz, Shiva Lake, set to dock at Indian ports soon.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, External Affairs Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज दे रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू अनु से नहीं होगा तुम कमाल गिरा तो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला चलो वो टका गाड़ी मार
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus in this bulletin will be the West Asia conflict. But also, while Donald Trump was pleading its allies to help in securing the Strait of Hormuz, now US President Donald Trump has warned NATO allies that they will face a very bad future if they refuse to help secure the Strait of Hormuz. We'll get you all the details of this story and a lot more. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour.
And I don't want them after we win the war. I want it before we start. So whether we get support or not, but I can say this, and I said it to them, we will remember.
Donald Trump warns NATO. US President Donald Trump has warned NATO allies and said that they will face a very bad future if they refuse to help secure the Strait of Hormuz. The US allies have snubbed Donald Trump's request to help keep the Strait of Hormuz open and safe. Indian ships Shivalik and Nanda Devi have crossed the Strait of Hormuz and are now heading towards ports in India. In the latest, Iranian drones have struck Dubai International Airport. No injuries have been reported so far. All right, viewers, let's begin with the first top story. Now, two Indian-flagged LPG carriers with 92,700 metric tons transited through Strait of Hormuz, and the Indian vessel Shivalik vessel is expected to arrive today at Mundra port. Now, as per the recent trackers, the vessel is very close to the Indian coast and will soon be docking at the Indian coast anytime from now. And we'll get you the latest updates of that ship reaching the port or reaching the Indian coast anytime soon, because there are two vessels that are about to reach, and very soon the Indian ships Shivalik, the Shiv, and Nanda Devi, who have crossed the Strait of Hormuz, will be reaching India. First, the Shivalik ship, the Shivalik vessel, will be reaching India, and combined capacity is more than 92,700 metric tons of LPG. These are the two Indian-flagged LPG carriers with 92,700 metric tons transited through Strait of Hormuz, and the Indian vessel, Shivalik vessel, is expected to arrive first. It will arrive in a very short while at the Mundra port. Now, these as per the recent trackers, because we are tracking the movement of the ship. As of now, the vessel is very close to the Indian coast, and it will soon be docking at the Indian coast, and we'll get you the latest visuals also. And because LPG is something which is very hard to stockpile, we'll show you the tracker also on your screens in a short while. Now, this on your screen is the tracker which is showing the movement. It is very close to the port, to the Mundra port on your screen. It will arrive, it is expected to arrive at 3 p.m., which is around half an hour from now. It will be reaching the port. It will be docking there. All right, now we are being joined by Sorali for more updates. Sorali, how much more time will be required for the ship to reach the Indian coast? It is expected to dock at the Indian coast anytime from now.
Yes, that's true. Let me tell you, according to the port authorities, they have informed us that Shivalik will be docked around 4:30 p.m. at the Mundra port, and tomorrow at Kandla port, Nanda Devi will be docked in the state of Gujarat. So let me tell you, if we combine both the shipments, they are carrying 92,700 metric tons of liquefied petroleum gas, that is LPG. If we talk about the requirements of India, it's way less, but then it's the start. Also, the government of India has informed that more than 20 shipments are still hovering around the Strait of Hormuz in the west side of it in the Persian Gulf. But the strategic and diplomatic talks that is consistently going on between the Indian government and the Iranian authorities have given us this development, which comes in a very important time when the entire world has been hit. The economy has been hit at different levels, but to be very specific, as we all know, that Strait of Hormuz observes 1/5 of global oil transit, and that's the reason energy supplies were hit majorly. And in India, we have seen chaos in the last week, maybe about the hospitals, hotels, or educational institutions, allegations by opposition. But now, in such times, efforts by Indian government is seen very, very clearly. And the importance of diplomatic ties is clearly seen in this entire situation wherein we are on board with US, Israel and Iran as well. At the same time, it's a conflict time, but even then Indian government has become successful to bring 2 shipments of LPG wherein the crisis was seen. And also more shipments are expected in coming days. Back to you.
All right. Thanks for the details. We'll be tracking this ship, the movement of the vessel, because very shortly it will be reaching the Indian coast anytime from now. I'm also being joined by Gesu from the newsroom for more details on this story. Gesu, it's very critical at this moment to have these vessels reach the Indian coast, because this means more than 1.5 days of LPG supply for the entire nation. We will be needing lots of other vessels to be reaching Indian coasts. But what about other ships and this ship, the details that you're fetching about the movement of Shivalik and Nanda Devi?
Right, Shivam in fact correctly pointed out this is a critical shipment for India. It comes in the face of India, like the much of the globe, facing and reeling under the LPG shortage. Now remember, we're talking about Shivalik and Nanda Devi, 2 vessels, but Shivalik is supposed to dock at the Mundra port in Gujarat today. In fact, it's being escorted by the Indian Navy for the route that is left for it to reach the Indian waters. Now, Nanda Devi also has reached the neutral waters. It has passed through the strait. Shivalik is important specifically because it's carrying 40,000 metric tons of liquefied petroleum gas alone. In a total, these 2 vessels, Shivalik and Nanda Devi, are carrying about 92,000 metric tons of LPG, of which 40,000 metric tons are bagged only on Shivalik, which is now being escorted by the Indian Navy and is expected to port at Gujarat's Mundra port in just a few hours from now. In fact, after entering the neutral waters, the Indian Navy has taken it upon itself to bring the vessel into the Indian waters and to maintain and safeguard and to protect the vessel that's now coming to Mundra port. This is huge. It comes in the face of the LPG crisis that India is reeling with. Now remember, like you said, 1.5 days of LPG supply just aboard this single vessel, Shivalik, that's to dock today.
So thanks a lot for the details, and keep tracking the vessel. I'll come back to you for more updates as the vessel reaches the Indian coast. All right, let's move on to another big breaking news that we are getting right now at this moment. And this comes from EM Jaishankar. And he says, I thank the government and the people of Armenia for facilitating the safe evacuation of over 550 Indian nationals from Iran so far. Now, these Indian nationals, the 550 Indian nationals, were evacuated from Iran so far, from Armenia. So this is External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar thanking the government and the people of Armenia for facilitating the safe passage, the safe evacuation of over 550 Indians from that route. Now let's move on to another top story. Now, a drug party raid at a former BRS MLA's farmhouse in Telangana has sparked political controversy after the state's anti-narcotics Eagle team detained 10 people, including a sitting MP and former MLAs from multiple states. Now, police recovered 2 grams of cocaine from the premises, and reports say former MLA Rohit Reddy tested positive for the drug, while TDP MP Putta Mahesh Yadav tested negative. During the raid, one of the detainees allegedly fired 2 rounds in the air. A court has remanded 3 accused, including Rohit Reddy, to 14 days of judicial custody, while 8 others were granted bail. The TDP has issued a show cause notice to its MP over the incident. Watch this report.
A drug party at a former BRS MLA's farmhouse in Moirabad, Telangana has caused a lot of trouble for the ruling TDP. Ten persons, including a sitting MP and former MLAs of multiple states, were detained. This after the Eagle team, which is the Telangana anti-narcotics team, raided the farmhouse. Two grams of cocaine were seized from the premises. Former Telangana MLA Rohit Reddy and a former Rajasthan MLA reportedly tested positive for cocaine, while TDP MP from Andhra Pradesh, Putta Mahesh Yadav, tested negative. One of the detained persons allegedly fired 2 rounds in the air with a firearm belonging to Rohit's brother. A judge remanded Rohit Reddy, Ritesh Reddy and Namit Sharma to 14 days of judicial custody. 8 others, including the TDP MP, were granted bail.
అందరికి కూడా నమస్కారాలు. ఏలూరు ప్రజలకి అలాగే ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ ప్రజలకి అందరికి కూడా నమస్కారాలు. ఇవాళ నేను ఎక్కడ కానీ తప్పు చేయలేదు. మీ అందరికీ నేను చెప్పుకోవాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంది. అలాగే నిన్న ఎన్నో రోజుల నుంచి అక్కడ ఉండే పర్సన్స్ నన్ను కలవడానికి వాళ్ళందరూ రిక్వెస్ట్ చేయడం వల్ల నాకు నిన్న కుదరడం వల్ల వాళ్ళ డిన్నర్కి వెళ్ళడం జరిగింది. ఆ డిన్నర్లో ఎక్కడ కానీ నేను తప్పు చేయలేదు. మీ అందరికీ కూడా మళ్ళీ తెలుపుకుంటున్నా. ఎప్పుడు కూడా ఏలూరు ప్రజలు నా మీద పెట్టుకున్న నమ్మకంని ఎప్పుడు కూడా ఒమ్ము చేయను, ఎప్పుడు కూడా తప్పు చేయనని మీ అందరికీ తెలుపుతూ, అలాగే మీడియాలో వచ్చే కథనాలు, అలాగే సోషల్ మీడియాలో వచ్చే కథనాలు ఏవి కూడా నమ్మొద్దండి. ఎప్పుడు కూడా నేను నిజాలే చెప్తాను, అబద్ధాలు చెప్పనని మీ అందరికీ తెలుపుకుంటూ అందరికీ కూడా నమస్కారాలు, ధన్యవాదాలు.
Meanwhile, the TDP has issued a show cause notice against MP Mahesh Yadav. The BRS also issued a statement condemning the actions of their former MLAs.
We're getting another big breaking news right now, and this is from China. China calls out for global economic crisis. Now, China's foreign ministry is calling for an immediate halt to military operations in the Middle East, warning that further regional escalation could hit the global economy. So this is coming from China because China is being affected by the US-Iran war as of now. Now, this is the statement from China, which says further military escalation could hit the global market. China's foreign minister warns about the global economic crisis because China firstly is being deeply impacted by what's going on in the West Asian region. 45% of China's oil imports pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran alone provides 13% of China's crude imports, and China buys around 80-90% Iran's exported oil, and because there are sanctions on the Iranian oil because China is deeply impacted. All right, viewers, let's move on to another big breaking news that we are getting right now at this moment. Big breaking news coming in, and this after a close call for Indian vessel Jaglarki near UAE. And now the crude oil tanker is being escorted out of the Gulf of Oman by the Indian Navy as the maritime security in the region remains tense. Now remember, Indian vessel Jaglarki was very close to UAE's Fujairah when Fujairah was attacked, and now the crude oil tanker is reportedly carrying around 80,000 tons of crude oil, and now the vessel is being escorted out of the Gulf of Oman, crossing the high-risk war zone. The entire Strait of Hormuz is a war zone, and this vessel will soon be reaching the Indian waters. The Jaglarki vessel, which will be reaching very soon. Remember, this Indian vessel Jaglarki was very close to UAE's Fujairah when Fujairah was attacked, and now the crude oil tanker is reportedly carrying around 80,000 tons of crude oil, and the vessel is being escorted out of the Gulf of Oman, crossing the high-risk war zone, and it will soon be in the Indian waters. Very soon it will be in the Indian waters and will be reaching the Indian coast also. It's a big breaking news, and this after a close call for the Indian vessel Jaglarki near the UAE. Now, and as the war escalates with more and more countries joining the war, both Israel and Iran are trading blame. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says the regime is not in a war of survival. Regime is stable and strong enough, while the US is mulling over putting boots on the ground in Karg Island. Viewers, in the middle of this, Republic is on the ground, reporting from the war zone. Take a look at this exclusive report.
Here is a resort city of Eilat. This is the touristic city of Israel, and you can see the Red Sea here behind me. Many tourists coming here during the regular days, but in the past 2 weeks, this place became another target of Iranian ballistic missiles, and they targeted this neighborhood and the whole city with an illegal cluster munition ballistic missile. And you can see how extensive is the damage of this cluster munition. Just one part of that fell here on this building, and all the apartments from one side of the building are completely destroyed. And this is because of the shock wave that is coming from just one small part of the ballistic missile. You can see even the door here is broken, and here you can see the door of the apartment also completely went off because of the shock of the ballistic missile wave. אפשר לצלם בפנים?
לא, רגע, יש פה...
But we can't go inside, but inside all the apartment is destroyed, even the walls, because of this big wave, the shock wave. And you can see this neighborhood is residential. There are no military targets here, no strategic targets. It's just regular people living here. And just one ballistic missile of Iran targeted 10 different residential areas of Eilat. Several people were injured from this missile, and you can see how dangerous this is for regular people. Nikol Yochin, Eilat, Israel. Here behind me you can see the place where the Iranian ballistic missile hit. It was a warhead with cassette bombs. About 10 of them hit different places all around the resort city of Eilat on the Red Sea. And you can see how much damage it did. This is a building that was almost completely destroyed, and people ran to the shelters on time, and that's why they survived. One resident of this building told us that he went out before the time. He saw something in the sky coming towards him. It looked like a small thick, but it became bigger and bigger. At some point he understood that it is a bomb, a cassette, illegal bomb that Iran using in its spreading ballistic missiles. The man ran inside the bomb shelter again, and that's how he survived. Nikol Yochin, Eilat, Israel.
All right, viewers, we are getting another big breaking news, and this is from Iran. Now, Iran has declared that the presence of the USS Gerald Ford aircraft carrier in the Red Sea is considered a threat against Iran. Therefore, the logistical and service centers supporting the mentioned carrier group in the Red Sea are also considered targets for the Iranian armed forces. So this comes from Iran. Iran has declared that logistical and service facilities supporting the United States aircraft carrier strike group, that is the USS Gerald R. Ford, would be considered legitimate military targets in the language of IRGC, in the words of IRGC, warning that any infrastructure assisting the carrier's operations could face attacks as tensions escalate in West Asia. Now, this is the latest that is coming in. As per reports, this is from Iran. Authorities have stated that the support centers providing services to the American carrier group deployed in the Red Sea are now viewed as part of the operational network of the vessel, and therefore legitimate targets under wartime conditions. The warning comes amid the ongoing confrontation between Iran and the United States and its allies in the region. So this is warning, a threat by the IRGC, by the Iranian regime that we will strike the logistic infrastructure supporting the USS Gerald Ford's operations. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, Iran's ambassador hints at a safe Strait of Hormuz passage for Indian oil tankers amid the global blockade, possibly a consequence of India's neutral diplomacy and humanitarian aid, like docking IRIS Lawan and PM Modi's direct talks with Iranian leadership. Now, this potential alliance emerges as Iran faces US-Israel pressures and warship losses in the rapidly escalating West Asia war. So, what did India do right to win Iran's permission to Strait of Hormuz? Take a look at this special report.
India always saying that India will get safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz?
Yeah. Because we believe that. We believe that Iran and India are friends. And vice versa. And for this reason, governments of India help us. And we should help the government of India because we have common faith, common interest. Yes, we believe, as an ambassador in India, we believe that common faith, we have common faith in the region. And for this reason, all the high-ranking officials from Iran instructed the embassy of Iran in India that paved the way for the Indian government.
The Iranian ambassador to India hints safe passage for Indian oil tankers through the strategic Strait of Hormuz. This allowance for India comes after Iran has blocked the Strait of Hormuz for every other country.
India is in favor of peace and urges a return to dialogue and diplomacy. We advocate de-escalation, restraint, and ensuring the safety of civilians. 2. The well-being and security of the Indian community in the region is our priority. We will continue to work with the governments of the region towards that end. And 3. Our national interest, including energy security and trade flows, will always be paramount. I'm confident, sir, that the government has the full support of this august House on this matter. I thank you. When they set out and came here, the situation was totally different. They were coming in for a fleet review, and then they got, in a way, caught on the wrong side of events. For us, when this ship wanted to come in, and that too in difficulties, I think it was the humane thing to do. And I think we were guided by that principle. And in a sense of the other ships, one obviously had a similar situation in Sri Lanka, and they took the decision which they did, and one unfortunately didn't make it. I think where we really approached it from the point of view of, in a sense, of humanity, of other than, whatever the legal issues were. And I think we did the right thing.
This diplomatic move by India comes after Iran is in a desperate shortage of warships in fighting US-Israel, as it has recently lost Iris Dana warship to US bombing near Indian Ocean.
Viewers, we're getting another big breaking news right now. This comes from the Belgian Prime Minister, who has called for EU to normalize ties with Russia. Right-wing nationalist Bart de Wever challenges full support for Ukraine in quest for lower energy prices. Now, Belgium's Prime Minister has called for the EU to normalize relations with Russia to access cheap energy, a rebuff to the bloc's agreed strategy of maximum support to Ukraine as it seeks to battle Moscow's 4-year invasion. Now, he said that we must normalize relations with Russia and regain access to cheap energy. That is common sense, said Bart de Wever, a right-wing Flemish nationalist who has previously challenged wholehearted EU support for Ukraine. This is Belgium's Prime Minister who is saying, asking EU to be mandated by its member states to negotiate with Russia, having failed thus far to get Moscow to back down on its war with Ukraine. And he has also said that since we are not capable of threatening Vladimir Putin by sending weapons to Ukraine, and we cannot choke him economically without the support of US, there is only one method left: making a deal. Well, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere, because coming up next, US allies have snubbed Donald Trump's request to help keep the Strait of Hormuz open and safe. Coming up next.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना, भेज रहा मंडू। नहीं तो फोन तो करेंगे। अरे आलू से नहीं होगा। हो गया।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाई जीरा से। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना, भेज रहा मंडू। नहीं तो फोन तो करेंगे। अरे आलू से नहीं होगा। हो गया।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat.
watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. It's 3 p.m. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj and we're tracking all the tensions that are escalating in West Asia, even as strikes and counter-strikes continue to develop. In fact, UAE's Fujairah port has been struck once again. Getting you all the details, here are your headlines for the. Take a look. Two Indian-flagged LPG carriers with 92,700 metric tons transit the Strait of Hormuz. Shivalik to dock soon, Nanda Devi to arrive tomorrow. After Australia, Japan and Germany now snub Trump's request to deploy a fleet at the Strait of Hormuz. Dubai airport struck by Iranian attacks. Officials state that operations in the international airport have been temporarily shut down. After a series of conspiracy theories surrounding Netanyahu's well-being, Republic spoke with Israeli envoy who said that the Israeli Prime Minister is very much alive. US President Donald Trump warned NATO allies they will face a very bad future if they refuse to help secure the Strait of Hormuz. Getting in a fresh breaking development now. On one hand, as West Asia tensions escalate, at least 7 Chinese ships were observed moving in the waters near Taiwan and 26 Chinese military aircraft, 16 of which in fact also breached Taiwan's air defense identification zone on the 15th of March. That was just yesterday. This follows another incident from the 13th of March where 1,000 Chinese private vessels amassed suspected to be part of the Chinese naval fleet. Now, thousands of Chinese fishing boats amassed in geometric formations in the East China Sea on the 13th of March. And just yesterday, at least 7 Chinese ships were observed moving in waters near Taiwan. This is not a new thing to have happened. In fact, 26 Chinese military aircraft also hovering around the Taiwanese airspace, 16 of which entered Taiwan's air defense identification zones on the 15th of March. China continuously threatening Taiwan's sovereignty through the waters and by breaching their airspace. In fact, we're also being joined by my colleague Isha to get us more updates into the matter. Isha, speak to us about this military muscle flex that's been going on in the waters. Now, this is not new, but the fact that 16 of Chinese aircraft actually breached the Taiwanese airspace, that's big. Isha.
Absolutely. China has this method wherein it keeps sending its military aircraft and fighter aircraft to breach the Chinese air defense, Taiwanese air defense identification zone. Now, this tactic is to test the penetration capabilities of the Chinese Air Force and check the air defense responses by the Taiwanese Air Force over there. Now, apart from that, 7 vessels of the Chinese Navy or the PLAN have been observed to be near the Taiwanese waters. These vessels have been circling around Taiwan in a way that is monitoring the activities and monitoring the movement of Taiwanese vessels and Taiwanese aircraft in the region. This comes shortly after the amassing of around 1,000 Chinese vessels. Now, these vessels are considered to be part of the Chinese naval militia. Now, the Chinese naval militia is privately owned boats that have influence under the PLAN, and they are suspected to be of use by the PLAN to host an invasion or help the Chinese Navy in case China ever decides to invade Taiwan. Now,
viewers, cutting across to the oil briefing by the Indian government as the tensions escalate in West Asia.
Next, please. या सो जो भी लोग एलपीजी से कमर्शियल पीएनजी पर शिफ्ट होना चाहते हैं इसके लिए वो CGD कंपनी से कांटेक्ट कर सकते हैं ईमेल के द्वारा, कस्टमर पोर्टल के द्वारा, लेटर या कॉल सेंटर के द्वारा भी। और इन सभी कंपनियों के डिटेल PNGRB वेबसाइट पर भी अवेलेबल है। इस प्रेजेंटेशन में आप देख सकते हैं PNGRB का URL भी है। इसके द्वारा they can contact their CGD entity and wherever the network is already existing, the connection can be given in shortest possible time. इसके अलावा to promote the PNG connections, certain incentives have also been announced by some of the companies. For example, Indraprasth Gas Limited, कोई भी कंज्यूमर, डोमेस्टिक कंज्यूमर अगर 31 मार्च से पहले कनेक्शन लेता है और गैस लेना शुरू करता है तो उसको 500 रुपये का फ्री गैस देने की उन्होंने बात की है। इसी तरह महानगर गैस ने भी कुछ इंसेंटिव्स दिए हैं और सिक्योरिटी डिपॉजिट को भी वेव ऑफ करने का बात कहा है। गेल अथॉरिटी इज ऑल्सो गिविंग सम इंसेंटिव, सो इज द BPCL। इस बारे में ये सारे प्रयास इसीलिए हैं कि ताकि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोग क्लीन फ्यूल पर और PNG पर शिफ्ट हो पाए। इसके अलावा PNGRB जो एक रेगुलेटर है, इट हैज़ ऑल्सो एडवाइज्ड द CGD कंपनीज टू डिप्लॉय एडिशनल रिसोर्सेज and also contact the consumers and put all efforts to give more and more connections to the consumers. LPG मैं दोबारा से वही बात दोहराऊंगी कि स्थिति अभी चिंताजनक है, लेकिन हमारे डोमेस्टिक LPG कंज्यूमर्स को LPG की सप्लाई की जा रही है और डिस्ट्रीब्यूटरशिप्स पर कोई ड्राई आउट रिपोर्टेड नहीं है। मैं आपको ये भी बताना चाहूँगी कि आपके माध्यम से हम बार बार कंज्यूमर से अपील कर रहे थे कि ऑनलाइन बुकिंग करें। उसकी वजह से ऑनलाइन बुकिंग में इंक्रीज़ हुआ है और कल के डाटा के हिसाब से लगभग 90% बुकिंग्स हैव बीन ऑनलाइन। एक और इनिशिएटिव जो हम इस वक्त पुश करना चाह रहे हैं वो है डिलीवरी ऑथेंटिकेशन कोड। सो डिलीवरी ऑथेंटिकेशन कोड्स में के नंबर्स में भी इम्प्रूवमेंट आया है। जो पहले 53% हुआ करता था, कल वो 72% था। कमर्शियल LPG के बारे में मैं ये बोलना चाहूँगी कि लगभग सभी स्टेट्स, बहुत सारे स्टेट्स ने कमर्शियल LPG का डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन स्टार्ट किया है एंड द रिलीज ऑर्डर्स, द एलोकेशन ऑर्डर्स हैव आल्सो बीन इशूड बाय देम। इस स्थिति में जब हम LPG को लेकर एक थोड़ी सी डिफ़िकल्ट सिचुएशन फेस कर रहे हैं, इस स्थिति में राज्य सरकारों का और स्टेट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का रोल बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट हो जाता है, खासकर होर्डिंग को रोकने के लिए और ब्लैक मार्केटिंग को रोकने के लिए। इस संदर्भ में मैं बताना चाहूँगी कि राज्य सरकारों के लेवल पर कई सारी मीटिंग्स हो रही हैं और लगभग सभी स्टेट्स के अंदर कंट्रोल रूम्स सिचुएशन को मॉनिटर करने के लिए एस्टैब्लिश किए जा चुके हैं। रेड्स भी कंडक्ट हो रही हैं। मल्टीपल स्टेट्स में हमें इंफॉर्मेशन मिली है कि रेड्स कंडक्ट हो रही हैं, जैसे यूपी, हरियाणा, आंध्र प्रदेश, मध्य प्रदेश, आसाम, मिजोरम एटसेट्रा। इसके अलावा हमारी ऑयल मार्केटिंग कंपनीज की जो इनकी अपनी वो टीम्स हैं, दे हैव आल्सो बीन एक्टिवेटेड और लगभग 1100 लोकेशंस पर, रिटेल आउटलेट्स और LPG डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स पर सरप्राइज इंस्पेक्शंस कंडक्ट किए गए हैं। एक जो नया डेवलपमेंट हुआ है, भारत सरकार ने 14 तारीख को एक ऑर्डर इशू किया है और उस पे उसमें उसके द्वारा सभी लोगों से, जिन लोगों के पास PNG और LPG कनेक्शन दोनों हैं, से रिक्वेस्ट की गई है कि अगर आपके पास दोनों कनेक्शंस हैं तो कृपया अपना LPG कनेक्शन को सरेंडर कर दें। So these are the important development other than what we have been discussing over the last few days. एडवाइजरी के बारे में मेरा आप लोगों के माध्यम से I will repeat what I have already said कि ऑनलाइन बुकिंग करें, आपकी डिलीवरी सिलेंडर की डिलीवरी घर पर होगी, डोर डिलीवरी होगी, इसलिए डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स के पास जाने की आवश्यकता नहीं है और अपनी ऑयल मार्केटिंग कंपनीज पर विश्वास रखें। मल्टीपल जो जहाँ पर ऑल्टरनेट सोर्स ऑफ एनर्जी अवेलेबल है, पीएनजी वगैरह, वहाँ पर उस पर शिफ्ट होएं। सो दीज आर द अफवाहों से बचें और पैनिक बुकिंग से भी बचें। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Sujata. I would now request Secretary Shipping for his updates, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll start with the Shivalik LPG carrier, which sailed from Persian Gulf, crossed the Strait of Hormuz, and headed towards India. Will be reaching today around 5 o'clock in the evening, maybe after an hour or so. And before its arrival, the documentation, priority berthing, everything has been arranged at the port so that there is no delay in discharge of cargo by this vessel. All Indian seafarers in Persian Gulf area are safe. No incident has been reported in last 24 hours. And we are in the ministry and in the DG shipping, we are keeping continuous watch on the situation. We are in touch with each vessel and its crew. 22 vessels, as was reported on Saturday also. 22 Indian flagged vessels with 611 Indian seafarers remain in the west of the Strait of Hormuz in Persian Gulf. And DG Shipping continues to closely monitor the situation in coordination with ship owners, the recruitment and service licensee, and Indian missions in the region. The Indian flag vessel Jag Ladki, which sailed from UAE on 14th of March, it is carrying 80,000, about 81,000 of Murban crude oil, is safely en route to India. And it has this vessel and all Indian seafarers are on board are safe. They'll be reaching tomorrow at Mundra port. Since the activation of DG Shipping Control Room, the Directorate has in the past 48 hours, I'm giving figure for the last 48 hours, about 310 calls and about 600 emails have been received. And in the last 24 hours, just a breakup of this number, in the last 24 hours, the number has been 53 calls and about 150 emails. The DG Shipping, as regulator of maritime sector of India, has facilitated safe repatriation of 286 Indian seafarers from the Gulf region so far. And this includes 33 sea repatriations in the last 48 hours. And in the past 24 hours, the number has been 10 repatriations from various airports and regional locations across the Gulf region. Major ports of India are closely monitoring vessel movement and cargo operations in view of evolving maritime situation and providing all possible support. Some of the measures, the relief measures through policy and through initiatives of the ports, I have already narrated in the earlier briefings. One example I'll cite today. They are maintaining close coordination with the customs and other stakeholders to facilitate resolution of operational issues. For example, the Jawaharlal Nehru port is providing temporary storage of laden containers destined for Middle East as transshipment containers. And that port has also provided 100% rebate on ground rent or dwell time charges and about 80% rebate on reefer container plug-in charges up to 15 days for containers originating from GNPA. Approximately 2,600 containers have been shipped to the Middle East during the last 5 days from this port. Today also I had a review with all the ports, all major ports, and some of the stakeholders, including the EXIM association groups. And what I learned from that, there is no congestion has been reported at any major port. and export-bound containers at JNPA have reduced from 5,600 to 3,900, which I stated earlier. The ports are also providing safe anchorage areas for loaded vessels bound for the Gulf that are currently unable to transit due to the prevailing situation. And also an interministerial group has been constituted under the Directorate General of Shipping with members from customs, ports, and other stakeholders. And the ministry continues to closely monitor the evolving maritime situation in coordination with the Ministry of External Affairs, Indian missions abroad, shipping companies, and other maritime stakeholders. This is in order to ensure the safety and welfare of Indian seafarers while maintaining continuity of maritime trade and port operations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now over to Randeep for updates from MEA. Thank you.
Good afternoon, friends. Let me update you with some of the developments where MEA is involved. First on Iran, as you know, we have our Indian nationals in that country. Over 550 Indian nationals in Iran have crossed over into Armenia through the land border. We also have had approximately 90 people or 90 of our nationals from Iran cross over into Azerbaijan through the land border. These movements were facilitated by our embassy in Tehran. They helped them with visas as also with immigration formalities where required. In this group of 550 people that I mentioned who have crossed from Iran into Armenia, we also have 284 people who had gone there to Iran on pilgrimage. These people are there right now in both these countries. Some of them have already returned and others would be returning in the next few days or so. Our embassy in Tehran, in spite of all the difficulties, continues to be fully functional. Over the last few days, they have also been able to relocate students who were outside Tehran to cities which are safer for them. जैसा कि आप लोग जानते हैं कि ईरान में भारतीय समुदाय के लोग में कुछ नाविक लोग भी हैं और साथ ही साथ मछुआरे समुदाय के लोग भी हैं। इनके कंपनियों के साथ हमारी लगातार बातचीत होती रहती है, यानी कि हमारे एम्बेसी की, राजदूतावास की बातचीत होती रहती है ताकि हम उनका देखभाल, उनकी भलाई सुनिश्चित कर सकें। सभी भारतीय नागरिकों का से हमारा अनुरोध है कि जो एडवाइजरी हमारे राजदूतावास ने निकाला है उसको देखें और उस पर अमल करें। और जहाँ तक हमारा भारत सरकार की बात है, हम लोग प्रतिबद्ध हैं अपने देशवासी जो वहाँ रहते हैं ईरान में, उनकी देखभाल के लिए, उनकी भलाई के लिए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you. Asim ji, would you like to add something?
Good afternoon. The Ministry of External Affairs continues to closely monitor the evolving situation in West Asia and the Gulf region. The safety, well-being and security of the Indian community across the region remains our highest priority. The Ministry's Special Control Room continues to function for addressing queries from Indian nationals and families. We are also in constant touch with the state governments and union territories to coordinate our efforts. Our missions and posts across the region are working continuously, operating 24/7 helplines, maintaining regular contact with a large number of Indian community organizations and associations spread across the region, and issuing updated advisories to keep our citizens informed. They also remain in close touch with the local governments. We are extending all support to stranded Indians and short-term visitors, including assistance for visas, logistical support where required, and facilitating transit arrangements. We are also closely coordinating with the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways to render all assistance to the seafarers in the region. An update on the status of flights and airspace. Since February 28, around 220,000 passengers from the region have returned to India. As far as UAE is concerned, as per information put out by the UAE authorities, there is a gradual resumption of operations from Dubai International Airport that were temporarily suspended today morning from passenger safety perspective. Indian and UAE carriers also continue to operate limited flights from other airports like Abu Dhabi, Ras Al Khaimah, and Fujairah in UAE based on operational and safety considerations. As per available information, more than 45 flights are planned for various destinations in India today. All passengers can check revised and updated flight schedules directly with respected airlines. In case of any assistance, they can also approach our mission in Abu Dhabi and our consulate in Dubai through the 24/7 helplines. In Saudi Arabia, flights are operating from various airports to destinations in India. Flights are also operating from Oman to various destinations in India. Qatar airspace is partially open, with Qatar Airways operating flights to India. Today and tomorrow, 3 flights are expected to operate to different destinations in India. Kuwait airspace has been closed since 28 February 2026. Special non-scheduled commercial flights by Jazeera Airways of Kuwait are expected to operate soon to India from the Al Qaisuma International Airport in Saudi Arabia. For Indian nationals in Bahrain and Iraq, where airspace is closed, transit through Saudi Arabia is being facilitated. An update on the incident in Oman. On March 13th, in an attack in Sohar city in Oman, unfortunately, 2 Indian nationals had lost their lives. The Embassy of India in Muscat is in constant touch with the families of the deceased Indian nationals and is coordinating with concerned Omani authorities. Their mortal remains are expected to be repatriated to India soon. The embassy also remains in close touch with the hospital authorities and the company to monitor the condition of the injured Indian nationals. None of the Indian nationals are seriously injured. On the incident in which Safe Sea Vishnu was impacted off the coast of Iraq, our mission team has been on ground in Basra to assist for the early return of the 15 Indian crew members of Safe Sea Vishnu who were safely evacuated and are currently residing in a hotel in Basra. They are also coordinating with the concerned Iraqi authorities for early return of the rescued Indian crew members and for early repatriation of the mortal remains of the Indian national who unfortunately lost his life. Thank you.
Thank you, Simji. And now we will take questions, please. 142, 22, and 45. We'll take a bunch of 3 questions together and then we'll go. The third row, please. Third row. टू नंबर को दे दीजिए।
मेरा सवाल सुजाता मैम से है। मैं पीयूष पांडे हूँ, TV9 भारतवर्ष से। मैम, ये कॉमर्शियल सिलेंडर के लिए राज्य सरकारों को प्राथमिकता के आधार पर वितरण की जिम्मेदारी दी गई है। ये प्राथमिकता किस आधार पर तय की जा रही है और क्या कोई स्टेटस राज्य सरकारों की ओर से दिया गया है कि कितना कॉमर्शियल सिलेंडर अभी तक उनकी ओर से जारी किया गया है? दूसरा सवाल मेरा राजेश जी से है। सर, जो वेसल्स वहाँ पर हैं, आपने बताया कि पूरी तरह से सुरक्षित हैं। क्या जो 22 वेसल्स हैं उनमें से और भी भारत की ओर आने के लिए अब तैयार हैं या कब तक उनकी ये गुंजाइश है कि वो आएंगे भारत?
45.
Prakash Vedashi from ET Now. So what is the current status of domestic LPG production on the back of LPG control order?
And 22.
Dhairya Maheshwari from Sputnik. Sir, I have a question for Jaiswal, sir. Sir, the US side has been appealing to countries to bring together the warships to man the Strait of Hormuz. So, sir, two-part question. Has India been approached to contribute warships for this proposed effort? And if you could say, what's India's overall stance on the navigation through Strait of Hormuz? Because we also saw the comment by EM Jaishankar today to FT that, you know, India is involved in bilateral talks with Iran. So, yeah, thank you.
We'll start with PNG replies first. See, as far as the commercial cylinder prioritization is concerned, there are
certain sectors like education and hospital, which have been prioritized by Government of India. Then it has been left to the state government. ये state governments पे छोड़ा गया है कि उनके एरिया में क्या important है, किसको पहले देने की ज़रूरत है, उसी के हिसाब से distribution is happening. That is one. As far as the yes, we do collect the state-wise details also, and we have that. The next is the domestic production. So हमारी refineries में, as I already said, they are operating at full capacity, and there is a increase in the domestic production of LPG, and now it is almost around 36% of what we were producing before 5th March. Thank you.
पिछले 5 दिनों में कितने जहाज़ों ने स्टेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज पार किया है, ये सवाल था। जैसा मैंने पहले भी ब्रीफिंग में बताया, 2 भारतीय जहाज, इंडियन फ्लैग वेसल्स, शिवालिक और नंदा देवी, दोनों एलपीजी कैरियर्स हैं। इन्होंने 13 तारीख को अपनी जर्नी स्टार्ट की पर्शियन गल्फ से। 14 मार्च की सुबह, देर रात या सुबह, स्टेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज का जो सकरा मार्ग है उसको पार किया, सुरक्षित रूप से पार किया। और जैसा मैंने अभी बताया, इसमें से पहली वेसल है शिवालिक, जो कि आज करीब 5 बजे, अब से करीब 1 घंटे बाद, वो मुंद्रा पोर्ट पे पहुंचेगी और वहाँ पे उसके कार्गो को तुरंत डिस्चार्ज करने के लिए एडवांस में व्यवस्था कर ली गई है। जो डॉक्यूमेंटेशन वर्क है, प्रायोरिटी बर्थिंग है और रिसीविंग, जो कार्गो का रिसीविंग होगा, उसका सारा अरेंजमेंट पहले से कर लिया गया है, जिससे कम से कम समय लगे कार्गो के डिस्चार्ज में। दूसरा प्रश्न था कि जो 22 जहाज हैं जो पर्शियन गल्फ में हैं, स्टेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज के वेस्ट में हैं, उनके संदर्भ में था वो कब तक आएंगे या क्या प्लान है। इस वक्त मेरे पास इंफॉर्मेशन, जैसे इंफॉर्मेशन मेरे पास होगी इस संदर्भ में मैं आपके साथ साझा करूंगा। नहीं, एक मुंद्रा और कल आएगा नंदा देवी, वो कांडला पोर्ट के एक पार्ट पे आएगा, कांडला पोर्ट पे आएगा। मैं उसके विषय में आपको सूचित करूंगा जैसे वो अपडेटेड इंफॉर्मेशन मैं दूंगा जब कल।
I'll address the 2 questions together of Dhairya and our friend here. We are aware of this particular matter being discussed by several countries. We have not yet discussed it in bilateral setting. इस मुद्दे पे जो आपने जिस पर आपने प्रश्न किया, उस पर काफ़ी चर्चाएं चल रही हैं अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर, कई एक देशों के बीच में। जहां तक हमलों की बात है, हमारी द्विपक्षीय तौर पे ये बातचीत अभी नहीं हुई है इस मुद्दे पे।
Thank you. And now 270.
Also had a question about the navigation through Hormuz. On Saturday, I had commented on this particular issue. The situation remains there. We are in talks, so we continue with our discussions with several stakeholders in this regard. External Affairs Minister, in his interview also has spoken about it, so I would refer you to them. Thank you.
We'll take some questions on the right side. 141, 185, 279. On that.
My extended question is to Sujata ma'am. Are we looking at any timeline as far as the entire LPG crisis is concerned, because it's a matter of grave concern for the public at large? What is the timeline that we're looking at this entire shortage? And is there any alternative arrangements also being made as far as, non-Hormuz supply is concerned?
मैं ब्रह्म प्रकाश हूँ जी न्यूज़ से। मेरा सवाल है एलपीजी को लेकर, जो अभी सुजाता जी बता रहे हैं कि डोमेस्टिक कंज्यूमर्स के लिए जो सप्लाई हो रही है नॉर्मल है, बीते कई दिनों से आप कह रहे हैं। लेकिन मेरा सवाल यह है मैम कि हम बीते कई दिनों से फील्ड में देख रहे हैं तो लोगों के बीच मारामारी, बहुत सारे लोग कह रहे हैं कि हेल्पलाइन नंबर पर नंबर ही नहीं लग रहे हैं। अभी हम पार्लियामेंट के भीतर भी कई लोग ट्राई कर रहे थे, हेल्पलाइन नंबर नहीं लग रहे हैं, कट जा रहे हैं। तो क्या आपकी जो ऑयल कंपनियां हैं वो इस सिचुएशन को मैनेज नहीं कर पा रही हैं? क्योंकि रियल स्थिति यही है, कोई हेल्पलाइन नंबर काम नहीं करता, बहुत सारे लोग शिकायत कर रहे हैं। तो क्या स्थिति है इसको लेकर? और एक सवाल पोर्ट मिनिस्ट्री से कि जो आ रहे हैं आपके जो आपने बताया 22 हैं, तो उसमें से कितने में जो है एलपीजी है और कितने दिन में वो भारत की तरफ आ रहे हैं? थैंक यू।
नमस्कार मैं प्रदीप हूँ टोटल न्यूज़ से। मेरा सवाल ये है आपसे, पेट्रोलियम मंत्रालय ने जो अभी तक कोशिश की है अलग अलग जो यहाँ पर ऑयल कंपनियां हैं और ख़ासतौर से इंडियन की बात करें तो उनकी बहुत शिकायतें ये आ रही हैं कि जो उनके कस्टमर केयर नंबर्स जैसे का जिक्र किया, मैं खुद उनका उपभोक्ता हूँ, लंबे समय से डीएसी नंबर मिलने के बावजूद उन्होंने सिलेंडर सप्लाई नहीं किए हैं। कई इलाकों में ऐसी शिकायतें उनकी तरफ से हैं। इस पर क्या एक्शन आपका मंत्रालय ले रहा है? दूसरा, शिपिंग मंत्रालय से राजेश जी मेरा सवाल ये है आपसे कि अभी तक जो जहाज आ रही हैं उनका तो ब्यौरा दिया जा रहा है, लेकिन ये परिस्थिति जो जिस तरीके से युद्ध खिंच रहा है ये लंबा खिंचेगा ऐसा लगता है। तो क्या ये मान के चले सिर्फ निकालने की प्राथमिकता है, वहाँ पर भेजेंगे तो जहाज ऐसी परिस्थितियाँ बनती नहीं हैं, तो कब तक ये पूरी तरीके से आप ये उम्मीद कर रहे हैं कि हमारे सारे जहाज निकल सकते हैं?
देखिए, ये हम सभी को पता है कि दिस इज़ अ वेरी अनयूजुअल सिचुएशन और जो भी स्थिति है वो चिंताजनक है हमारे। और ये इस बात से भी स्पष्ट होता है कि हमने जो डोमेस्टिक हाउस होल्ड है उनको सप्लाई के लिए प्रायोरिटाइज किया है, जिसकी वजह से कमर्शियल सप्लाई, एलपीजी की कमर्शियल सप्लाई अफेक्ट भी हुई है। और क्योंकि लोग अफेक्ट हो रहे थे इसलिए सरकार ने ये निर्णय लिया कि वहाँ पर भी कुछ कम से कम कुछ रिलीज कर दिया जाए ताकि वहाँ पर भी काम चलता रहे। तो ये स्थिति हमारे सामने है। और जहाँ तक डिमांड सप्लाई मैनेजमेंट की बात है तो जहाँ वी आर ट्राइंग टू प्रोक्योर एलपीजी फ्रॉम वेयर एवर इट इज़ पॉसिबल। सो जिस स्तर पर जो भी कदम उठाया जा सकता है वो उठाया जा रहा है। डोमेस्टिक प्रोडक्शन को इंक्रीज करने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है। इसके साथ ही डिमांड मैनेजमेंट करने की कोशिश की जा रही है, जैसे कि अर्बन एरिया में डिलीवरी से बुकिंग का टाइम पीरियड मिनिमम 25 दिन कर दिया गया है। रूरल एरिया में यही टाइम पीरियड 45 डेज कर दिया गया है। ऑल्टरनेट फ्यूल्स की तरफ भी लोगों को मोड़ने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है। तो एक फ्रंट नहीं, कई तरह से इस प्रॉब्लम को टैकल करने की कोशिश की जा रही है। जैसा कि आपने कहा कि कुछ हेल्पलाइन नंबर्स के बारे में, इनफैक्ट कल हमारे बहुत सारे जो डिस्ट्रीब्यूटरशिप्स थे वो वर्क कर रहे थे। जनरली संडे को दुकान बंद होती है उनकी, लेकिन कल संडे होने के बावजूद भी बहुत सारे डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर ने अपनी दुकान खोली थी और वहाँ और एलपीजी सिलेंडर डिलीवर भी हुए हैं। डीएसी कोड ये हमारी दृष्टि में नहीं आया है। आपका जो भी स्पेसिफिक केस हो कृपया हमारे साथ शेयर करें, वी विल डेफिनेटली लुक इनटू दैट। हेल्पलाइंस के बारे में शुरू में दिक्कत आई थी, लेकिन उसके बाद कॉल सेंटर्स को, हेल्पलाइंस को सबको स्ट्रेंथन किया गया है। कॉल सेंटर्स में लगभग 400 सीट कर दी गई हैं। नंबर ऑफ टेलीफोन लाइंस हैव इंक्रीज टू मोर देन 660। सो वर्क इज हैपनिंग। इनफ्लो इज वेरी वेरी हैवी, बट इन स्पाइट ऑफ दैट, इनफैक्ट आपने मेरी प्रेजेंटेशन में नोट किया होगा कि अब ऑनलाइन बुकिंग हैज इंक्रीज टू 90% yesterday। तो ऑनलाइन बुकिंग में भी इंक्रीज हो रही है। सो सिस्टम इज वर्किंग, इज गियरिंग अप। थैंक यू।
जो दूसरा प्रश्न था 22 वेसल्स के आने के विषय में, उसका जवाब मैंने अभी कुछ क्षण पहले ही दिया है। इस संदर्भ में जैसे ही सूचना मेरे पास होगी मैं आपके साथ साझा करूंगा। जो पहला प्रश्न था कि जो 22 वेसल हैं उनमें उनका ब्रेकअप, ये भी मैंने शनिवार की ब्रीफिंग में बताया था, मैं इसको दोबारा बताता हूँ। इसमें एलपीजी के 6 टैंकर हैं जो लोडेड हैं। फिर इसके अलावा एलएनजी, क्रूड ऑयल, केमिकल एंड प्रोडक्ट्स टैंकर, कंटेनर शिप, बल्क कैरियर एंड ड्रेजर, ये ब्रेकअप है वेसल्स का। 3 वेसल्स ड्राई डॉक में हैं। ड्राई डॉक मतलब रेगुलर मेंटेनेंस, पीरियोडिक मेंटेनेंस में। और एक एम्प्टी बैलास्ट है, इट मीन लोडेड कार्गो नहीं है, वो एम्प्टी वहाँ से ट्रैवल करेगा। ये 22 का ब्रेकअप है।
I have already answered the questions, ma'am, so over to you.
Okay, now 67, 238, 76 in the center. 1, 2, 3. 67.
Sapna Das, CNBC TV 18, thank you so much. 2 questions here. One, I just wanted to ask Sujata ma'am, there have been reports on the fact that, since the retail side of the fuel prices is capped or rather kind of regulated, looking at the current environment, is there any, kind of a move in terms of capping the refinery prices as well? There have been some reports on that front, like a clarification. Second, also wanted to understand, the Energy Secretary has said that, this war is likely to continue for a few weeks, few more weeks, quote unquote. So overall, what's the preparedness level in terms of gas especially?
We'll take 2, 3 together. Uske baad.
Hi, ma'am. Hi, sir. I'm Siddhant from Beyond. My question to you, sir, Ranjit sir, what kind of conversation the EM is having with his global counterparts? We saw he's speaking to the Emirati and the Saudi foreign minister. He has thanked the Armenian foreign minister for evacuation. He is in Brussels as well. So how much the diaspora, BRICS and other issues are there?
I'm Udit from the print. My question to Sujata ma'am is that, ma'am here. Yeah, my question to Sujata ma'am is that what is the current India's strategic gas reserve with regards to LPG? And given this situation, is there any plans underway or on war footing to expand that capacity?
The first question regarding capping of the refinery price, no such decision has been taken by government as on today. Regarding LPG management, I have given a detailed answer just now. Regarding LNG, we have no shortage, and the situation is quite comfortable. Regarding LPG strategic reserve, I will not be able to share any information right now. Thank you.
So, Siddhant, you are aware that ever since the onset of this conflict, External Affairs Minister has been in conversation with several of his counterparts from the region and elsewhere. He did have conversation with the Foreign Minister of UAE, as also he has had his conversation with the Foreign Minister of Cyprus. He is presently in Brussels, where he's meeting his EU counterparts. And I'm sure, what's going on in West Asia will be high on the agenda. But we are discussing several issues that we have. All issues of importance, of bilateral importance. We have a large diaspora to take care of. We also have a responsibility on the side of energy security. How do we ensure energy security for our people? So all these issues are being discussed, and we'll keep you informed of the developments ahead. Thank you.
We'll just take the last 3 or 4 questions. 234, 263. That's it.
Good afternoon, sir. Rajesh Roy here from Bloomberg. 2 questions to Randhir, sir. I understand that India usually follows the UN Charter on matter of grave concern, and sending warship is nothing short of that. So how do you see chances of India discussing and honoring US requests to send warships to aid the situation there? Secondly, we have seen Prime Minister speak to Iranian leadership and also EM speak with them, his Iranian counterpart. I'm sure officials at highest level will also be speaking. What is Iran seeking in return for providing India free passage?
2 and then 263.
Sir, I am Deepak. I have one question to Sujata ma'am, next to MEA. Ma'am, government announced, providing additional allocation for kerosene. Has any state taken it, or it's just a contingency? Second to Jaiswal sir, I think you must have also read it by now, that Israeli envoy has said that their cabinet decided this entire attack 2 days after Prime Minister left. So, any comment on that, sir?
263.
Hi, sir. This is Dhruvak from Business Standard. My question is to Mr. Sinha. First question is that several platforms that track cargo are reporting that there is a congestion issue at two ports primarily in India. That one is Kandla and one is JNPT. And there have also been reports that base freight rates for containers have also increased because of that to the tune of 40% from Nhava Sheva. First, I wanted to understand that in terms of, we've looked at several shipping lines and we've looked at several exporters and bodies who have expressed concerns about the fact that these surcharges are going beyond their reach. Now, in addition to surcharges for which you've already put out an advisory, there is also the fact that base freight rates are also increasing due to several factors. So, one, I wanted to understand that because you also said something on congestion, so just wanted to understand how that lines up with the reports that are coming up from international tracking agencies, and second, on the base rates. And I also wanted to understand, sir, what is the, could you give us an update on the current status of container ship bunkering facilities that we currently have? Or because there's a fuel crisis, are bunkering facilities across ports functioning all right, or if there are any numbers you could share with us?
No, on this bunkering facility for the shipping sector, there has no issue has been reported till now. On the first point about the congestion, we had a meeting at around 12 o'clock. Every day we are meeting. There is an interministerial group which I stated. Today I had discussed with the all major ports, all shipping lines, the groups, the FIO, the container, the freight forwarders, the multimodal transport groups, and the regulator DG Shipping. So congestion and the port chairman, particularly the two ports which you named, Nhava Sheva, which is JNPA, and the Kandla port. And there were many other ports. Congestion has not been reported by any port and by any of the stakeholders. And in my brief also I talked about the numbers. If you look at the numbers, let me go back to that number. I'll read that number also so that at the cost of repetition, let me repeat it. The major ports are closely monitoring vessel movement and cargo operations. And ports have been advised by us, by the ministry, to provide relief measures to all shipping lines and cargo stakeholders in berth charges, berth hire charges, and storage charges. One example which I cited was about JNPA, the direct example coming from JNPA. JNPA is providing temporary storage of laden containers destined for Middle East as transshipment containers, because essentially they're not able to move now because of the situation prevailing there. And the Nhava Sheva port has also provided 100% rebate on ground rent or dwell charges, which is realized by the port. And 80% rebate on reefer container for the refrigerated cargo. These charges used to be waived for the free period was 3 days. Now that period has been increased to 15 days by JNPA and mostly by other ports also, depending on type of cargo they handle. And about the number of containers, about 2,600 containers have been shipped to the Middle East during the last 5 days. So there is actually movement happening. The movement has happened in different parts of the Middle East. So there is no congestion reported on this. At any major port, no congestion has been reported, and export-bound containers at Nhava Sheva port has reduced from 5,600 to 3,900 today. I am giving you the report as on today. Thank you. So this advisory, you said that advisory has been issued to make it transparent, do not make any unreasonable charges, etc. And again, in today's meeting, we have said if there is any specific issue any shipping line is facing, and in fact through this medium I can communicate with them directly, we have requested each shipping line, whether based in India or outside, which is trading in India, If they face any issue specific, please write to us. Write to the ministry concerned or the organization concerned, but certainly keep us in the copy. We'll take up with that organization directly that specific issue if there is any.
Sujata.
Regarding the allocation of SKO, मैं कहना चाहूँगी कि ये allocation एक additional fuel option देने के लिए किया गया था और इसमें कई राज्य सरकारों ने अभी already allocation कर भी लिया है. एक नाम जो मुझे अभी याद भी आ रहा है वो बिहार है. So this is done by many states. Thank you.
So Rajesh, coming to your first question, I have taken that question when the gentleman behind you asked me. That is where we are on that particular issue at this point in time. On your second question about the passage and what was exchanged, I think this has been very elaborately spoken on by the External Affairs Minister, and I would like to bring your attention to what he said, that there is a history of engagement of dealing with each other between India and Iran, and that has been the basis of our engagement, and it is not an exchange issue. To the gentleman, your question, see, on 28th of February, on 3rd of March, and thereafter on 9th March, we have elaborated where India stands on this particular issue. We have, and we continue to call for de-escalation, for exercise of restraint, and for countries to adopt the path of dialogue and diplomacy so that there can be an early end to this particular conflict. We also said that sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states must be respected. So that is where we are on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, friends. Thank you, officers. Thank you so much. I think Sujata will be outside to give you answers. Let's wind this up. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, viewers, that was the inter-ministerial briefing from the government side on the developments in West Asia as well as the LPG crisis in India, and the government now emphasizing again that there is no shortage of LPG. Do not engage in panic buying. Instead, go for online booking. They also briefed on another LPG carrier, Shivalik, that's set to dock by this evening today. All right, so those are the latest developments that came out of this inter-ministerial briefing, in which officials again emphasized that there is no shortage of LPG. Government of India has been engaging with its Gulf counterparts. External Affairs Minister reaching out to European counterparts as well to discuss the situation in West Asia, and also highlighting that another LPG carrier, Shivalik, will be docking at the Mundra port by this evening, and we're also expecting Nanda Devi to arrive tomorrow. That's the latest update given by the government regarding the LPG shortage in India as well as the developments taking place in West Asia. All right, viewers, will get you some exclusive shots on your screen right now. Now, this is coming from Mundra Port. This is exactly where Shivalik, the LPG carrier carrying about 40,000 metric tons of LPG, is set to dock by this evening. And we're getting you some exclusive visuals on your screen. All right, that's what the government also said, that Shivalik will be docking at the Mundra port by this evening. And it's carrying about 40,000 metric tons of crude of LPG. In fact, now remember, there's only 3 vessels which have been able to pass safely, 3 Indian flagged vessels which have been able to pass safely through the Strait of Hormuz, Shivalik being the second one, and we are expecting Nanda Devi to arrive tomorrow. Coming up on the other side, 2 Indian flagged LPG carriers with 92,700 metric tons transit through Strait of Hormuz. Shivalik to dock soon.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem.
All right, welcome back, viewers. Now, Shivalik LPG carrier which sailed from the Persian Gulf and crossed the Strait of Hormuz is now headed towards India. It will be reaching at the Mundra port around 5 p.m. And before its arrival, documentation, priority berthing and everything, in fact, have been arranged at the port so that there is no delay in the discharge of the cargo by this vessel. Now, all Indian seafarers in the Persian Gulf area are also safe. That's been informed by the officials in the inter-ministerial briefing that ended just a while ago. And now we're getting to know that Shivalik, which is carrying about 40,000 metric tons of LPG, will be docking at Mundra port today about 5 p.m. and all the preparations at the dock regarding the documentation, regarding the berthing and the unloading of the cargo have already been done to ensure that there is no delay in discharging of the cargo by this vessel. Now, viewers, it is the second vessel which has passed through the Strait of Hormuz safely. It will be docking at the Indian port, the Mundra port, in fact, in Gujarat at about 5 p.m. And the third vessel, which is Nanda Devi, will be arriving at the Kandla port tomorrow. So we are essentially looking at Indian vessels getting free passage through the Strait of Hormuz. My colleague who's been closely tracking this, Sorali, now joins me. Sorali, what do we know about the preparations that have been made at the Mundra port to ensure that there is no delay in the discharge of cargo when Shivalik arrives at 5 p.m.?
That's true. Let me tell you, Shivalik is expected to arrive at around after 4:30 p.m. at Mundra port in Gujarat, and several arrangements have been made as entire system is ready to receive the entire shipment that will be delivered by Shivalik. Around about more than 45,000 metric tons of liquefied petroleum gas, that is LPG, will be delivered by the shipment which was cleared from Strait of Hormuz on Saturday. And let me tell you, it is one of the busiest ports which transits oil. 1/5 of the global oil is transited from the same strait, which is a very critical checkpoint. And through the strategic and diplomatic talks, India could lead these two ships back to India. So this is very important at this point when the LPG crisis was being observed in entire country, maybe in the hospitals, hotels, and educational institutes and irrigations level by opposition. And now at this moment wherein US, Israel and Iran are at war and the world economy has been hit at several levels, but the fuel supply chain was majorly hit because of the Hormuz Strait controlled by Iran. But with the strategic talks, it has been made possible that Shivalik will be docked at Mundra port post 4:30 p.m. and Nanda Devi is expected tomorrow at Kandla port.
Right, so Raleigh, all eyes will be on the Mundra port as the Shivalik docks there at around 4:30 to 5-ish is the timeline we're given to understand. Thank you, Sorali, for joining us. And viewers, that's all we could pack in this edition of Live in Breaking. But coming up on the other side, 2 Indian flagged LPG carriers with 92,700 metric tons transit Strait of Hormuz, Shivalik to dock soon.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Excellent Vice Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं हम। ठीक है ना भेज रहे हैं मंडू। अनुसरण होगा। हो गया। तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे। अब तुम फिर गाड़ी में पूर्ण होला। चलो बोलते का गाड़ी मारता है।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है।
अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Excellent Vice Minister, we will work on that.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Excellent Vice Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं हम। ठीक है ना भेज रहे हैं मंडू। अनुसरण होगा। हो गया। तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे। अब तुम फिर गाड़ी में पूर्ण होला। चलो बोलते का गाड़ी मारता है।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. watching Republic.
Hello and welcome viewers. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now viewers, second LPG carrier Shivalik is all set to dock soon at Mundra port. We'll get you all the details on that. But first up, let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking for you at this hour. Two Indian flagged LPG carriers with 92,000 metric tons transit through Strait of Hormuz. Shivalik set to dock soon. Nanda Devi to arrive tomorrow. After Australia, Japan and Germany, now UK snaps at Donald Trump's request to deploy fleet at Strait of Hormuz. After Dubai airport hit by Iranian attacks, officials say operations in the international airport have been temporarily shut down. After a series of conspiracy theories surrounding Netanyahu's well-being, Republic spoke with Israeli envoy who says Israeli Prime Minister very much alive. US President Donald Trump warns that NATO allies they will face a very bad future if they refuse to help secure the Strait of Hormuz. All right, viewers, our top focus at this hour, Shivalik LPG carrier which sailed from the Persian Gulf and crossed at the Strait of Hormuz is now headed towards India. Will be reaching today at the Mundra port around 5 p.m. Now, before its arrival, all the process, including the documentation, priority boarding, as well as everything have now been arranged at the port to ensure that there is no delay in the discharge of cargo by the vessel. In fact, there was a briefing that took place by the government just a while ago in which the officers also informed that all Indian seafarers in the Persian Gulf area are safe. That's the latest viewers we're picking up as far as the West Asia crisis goes. And India is concerned. We're looking at a second vessel, LPG carrier Shivalik, all set to dock soon at the Mundra port. The docking could happen around 5 p.m. IST, and all the preparations at the port, including from the documentation process to priority berthing, they have already taken place to ensure that there is no delay in the discharge of cargo by this vessel. Now, it's carrying about 48,000 metric tons of LPG, and it's the second vessel to arrive in India. Remember, even tomorrow we are expecting another vessel, that's Nanda Devi, to arrive at the Kandla port. But today, just an hour from now, the docking will take place. Shivalik will be arriving at the Mundra port in Gujarat, and all the preparations have already been made at the port to ensure that there is no delay in the discharge of cargo by this vessel. Now, that's the latest we are picking up. In fact, just a while ago, there was an interministerial briefing by the government that also informed that all Indian seafarers in the Persian Gulf area are now safe.
के दरमियान पूरी वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमी इस चीज़ से अफेक्ट हुई है, लेकिन अगर हम एनर्जी सप्लाईज की बात करें तो वो सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हुआ है। और स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज से भारत के पहले 2 शिप सक्सेसफुली वहाँ से एस्कॉर्ट कर लिए गए हैं। ईरान के साथ जो स्ट्रैटेजिक टॉक्स किए गए, उस टॉक्स के ज़रिए भारत सरकार इन 2 शिप्स को वापस लाने में सफल हुई है। भारतीय नेवी के शिप्स ने और हेलीकॉप्टर्स ने भी इनको एस्कॉर्ट करने में योगदान दिया है। इसी जगह पे 4:30 बजे के बाद, और अगर हम 2 शिप्स की बात करें, नंदा देवी, तो 92,700 मेट्रिक टन्स इन दोनों शिप्स में मिलकर इतना एलपीजी यहाँ पे आने वाला है, जो कि भारत के 1.5 दिन का संचय है। सो ये बड़ी सफलता बताई जा रही है। और इसके बाद भी जो गवर्नमेंट ने इंफॉर्मेशन दी है उसके हिसाब से 20 से ज़्यादा शिप्स पर्शियन गल्फ में स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज के वेस्टर्न साइड में अभी भी लगी हुई है और लगातार बातचीत ईरान सरकार और भारत सरकार में जारी है ताकि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा शिपमेंट भेजी जा सके।
Right, that's my colleague Sorali reporting just from across the Mundra port, which is where Shivalik will be in fact docking at around 4:30 p.m. Now, she's informed us that Indian Navy has also played a role in escorting Indian vessels which passed safely through the Strait of Hormuz earlier and now headed towards India. Today, we are looking at Shivalik docking at the Mundra port, and tomorrow, in fact, Nanda Devi will also be arriving at the Kandla port. Two vessels which were given the safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. Now my colleague Swarali joins me again on this. Swarali, give us more details exactly. When are we expecting the docking to take place at the Mundra port, and of course the preparations that have been made?
Yes, that's true. Let me tell you right now, we are standing at the Mundra port in Gujarat, and if we can see in the visuals behind me, exactly, this is the place where in Shivalik, the shipment that will be docked over here, it is carrying around 46,000 metric tons of LPG. And if we talk about the both shipments, that is Shivalik and Nanda Devi, both of them are carrying around 92,700 metric tons of LPG gas, which is approximately the requirement of 1.5 days for entire country. As we know that Iran-Israel US war has hit the entire globe's economy, but to be talking about very specific energy supplies have been hit, and we have seen the chaos that has been taking place in the last week, may it be in the hotel industry, hospitals or educational institutes, and the allegations leveled by opposition. But now we can see the talks, consistent strategic and diplomatic talks that was being conducted between the Indian government and Iranian authorities, that has become successful, and two of the major shipments are being sent and more are expected. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Sorali, for joining us on this and giving us all the latest. Now, viewers, moving on to another breaking news that we're getting in West Bengal. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is now holding a protest against the centre on the LPG issue. We are looking taking out a rally, in fact, taking to streets to protest against the LPG crisis that, in fact, opposition has also been raising up in the parliament. And now we're looking at Mamata Banerjee in West Bengal taking to streets essentially to protest against the centre and the BJP over the LPG crisis. All right, my colleague Kishale joins me on this. Kishale, give us the latest on this. Mamata Banerjee holding a rally, in fact, it seems, against centre on the LPG crisis.
Well, exactly. Mamata Banerjee has hit the streets again. Now her demand is that the central government should ensure that LPG should reach all the households and no scarcity of LPG should be there. So that is why she's protesting. She's heading a rally from College Street in Kolkata to Dorina Crossing, which is about 8 kilometers of road. Now, the point is, Mamata Banerjee has been protesting previously as well. She erected a stage near Dharmotala, and there as well she was protesting against LPG and gas price hike. On the other hand, the BJP is alleging that Mamata Banerjee has already understood that the people of West Bengal are not with her, and she is spreading fake news about LPG and gas scarcity, which does not exist. And that is why she is on the streets misleading the people of West Bengal, because she has already understood that her party is going to lose these elections. This is what the BJP is saying. These are live visuals from Kolkata. Mamata Banerjee is heading a rally. She is leading a rally from College Street in Kolkata to Dorina Crossing. She is walking all this way, and she's going to speak at Dorina Crossing in central Kolkata. She's going to speak against the central government. She's heading this rally, and her agenda is the price hike of LPG and scarcity of LPG across the country and the state of West Bengal. On the other hand, the central government has already made it clear that there is no scarcity of LPG and that normal supply of LPG and gas cylinders are happening all over the country, including the state of West Bengal. That has been cleared by the central government. The state BJP, the state BJP has made it clear, and they have again and again reiterated how Mamata Banerjee has been spreading fake information about LPG from her previous protests as well at Dharmotala, where she was sitting for 4 days against the central government, and now she is on the streets again. The BJP is saying that Mamata Banerjee has understood that this time, especially after the Brigade Parade ground rally of the Prime Minister, Mamata Banerjee has understood that she is going to lose, her party is going to lose. Mamata Banerjee has understood when she saw the huge crowd of lakhs of people at Brigade Parade ground that her party is going to lose, so she is trying her best in order to mislead the people of West Bengal. This statement has been given by several BJP leaders since morning. Shubhendu Adhikari has also spoken against Mamata Banerjee and her tactics of hitting the roads again and again. In fact, Shubhendu Adhikari, a while back, she was speaking. He said that this is Mamata Banerjee's practicing to become an opposition leader again in the state of West Bengal. That is why she's protesting on the roads. Now, we see that Mamata Banerjee is heading this particular rally, TMC rally, against the LPG price hike. And according to her, allegedly, LPG scarcity in West Bengal has hit its highest point, where people are really finding it very difficult to get their LPG cylinders. And that is why she is heading this rally. That is what she has said. All these posters behind her, all these TMC workers and leaders who are walking with her are holding posters which has clear message against the central government and their alleged mismanagement of LPG scarcity. This is what the TMC is saying. On the other hand, the fact of the matter is...
Right. Now, Harsha is also present with us. Harsha, coming back to you, we are looking at Mamata Banerjee taking to streets over the LPG crisis. She says there should be no shortage, but this stands in complete contrast to what government has claimed. Government has already laid it down for citizens across the country. There is no shortage. So it does seem like an attempt to politicize an important issue at a time when the country is staring at an energy crisis. And world over, we're also looking at this situation.
Yes, you rightly pointed out. Now, this is Mamata Banerjee and most of the opposition party leaders who are trying to mislead the general public, who are trying to mislead the citizens of the country. What we see here is that every day government is doing the interministerial briefing. In fact, Hardeep Singh Puri, who's the Minister of Petroleum and Natural Gas, stated in Lok Sabha that there's no shortage. Let me tell you that the domestic supply is intact. There's 100% domestic supply. Each and every distributor in our country who supply LPG gas to the citizens of the country, they have adequate amount of LPG cylinders. There are no shortage. Only what government has been doing is that they have been trying to tell public not to rush, not to panic. Rather than booking your cylinders 55 days, 60 days before, just book it 25 days advance. Let me tell you, earlier the refilling booking used to be done 21 days in advance, but now government has stated that 25 days is the booking time before. If the days are 55 days, if the days are 60 days, then the LPG cylinders will not be given to the citizen. But if you are booking it, filling it 25 days earlier, you will get your cylinders. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi also addressed and stated that how the opposition party leaders are misleading. Today in the Rajya Sabha as well, we saw Mallikarjun Kharge taking up the issue of the LPG gas, to which JP Nadda, who's the leader of the floor in Rajya Sabha of the BJP, he clearly stated that the Hardeep Singh Puri minister has replied. He's responded. There's no shortage of LPG. In fact, today our correspondent from Gujarat, Swali, was also reporting Nanda Devi and Shivalik. Those both will be reaching. They'll be docking as well, and there is enough adequate supply of the LPG. Only the diversion which has been done, 80%, there has been done the diversion of the LPG which was supposed to be supplied to the restaurants. The domestic supply comes on the number one listing. The CNG supply to the vehicles come on the number one listing. So there's no issue of that crude. There's no issue of that supply. There's no problem in the supply to the domestic household. But the opposition party leaders are misleading. And Mamata Banerjee, on the other hand, let me tell you, like most of the opposition party, after the Brigade Ground rally of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the huge turnout of the citizens, the huge turnout of the people, which was seen at the Brigade rally ground of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, after that, Mamata Banerjee is clearly shaken. She's shaken to the ground that how come these elections are not going to be a cakewalk for her as it was in the year of 2021. Therefore, she's continuously finding ways to attract the voters. Yesterday, we saw that Mamata Banerjee announced honorariums for the Purohits. And today she's on ground taking up the issue of the LPG gas cylinder. This is misleading. They're certainly finding out an opportunity in the crisis moment. This is the entire world is facing energy crisis. But our country is on the very proper scenario. The domestic crude is intact.
That's
There's
right,
no
Harsha.
shortage of the LPG. And this is Mamata Banerjee misleading with the ministers and the Karyakartas of TMC on ground protesting. Same Dharamtalla area, same Dharamtalla, South Kolkata area, where exactly the urban population is facing trouble also because of Mamata Banerjee's protest. How come she's disrupting the business?
All right, that's right. And Harsha, I want to explain to our viewers how, how critical it is that here in Mamata's holding this rally. It's a political rally trying for political motivation. And I think it's something that should have been avoided. This is a war happening in West Asia. Its consequences are felt across the world. This is just a political use of another situation. Thank you, Harsha, for giving us those details. And the other big breaking news, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer is now speaking on the war. He's speaking out. The problem in the war is continuing in its third week. Starmer is now getting extremely not doing well with the key allies in the Gulf for how he's applied, and spoken. He says we've learned lessons of Iraq. He's spoken out. Let's first listen to what Keir Starmer is saying.
The conflict in Iran and across the Middle East is now entering its third week. So I want to take a moment to set out how we're responding to this crisis and standing up for the British people. Our priority is always the national interest. And so we have been clear and consistent in our objectives throughout this conflict. First, we will protect our people in the region. Second, while taking the necessary action to defend ourselves and our allies, we will not be drawn into the wider war. And third, we will keep working towards a swift resolution that brings security and stability back to the region and stops the Iranian threat to its neighbours. I want to see an end to this war as quickly as possible, because the longer it goes on, the more dangerous the situation becomes, and the worse it is for the cost of living back here at home. Now, in recent days, I've visited community centres in England and Northern Ireland, and I know people are really worried about what this means for them. And look, I grew up working class in the 1970s. I remember how it feels when you're struggling to make ends meet. It's a knot in your stomach every time the bills come through the door. And that's at the forefront of my mind in meeting this crisis.
Staying with this world at war news, reports of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's assassination had caused a lot of rumor mongering, with all sorts of conspiracy theories doing the rounds. The latest statements have now cleared the doubts. Republic TV spoke exclusively to Israeli ambassador to India, Reuven Azar, who says Netanyahu is very much alive. Take a look at this report.
A day after joint US-Israeli strikes were launched toward Iran, there was a panic as news of alleged assassination of Benjamin Netanyahu started doing the rounds. IRGC put out a statement saying, and I quote, "Office of the Criminal Prime Minister of the Zionist regime and the headquarters of the regime's Air Force commander were targeted." A statement that seemed like Iran had avenged the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Iran had assassinated Netanyahu. After the attack, a statement was awaited from Netanyahu's office. But there was only a deafening silence by the Israeli authorities on the well-being of Prime Minister of Israel. There had been multiple posts made on Israeli Prime Minister's social media handle. Interestingly, on 13th of March, there was another video posted by Netanyahu. In the video, Netanyahu can be heard saying Israel is creating optimal conditions for toppling the Iranian regime. But many had doubts if Netanyahu is still alive. This, as Netanyahu did not hold any press conference since 28th of February, when the strikes were launched on Iran. Some even pointed out that the video was in fact AI deepfake. The rumor mongers said that there was an anomaly in the video, allegedly showing Netanyahu with 6 fingers. But all the rumors have now been dispelled. Netanyahu has now posted a video of himself in a Jerusalem cafe, sharing a candid moment with the cafe staff and enjoying his coffee, captioning the post which read, "They say I'm what?" Even the cafe posted pictures of Netanyahu, captioning the post, "Happy to host the Prime Minister and his staff at the headquarters today." The cafe quipped they knew which bakery to visit. Even Israeli envoy to India, Reuven Azar, spoke exclusively to Republic TV, saying that Benjamin Netanyahu is very much alive.
So first of all, yes, Prime Minister Netanyahu is alive. I saw him personally when I was in Israel more than once. Yes, this video at the cafe is not AI fabricated. So, there's a lot of disinformation. I think it derives from the fact that the Iranian side and those who are accomplices to them are trying to cover for the weakness.
This puts an end to all the conspiracy theories surrounding Netanyahu. But even as Netanyahu is safe and alive, the war is still on and the threats are real. As IRGC says, Netanyahu would be pursued and killed.
Leh Apex Body and Kargil Democratic Alliance hold protests demanding 4-point agenda including statehood, 6th schedule, job and culture security. Let me go across to Zeenat, who's joining us live on the story. Zeenat, give us more details.
These are the protests being carried by the Ladakh Apex Body and the Kargil Democratic Alliance, who have been pushing for the straightforward 4-point formula and asking the center to look into their demands. Although there has been a release of Sonam Wangchu, but on the ground we see the leaders only saying that they are least bothered whether the Sonam Wangchu is released or not, because the other leaders who are still behind the bars, and there are many youths who are have their FIRs under their name. There had not been much being done by the government for their release. So they are going with the same protests which were announced by the Ladakh Apex Body and the Kargil Democratic Alliance, because as per them, they have been having the talks with the central government, with the MHA for the last 6 years now, and for which they have been pushing their demands, and many meetings were held by the Ministry of Home Affairs with the members of the Ladakh as well as the Kargil Democratic Alliance. But as of now, no breakthrough has come. And now we are seeing they're holding the ground and demanding what they have been demanding with the Ministry of Home Affairs for the last 6 years. Well, you can see these are the peaceful protests that were observed in Leh Ladakh today, where there you see the display of the hoardings that justice delayed is justice delayed is. Then Ladakh is demanding the 4-point formula. They are demanding the statehood, because as far as their demands are concerned, and after the abrogation of Article 370 and 35A, when Jammu and Kashmir, the state was bifurcated into 2 union territory, one is Jammu and Kashmir and the other was Ladakh. They have been demanding that. First, we have seen at that time there were the protests, and there were at places like the Kargil, there were protests, but in Ladakh, the celebrations were also being carried by the Ladakh population and welcoming the decision. But with the passage, as the time goes by, we have been seeing that they have been demanding from the central government, as far as their jobs are concerned, reservation is concerned, they are demanding separate statehood, but for which the government has made it very clear in multiple meetings that statehood is not possible because of the less number of population in Ladakh. There had been the multiple round of talks with the MHA, with these leaders, the local leaders of the Ladakh. But as of now, the breakthrough we have not seen, and that is why they had given a call for today on 16th of March, and we have been seeing they have been marching with the banners and with the placards in their hands. demanding what they have been demanding from the central government for the last 6 years, and they are demanding that the demands that were made by these associations have not been fulfilled, and a time is right when their demands needs to be fulfilled. Recently, there had been a decision when the Sonam Wangchuk's release was also made to see that these protests do not escalate. But people on ground say that it is fine that the Sonam Wangchuk has been released, but the demands of the Ladakh population still remains unfulfilled.
Thank you, Zeenat, for giving us those details. And there's big breaking news coming in right now, and this one is coming back to back. Fujirao port in the UAE has again been attacked by Iran. It's very clear now, the Fujirao port being attacked in the UAE, one of the largest ports that UAE is using, being attacked once again by Iran, is going to see an escalation in the Gulf. We've seen earlier when Iran had stated that this particular port area could be attacked. And now this is the big breaking news coming in, that there is another attack on the Fujirao port in the UAE. The significance of this is extremely pertinent to mention, because earlier on March 16th, that is today, also the UAE has been hit by the second drone attack within 48 hours. The media officer at Fujirao had confirmed this, and remember, this is the oil lading operation of the terminal has been temporarily suspended. There's also a strategic significance because the port of Fujirao is a critical global energy hub, because it is the UAE's only export route that bypasses the Strait of Hormuz. So extremely strategically, when Iran is actually attacking a critical global energy hub, it handles approximately 1 billion barrels of oil per day. It has now been attacked. The UAE Ministry of Defense also reported the air defense system was successful. It intercepted certain missiles, but globally, as we are looking at oil prices going, a very strategic attack yet again by Iran in one of the Gulf countries. Pertinent to mention, it's once again the UAE. And there's more breaking news coming in. Iran's foreign minister Arakchi has now said the Strait of Hormuz is only closed to enemies and those supporting their aggression. No messages have been exchanged, they said, with the USA right now. Very critical now, the Strait of Hormuz being opened up, but the Iran foreign minister Arakchi saying the Strait of Hormuz is now continuing to be closed for enemies. And that's a big breaking news coming in, because it's very critical to understand now how Iran is working this strategy. They're going to continue attacking all those ships that are owned by the US, by Israel. But even as they've rejected the ceasefire, they say they will keep Hormuz open to only those people who are not enemies and those not supporting this aggression by US and Israel. It's critical to mention that now there is selective access from the Strait of Hormuz. Another breaking news that's coming in at the top of this hour, Bahrain is reporting missile and drone attacks. Bahrain's defense ministry says air defense systems are responding to the attacks. This is a fresh attack that's taking place and being reported from Bahrain, where the defense systems are trying to look and see how they can look at this attack and how they're going to be replying to this attack. But once again, we're seeing heavy explosions are being reported in Bahrain, and there are missile and drone attacks once again being seen in Bahrain. There are active interceptions also that have been taken there, but a fresh wave of missile and drone attacks in Bahrain. Remember, the BDJF had earlier announced the successful interception of destruction of 129 missiles and 215 drones since the onset of hostilities. This is another regional impact we are seeing. These strikes are part of the wider escalation that's across the Gulf. Similar attacks have been reported today itself by Iran in the UAE, in Kuwait, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia. Today, reports are indicating that they're engaging in newly fired barrage from Tehran, including 4 missiles today and 3 drones that were neutralized. Now, we're also getting you more details about what this really indicates. Like we said earlier, there's selective access to the Strait of Hormuz, and we're also now being told that Bahrain is also continuing to face these attacks. This is a fresh wave of attacks that is taking place in Bahrain, and today itself they have tried to ensure that these attacks that are selectively being done at Kuwait, UAE, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia and Bahrain are met. And we're going to get you more details about the US President Donald Trump, who's now threatening NATO allies. They will face a very bad future if they refuse to help secure the Strait of Hormuz. Much more on what Donald Trump says after a short break. Stay on with us.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू अनुसरण होगा
Getting you fantastic news, viewers. 2 Indian-flagged LPG carriers with 92,700 metric tons transit Strait of Hormuz. Shivalik is going to dock soon. Nanda Devi is going to be arriving tomorrow. And this is the big breaking news that we're starting with. This is the top focus today. That's also our first headlines. Two Indian-flagged LPG carriers that are now on-bound carries 92,700 metric tons transit are going to be arriving right here in India tomorrow. After Australia, Japan, Germany, now UK snubs Trump's request to deploy fleet at Strait of Hormuz. After Dubai airport hit by Iranian attacks, official state operations in the international airport have been temporarily shut down. After a series of conspiracy theories surrounding Netanyahu's well-being, Republic spoke with Israeli envoy exclusively, who said the Israeli PM is very much alive. And US President Donald Trump issuing another threat, this time to NATO allies. They will face a very bad future if they refuse to help secure the Strait of Hormuz. Good evening. Welcome to Republic. I'm Ridhum and our top focus. EU is now saying the closure of the Strait of Hormuz is hurting the global economy and disrupting energy supplies, while also helping and only Russia fund its war. The bloc is saying the situation is impacting regional partners and global shipping. EU foreign ministers are set to discuss steps to better protect vessels in the region, including possible contributions from EU's Aspides naval mission. And this is the big breaking news. Finally, the EU is speaking up, possibly as a united voice, where they say the Hormuz Strait closure is hurting the global economy. Let's listen in to that reaction.
Good morning, everybody. So again, another day of Foreign Affairs Council. Today we have a packed agenda. First, we start with the discussions on the European security strategy. It's important that the member states have a buy-in, because member states need to be on board what should be there. So we will have a broad discussion on what are the different aspects that member states want to see in this security strategy. Then we go and discuss Ukraine. Of course, it's important that the attention on the Middle East does not take away the attention from Ukraine, that the attention does not fizzle out there. We see the easing of sanctions on oil on Russia by US is a dangerous precedent, because right now we need them to have less money for waging the war than more. And of course, the Strait of Hormuz being closed is also to the benefit of Russia to fund this war. So we need to do definitely more on this. And then, of course, we will discuss Middle East and everything. What is happening in the Middle East is also affecting Ukraine. It's affecting other partners. And there, the main topic will be how to keep the Strait of Hormuz open. During the weekend, I also had talks with UN UN Secretary General. I had talks with Antonio Guterres about whether it was possible to also have the same kind of initiative like we had the Black Sea initiative, how to get the grain from Ukraine out, because the closure of Strait of Hormuz is really dangerous for the oil supplies, energy supplies to Asia. 85% of the oil and gas through Strait of Hormuz goes to Asian countries, but it's also problematic for the fertilizers. And if there is a lack of fertilizers this year, there's going to be also food deprivation next year. So we discussed with Antonio Guterres how to make this happen. And then on our side, we have missions and operations in the region. We have Aspides. Of course, we will discuss with member states whether it's possible to really change the mandate of this mission. The point is that whether the member states are willing to actually use this mission. If we want to have security in this region, then it would be easiest to actually already use the operation that we have in the region and maybe change a bit. There is also talk of coalition of the willing in this regard, but we also need to see what could be the fastest to provide this opening for the Strait of Hormuz. But of course, as you can see, it's not easy. And then we will also have a discussion on the southern neighborhood. So there's also how these Middle East crisis affects southern neighborhoods. So we will also discuss this and many other topics.
And we're also coming back to the breaking news from India. Now, the BJP releases the first list for Kerala election. Former Union Minister, present Kerala BJP Chief Rajiv Chandrasekhar is going to contest from Nemom. 47 candidates in the first line. We're getting more details about what lies ahead for the candidates. And remember, this is a critical news that we're getting you as the BJP is releasing. These are developments coming in now. Reports are indicating that the BJP has also finalized a list of around 50 candidates in its initial phase, with central leadership reviewing the names. Let me go across to senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor joining us on the story. Let's remember the key candidates with a formal list being finalized. Reports suggest high-profile nominations, also including Rajiv Chandrasekhar, V. Muralidharan expected to contest from Kazakotam. Sobha Surendran, R. Sri Lanka, former DJP, likely from Vatiyorkavu, and K. Surendran, likely from Manjeshwar. But this is the news that's coming in. Also remember, viewers, just a short while ago, Prime Minister visited Kerala. He visited Kochi, and there was a lot of news about the Prime Minister. He also said that he wanted, and he had in fact started some projects, development projects worth 11,000 crore in Kerala's Kochi to boost infrastructure and industry. Let me go across to try and grasp what's happening in this battle for Kerala. Abhishek, the first question, the first list of candidates being released, Rajiv Chandrasekhar's finding a name there. 50 candidates almost finalized. What's the latest that you're picking up, Abhishek?
Well, Rhythm, couple of observations. Kerala has 140 assembly constituencies. BJP releasing first list and 47 names, 47 seats. That gives you an idea of the ambition that the party has. Remember, they have won an assembly seat in the state only once in 2016 and effectively drawn a blank in rest of the elections. So if 47 is first list, we are hearing that the second one might have similar numbers, which means out of 140, the BJP is going to be contesting on around 100 odd seats. That's some ambition, as I said. Also, Nemam is one seat where the BJP has won earlier. From there, the party president, Rajiv Chandrasekhar, is contesting. And so I think that's also an indication of an aggressive campaign that we are going to see. The BJP has aligned with the BDJS and otherwise effectively it's going to be banking on strong RSS presence in the state. That's observation number 2. Observation number 3, Rhythm, as I see it, if you look at the number of Christian candidates from Anup Anthony Joseph, he is contesting from Thiruvalla, to PC George from Punjar, to George Korean from Kanjarapalli. I think that's also significant that BJP is looking at Christian community as one which can really swing their way. You know, typically those who understand Kerala politics, despite the atheism of their leaders, the communist parties are effectively seen as the Hindu parties because the Muslim party tag has been taken on by the Congress and the LDF, UDF, I beg your pardon. So in that sense, for the BJP to be wanting to pivot to Christian votes in Kerala, which is a substantial 20-22%, is indication of a strategy going through the list. Also, Padmaja Venugopal getting a ticket from Thrissur is also indicative of how the BJP has gone around the Keralam chessboard, so to say now, getting in the likes of Padmaja Venugopal, among others. So I think if you look at it, ambition and aggressive posturing seems to be the case. Also focus on Christian community, that the patterns that come out of this first list of the BJP on Kerala.
The observations, Abhishek, you are making now, Kerala seems to be a key state. We've also seen the Prime Minister's 11,000 development projects and infrastructure being, put out there. Just a few days ago when the Prime Minister visited, he had also launched these to boost infrastructure and industry. How critical is this going to be? Because Kochi, they have said, is going to come across as a magnificent experience. This is also a push that's being given, specifically remembering that it's renewable energy that is really the highlight with this West Asian war.
Well, so whenever any project which is backed by the center comes to fruition, so the Prime Minister travels and inaugurates. But Rhythm, very importantly, this is the first time in the history of Kerala that the BJP is in power in any elected body of the state, which is the Thiruvananthapuram Municipal Corporation. They won 100 odd corporators just about a couple of months back. And of course also won the Trivandrum Municipal Corporation. So in that sense, I think it's significant in terms of the BJP broad basing its electoral appeal, not just in the Hindu community, but also in the Christian community. And so I think we are going to see the party making a very aggressive push to even get 2 seats. And, 2 seats seems small, but remember, go back to the 1980s when BJP for the first time won an election in Gujarat. Nobody would have thought that 6-7 years later it would be coming to power in the state. So if they have one municipal corporation now, looking at winning 1 or 2 assembly seats, actually, I spoke to some sources there in the party, in the state. They said they are aiming for an ambitious 8 seats. But even if you go by the opinion polls which suggest the BJP might win 2, Nemam being one of them, Rajiv Chandrasekhar, the party president, contesting from there, I think we are seeing a certain strategy, a long-term strategy at play insofar as BJP's presence in Kerala is concerned.
All right, thank you for giving us those details. And I'm also going to go across to breaking news that's coming in now. It's news. Hardeep Puri's daughter has now filed a 10 crore defamation case in the Delhi High Court to remove content linking her to Jeffrey Epstein. Union Minister Hardeep Puri's daughter, Himaini Puri, has filed this defamation suit before the Delhi High Court seeking removal of online news reports and other content linking her to child sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. It's a 10 crore suit in damages and permanent injunction asking several social media entities and John Doe parties for removal of the content that's published across the world on various platforms. A direction is sought also to the social media intermediaries Google, Meta, X and LinkedIn. When Puri brings similar defamatory statements or imputations to their notice, they must take them down. What's critical to mention is the case is going to be likely coming up tomorrow. And this suit has also been settled by senior advocate Mahesh Jethmalani. Very critical to understand that this is the big breaking news coming in right now. Abhishek, it's also finally a defamation suit. Remember, Abhishek, earlier also Hardeep Puri's wife had moved the Delhi High Court in a different case of defamation and got some relief from there. This is a correct suit. This is now being filed by Union Minister Hardeep Puri's daughter, and she's gone to the court asking for 10 crore as damages. Very critical because there are people who are clearly trying to misuse this case and trying to put forward news that is alleged and not apt. Abhishek.
Well, you see, Rhythm, we have seen almost like a political campaign of going after Minister Hardeep Puri since the Epstein files came out. Remember, those have had very limited impact insofar as politics is concerned, even in the United States. And in this case, it seems very distant. Hardeep Puri himself has come out and, rejected the allegations. There is no, criminal procedure or prosecution going on in the country. There is no direct charge against the minister. And yet we had Rahul Gandhi just a couple of days back in Parliament while participating in the debate, on the gas supply situation, mentioned this aspect of Hardeep Puri, the mention of the minister's name or his daughter's name in Epstein files. Now, those are not verified, so obviously it is the family is well within their right to challenge the mention, particularly when it comes to tarnishing the image without any evidence. We have seen that earlier also in the case of Rahul Gandhi. But having said that, this is essentially legal process or a right available to anyone affected by this political narrative. And so I think that's the case being exercised insofar as Hardeep Puri's daughter is concerned.
Yes, absolutely. And even as I'm going to try and go across to our colleague Sarthak, let's also tell our viewers that what they've stated in the suit is very clear, Abhishek. It says Hardeep Singh Puri is currently a senior member of the Union Cabinet. That is his daughter, the plaintiff, who's an exceptionally accomplished and self-reliant professional, is being viciously attacked. Very, very clear words here. That's going to see whether the Delhi High Court is going to give relief to them. Now, the suit has been settled by the senior advocates, and we also need to see that it's advocates Madhulika Rai Sharma, Shantanu Agarwal, and others who filed this case. So it's very critical also to understand here that they've said that it's viciously being filed, and that's the big news coming in, that she files and moves a 10 crore defamation case in the Delhi High Court to remove content linking her to Jeffrey Epstein. In fact, Abhishek, if I was to get a political significance of this, we've seen several times. All right, so this is the big news that's coming in. Direction has been sought on this. Let's see what happens in the High Court tomorrow. A major showdown took place in the Rajya Sabha between Leader of the House JP Nadda, Leader of Opposition Mallikarjun Kharge on and over LPG shortage in the country amid the West Asia war. The face-off broke out during 0 hour as Kharge accused the government of poor handling of energy crisis, even as JP Nadda alleged the opposition has been caught hoarding gas cylinders.
A heated debate broke out in the Rajya Sabha between JP Nadda and Mallikarjun Kharge over LPG shortage in India. Kharge launched a scathing attack against the government, saying despite government claims of no LPG shortage, the ground reality is starkly different.
भारत अपना कुल LPG जरूरतों का करीब 60% इंपोर्ट करता है, इसमें भी 90% इंपोर्ट्स स्ट्रेट ऑफ होर्मुज के रास्ते होता है। इस लिहाज से मौजूदा हालात डोमेस्टिक अवेलेबिलिटी और प्राइस स्टेबिलिटी दोनों के लिए गंभीर चिंता का विषय बन गया है।
Responding to the accusations, JP Nadda claimed opposition is hoarding LPG cylinders to create an artificial crisis.
जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्थिति हुई है, उस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्थिति में आज हम सब लोग जानते हैं कि ये क्राइसिस आया है। इस क्राइसिस के बारे में हरदीप पुरी ने पूरी बातचीत कही है और हाउस में कहा है, जब ये सुन नहीं रहे थे। दूसरी बात, कांग्रेस का नेता सिलेंडर की होर्डिंग में पकड़ा गया है और इन्होंने होर्डिंग की है और ये जनता को उकसाने का काम कर रहे हैं। दे आर इंसाइटिंग द पीपल ऑफ द पीसफुल पीपल ऑफ द कंट्री।
This comes after Priyank Kharge also raised similar questions, accusing the government for LPG shortage and Prime Minister for compromising energy security. The comments come even as the third LPG tanker Shivalik docked in Mundra port today, and a fourth one, Nanda Devi, is set to dock tomorrow.
And now we go to the big news coming in. It's 20,000 metric tons LPG that's going to be unloaded at Mundra Airport from Shivalik. The rest will be unloaded at the Mangalore port. Nanda Devi possibly will dock at Vadinar port in Jamnagar. This is the news that we're getting in on the Shivalik and how it's docking and where. This is the big update coming in. Let me also tell our viewers that this is also the Strait of Hormuz opening up for our ships, one of the largest ships that we had. Let me also tell you, the ship carrying LPG via the Strait of Hormuz is going to reach India soon, and that's the news that we're giving you right now, viewers. We're also getting you the Indian flagged LPG carrier carrying very crucial fuel suppliers set to arrive in India. It's likely, like we said, at Mundra around 5 p.m. IST today. It safely crossed the Strait of Hormuz, so a big diplomatic victory again for India. As we speak about this, we also show you India's LPG numbers. The vessel is carrying around 46,000 MT of LPG, escorted as part of efforts to ensure energy security in India, and it successfully traversed the Strait of Hormuz under security escort following negotiations that India had with Iran. According to the shipping ministry officials, 22 Indian flagged vessels with over 600 seafarers were operating in the Persian Gulf region, with India effectively coordinating their security and safety. This is the big news. Shivalik, it's a VLGC, a very large gas carrier. It's going to arrive in India soon. It's a big victory for India as we're seeing another ship arrive as the tensions in Hormuz have escalated, with Donald Trump asking for NATO allies to help, and if they don't, it will have very bad consequences. Interestingly and proudly, India remains very, very crucially diplomatically aware and has already had its Indian LPG carrier heading to India today itself. We get you another breaking news coming in back to back. Now, Fujairah port in the UAE has again been attacked by Iran. This is the second attack that has taken place on Fujairah port. Remember, earlier too it had been attacked, and this time, even before they attacked Fujairah airport, port, I would say, not airport, the Tehran had given out a warning that those near the Fujairah port should already evacuate the same. Today it had been hit by missiles and drones. There's fire erupting again at the Fujairah port in UAE, and harbors suspended the oil loadings today itself amid the Strait of Hormuz tensions. Remember, viewers, Fujairah port is key to oil trade, and that's the reason Iran strategically has targeted Fujairah again. And also, this is a major global hub for ship refueling for crudes and fuel exports, but there have been no all the functions here have been stalled for today. It's located just outside the Strait of Hormuz, and Fujairah exports an average of more than 1.7 million barrels per day of crude oil, refined fuels last year. It's located in the Gulf of Oman, but because of this attack today, this key port has now been stopped any work today. The UAE, remember, a big player in the oil industry, is now critical for the UAE, and any disruption in Fujairah would force the UAE, OPEC's third largest crude producer, to shut down more production. They're trying to strategically play havoc in the Gulf countries, Iran, to try and get some relief in this Israel-USA-Iran war. be getting you more breaking news coming in. The first list of BJP candidates for GE to the Legislative Assembly of West Bengal has now been announced. The first list of the candidates for the West Bengal Assembly has also now been released. This is the big breaking news. We're going back to now India and Bengal, where the first list of candidates has been announced. Very critical, the list of BJP candidates also now being looked at. And this is now in Bengal, where the first list of BJP candidates for the general elections to the Legislative Assembly of West Bengal has now been announced. Critical, and I'm going to try and go across to one of my colleagues to get a sense of who the people are who are there in the first list of BJP candidates for the general election to the West Bengal Legislative Assembly. Critical to mention now that this list is already out, and there's going to be quickly and soon this list for BJP candidates. The West Bengal Assembly elections and this list are going to be seen as crucial. Let me go across to Harsha joining us on the story. Harsha, give us more details about which BJP candidates are finding their names possibly in the first list of candidates for the West Bengal Legislative Assembly elections that has now been released.
You see, the CC was happened of the BJP Ladakh controversy for 2 days. Before that, the core committee meeting was held, and the faces which we were expecting, the faces like Sumita Sinha, we were expecting from Kanti Uttar, and also Agnimitra Paul from Asansol, the Moina Murmu, which has been fielded from.
We're going back to our focus story that we were talking about. It's a world live and breaking, where the Shivalik LPG carrier is now expected to arrive at the Mundra port in Gujarat today, and it's possibly arriving there. These are the first shots that are coming in. It had to arrive any moment now. The Shivalik is carrying 45,000 metric tons of liquefied petroleum gas. The ship sailed from Qatar on 7th of March, successfully transitioned the Strait of Hormuz on the night of 13th and 14th March after being delayed due to regional geopolitical tensions. But now, after Indian diplomacy is seen at its best, the second LPG carrier, Nanda Devi, is also en route. It's expected to reach Kandla port tomorrow. Port arrangements have been made. These are the pictures, and we stay with those pictures at the Mundra port in Gujarat. The shipping ministry has arranged also for priority berthing, completed all necessary documentation to see what's happened there. The arrival is a significant relief for India's domestic fuel security, as the two ships together bring approximately 92,700 metric tons of LPG to stabilize supply. This is fantastic news coming for India. The LPG carrier Shivalik from Persian Gulf reaches India. Those are the shots that we are staying with. The Shivalik is reaching India, and the government has said 611 Indians on it are also expected to be here. Remember, no incident has been reported in the last 24 hours of the Persian Gulf, and Strait of Hormuz it's reached here. There will be arrangements that are already made to ensure there is no delay in the cargo discharge that is being done as we are speaking. That will happen soon. According to the government, there are 22 Indian flag vessels with 611 Indian seafarers that are currently operating west of the Strait of Hormuz in the Persian Gulf, and they are taking note and trying to ensure their safety here. The government has confirmed the LPG carrier, and we stay with the visuals. That's a visual of victory. Viewers, the Shivalik and Nanda Devi crossed the Strait of Hormuz on 13th of March. They were sailing towards India. They are Shivalik is currently at the Mundra port at Gujarat. There are all arrangements that have already been made for it in a coordinated manner by the government. And this is the news that's also a diplomatic victory for India, and also a sigh of relief, because we are clear that our ships are coming back here. Coming up after a short break, we get you more details of the Shivalik that is to dock soon at Mundra, Gujarat, and also ease all the domestic LPG worries that were going around. Big news for India. Diplomatic win. Stay on with us. And India keeps energy lifeline open. Shivalik reaches the Mundra port.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
MDH
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू, भेज दे रहा हूँ। ठीक है ना, भेज रहा मंटू। अरे आलू से नहीं होगा। तुम तो कमाल गिरा दो नीचे। अब तुम फिर गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला, ना लोगों का गाड़ी मारता है।
हर पल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and LPG carrying vessel Shivalik has now docked at the Mundra port. Getting you all the details in that. But first, here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look. Two India-flagged LPG carriers with 92,700 metric tons transit the Strait of Hormuz. Shivalik reaches India, Nanda Devi to arrive tomorrow. After Australia, Japan and Germany now snub Trump's request to deploy fleet at the Strait of Hormuz. After Dubai airport was hit by Iranian attacks, officials state that operations in the international airport have been temporarily shut down. After a series of conspiracy theories surrounding Netanyahu's well-being, Republic spoke with Israeli envoy who said that the Israeli Prime Minister is very much alive. US President Donald Trump warned NATO allies they will face a very bad future if they refuse to help secure the Strait of Hormuz.
Viewers, now in a great news surrounding the LPG crisis in India. India's Shivalik vessel carrying about 40,000 metric tons of liquefied petroleum gas has now made it inside the Indian waters. In fact, escorted by the Indian Navy and brought in by 2 tugboats. It's also all set to be docked at the Mundra port any moment from now. Take a look at the visuals that are coming in from Mundra port in Gujarat as Shivalik comes to dock in with 40,000 metric tons of liquefied petroleum gas aboard. Now also, these are the latest visuals that we're getting in from the Mundra port. That is the grand LPG carrying Shivalik on your screens. Now 20,000 metric tons of LPG from Shivalik will be unloaded at Mundra port, and the rest will be unloaded at the Mangalore port. In fact, let's take a look at this fresh report that we're getting in from Mundra port.
तो यहाँ हम देख as we can see, Shivalik shipment that crossed Strait of Hormuz on Saturday, Shivalik and Nanda Devi, which were expected, and now first shipments, it has left from Strait of Hormuz, and it will be docked very soon. In visuals we are showing you from ground zero at Mundra port in Gujarat that Shivalik is ready to dock anytime soon. It will be docked here, which is carrying 46,000 metric tons of LPG in times when an entire past week India was facing LPG crisis or fuel supply crisis, as we have seen in the hospital industry or hotels or education institutes, and allegations were being leveled up by the opposition, but government constantly kept on saying that efforts are being made, and this is the power of strategic diplomacy. The talks which were conducted with Iranian authorities, there were consistent efforts by External Affairs Ministry, maybe the Minister Jai Shankar or other related to the department, and now we can see the power of the diplomacy, the strategic ties India is having with all the countries at this point of conflict, wherein Iran, Israel, US are at the war, but India has balanced its strategic and diplomatic ties with all these nations, and how it has navigated its 2 shipments, its 2 containers, Shivalik and Nanda Devi. Nanda Devi is expected tomorrow at the Vadinar port, which is near Jamnagar. And right now we are showing you the visuals from Mundra port, which is in Gujarat, and Shivalik is ready to be docked. Let me tell you, with Sukhjit Singh, a captain of this ship, 27 other crew members are present on the ship. And the way tugboats went, they left the port to tow it from the Anchorage area. It's called Anchorage area when it comes in the radar of few kilometers. At that time, tugboats leaves from the port and they escort them to actual dockyard, and now it is ready. According to the information given by the port authorities, let me tell you, 20,000 metric tons of LPG will be unloaded at the Mundra port, and rest 24,000 will be unloaded at the Mangalore port. So this is how they have navigated so that the LPG reaches in all parts of India. So the rest of the capacity will be unloaded in Mangalore, and Government of India has also given us information that more than 20 ships, containers are right now present in the Persian Gulf on the western side of the Strait of Hormuz, which is one of the busiest strict checkpoints, and let me tell you, it's 1/5 of the oil transit, global oil transit passes from the strict checkpoint, and India through its strategic ties has made it possible. This is a power of diplomacy, strategic talks that went successfully, and Minister Jai Shankar has also said that this has just initiated the entire process, but there are more containers, and there are consistent conversations and bilateral talks are going on right now to make efforts. And very important point over here is that it's not a blanket arrangement for all the ships or containers that are waiting over there. There are several loads of them, but very specifically it's a very individualistic approach made for each ship, out of our more than 20 shipments, Shivalik and Nanda Devi have crossed the Strait of Hormuz, and we have also been informed that more are expected anytime soon. And this is the visual.
Right, Swarali.
The sheep, the Shivalik sheep will be docked here anytime soon, as we can see clearly in our visuals. 20,000 metric tons of LPG, and if we talk about both the ships combined, it's 92,700 metric tons, which is like around about approximately 1.5 days of requirement for India in the times in the crisis wherein questions were leveled or allegations were put up. How are we going to deal with the crisis? But this is the start of the initiative taken by the government, and more is expected in the line. Back to you.
Right, Swarali. In fact, those are fantastic visuals. Right behind you, we see the Shivalik almost close to the Mundra port now. And you're right, carrying about 45,000 metric tons of liquefied petroleum gas. A renewed hope for India amid the ongoing LPG spiral that the country is dealing with. Swarali, in fact, also speak to us about the arrangements that have been made on the Mundra port for Shivalik to be docked. We know that 20,000 metric tons of this liquefied petroleum gas will be offloaded at the Mundra port in Gujarat, but also at the oil briefing today, we heard of documents that were signed much before its arrival to make the unloading process much quicker. Talk to us about the arrangements that have been made at the Mundra port.
Yes, that's true. Around 2 to 3 tugboats, when they left the port, which is a very usual process. But as we are talking about the process, 2 to 3 tugboats went to the encouragement area when the ship appeared at that time. They, towed the ship from there to the port wherein it's going to be docked. And now if I ask my video journalist to pan the camera, from here it will be unloaded, and if we can see in the visual, the white area, the tomb-like area, the entire process is sped up, and there the LPG will be collected. It will be unloaded here at the Mundra port in the white tomb-like structure we can see in our visuals. Coming back to the original visuals of wherein the Shivalik is being docked right now. So these are the kind of arrangements which are being made here at the Mundra port. And a very important point to be noted over here is that in the times when US President Donald Trump has requested multiple companies, I think seven countries, multiple countries to, escort some vessels at the Strait of Hormuz to safeguard the vessels because it is under the attack, it is under the control of Iran. In such times, a powerful country like US needs to request other countries to safeguard the vessels and the shipments or the containers. In such times, India has successfully, it has been successful in strategic and diplomatic conversations wherein it convinced the Iranian authorities to leave 2 of our major LPG containing shipments to cross the Strait of Hormuz, and this is the kind of power of strategic diplomatic talks that has been consistently done by the External Affairs Ministry and the other dedicated departments of Government of India. So that's the kind of power we can see here. The sheep with all the LPG, with that Sukhjit Singh, captain, is on board with them. 27 other crew members are also present. So in the times when Iran, Israel, US are at the war, in the times when consistently Strait of Hormuz is a very critical checkpoint for oil trade or oil transmit, is discussed world over. How is this world going to deal with the oil transit? Will it come to a halt? Will it be a crisis situation? But in such times, India has become successful through the strategic ties and talks, consistent efforts, what can be done, and this is the result of that, and it's just a start. That's what being signaled by the External Affairs Ministry or Government of India. It's just a start. Consistently these efforts will be made, and in coming days more shipments are also expected.
Right, Swarali. In fact, my colleague Swarali is reporting right from ground zero at the Mundra port in Gujarat, where Shivalik, carrying about 45,000 metric tons of liquefied petroleum gas, is all set to be docked. In fact, right behind her in the visuals, this is the grand vessel Shivalik that's carrying India's lifeline on board. Now, remember, also on board the ship's captain, also 27 other crew members, completely safe. They have now reached the Indian waters. They're all set to dock at the Mundra port shortly. In fact, 2 to 5 tugboats are bringing Shivalik close to the Mundra port for docking purposes. Now, also remember, in the oil briefing that happened earlier today, an interministerial briefing by the Ministry of External Affairs, by the Ministry of Petroleum and Gas, and also by the Ministry of Shipment and Ports. They said that all prior arrangements have been made at the Mundra port for the safe and steady docking of Shivalik, the vessel carrying 45,000 metric tons of liquefied petroleum gas, giving a lifeline to India for about 1.5 days by just this vessel alone. Now, 20,000 metric tons of this LPG will be deboarded at the Mundra port, and the other 25,000 will be unloaded at Mangalore. Now, in fact, we're also being joined by my reporter continuously, Swarali, who continues to be on ground zero at the Mundra port. Swarali, speak to us about the arrangements that have been made at the port for Shivalik to be docked safely. Swarali.
जी बिल्कुल, मैं आपको बता दूं कि यहाँ पे गुजरात के मुंद्रा पोर्ट में सारे अरेंजमेंट्स जो की गई है ताकि ये पूरी प्रोसेस स्पीड अप हो जाए। जैसे कि हमने आपको बताया कुछ समय पहले 2 से 4 या 5 टग बोट्स यहाँ इस पोर्ट से आगे गई, जो एनकरेजमेंट एरिया कहा जाता है, ताकि वो शिवालिक शिप को वहाँ से टो करके एस्कॉर्ट करके यहाँ पे ला सके, जहाँ पे मुंद्रा पोर्ट पे ये शिप जो शिवालिक जिसका नाम है वो डॉक हो सके, और जो सारा 20,000 मेट्रिक टन्स एलपीजी गैस जो है वो यहाँ पे अनलोड होने वाला है। और जैसे कि हम आपको लगातार बता रहे हैं कि जो पोर्ट अथॉरिटीज़ है उनसे हमें जानकारी मिली है कि जो बाकी के 24 से 25,000 मेट्रिक टन्स एलपीजी है वो मैंगलोर के पोर्ट पर अनलोड किया जाने वाला है, ताकि भारत के हिस्सों में बराबर वो बांटा जा सके। क्योंकि हमें पता है कि पिछले हफ्ते में जो क्राइसिस है वो पूरे देश भर में देखा गया, कहीं पे होटल्स में, कहीं पे स्कूल्स में, कहीं पे एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट्स में, हॉस्पिटल्स में ये क्राइसिस देखने को मिली। कहीं पे हाइप भी बनाया गया, अपोजिशन के द्वारा एलिगेशंस लगाए गए, लेकिन भारत सरकार बार बार ये कहता रहा कि जो एफर्ट्स हैं और जो रिक्वायर्ड डिसीजन है वो सारे लिए गए हैं। और आज उसी का नतीजा है, हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि शिवालिक जो शिपमेंट है इसके साथ नंदा देवी भी एक्सपेक्टेड है कल, जो कि वाडीनार पोर्ट जामनगर पर डॉक होने जा रहा है। और आज गुजरात के मुंद्रा पोर्ट पर शिवालिक जो 46,000 मेट्रिक टन्स एलपीजी लेकर आया है, और इन दोनों शिप्स की अगर हम बात करें तो टोटल 92,700 मेट्रिक टन्स एलपीजी, जो कि भारत, अगर पूरे देश की बात की जाए, भारत की बात की जाए, तो 1.5 दिन का एलपीजी सप्लाई लगभग इसे कहा जाता है, जो कि बड़ी अचीवमेंट और राहत की सांस लोगों को भी है और गवर्नमेंट को भी एक बूस्ट है कि आगे की जो स्ट्रैटेजिक जो बातचीत है ईरानियन अथॉरिटीज से, क्योंकि हमें पता है कि ईरान के साथ हमारे ताल्लुकात पहले भी हैं, हमारे संबंध अच्छे घने रह चुके हैं, चवार पोर्ट की बात हो या बाकी के पॉलिसीज़ की बात हो, इंडिया और ईरान के एक अपने अलग टाइज रहे हैं। लेकिन यही एक भारत की बात उभर कर आती है, चाहे वो रशिया यूक्रेन वॉर हो या फिर आज यूएस, इजराइल और ईरान का जो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट चल रहा है। आज दुनिया इस सवाल से जूझ रही थी कि स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज से जो सारे शिपमेंट्स, क्योंकि as we all know that 1/5 of the entire global oil transit is being done from the Strait of Hormuz, which is a very critical checkpoint for the ships, and it's a very narrow space wherein these containers and ships have to pass, which is under the control of Iran. In such times, it's a conflict-ridden time wherein countries across the globe are trying to deal with the situation. In such time, and also when a powerful country like US President has asked for help from more than 7 countries to safeguard the vessels and containers at the Strait of Hormuz so that the global trade is not affected. In such times, the strategic and diplomatic conversations, efforts, consistent efforts, India has made it possible. How one single country can successfully sustain ties with different nations with different ideologies and different standpoints at the global arena, and it's a result of the same strategic importance at the current time, strategic global importance of a country which has made it possible with the conversation with the Iranian authorities. 2 of our ships, Shivalik and Nanda Devi, have crossed Strait of Hormuz on Saturday. Also, government has informed that more than 20 such shipments and containers are right now lying in the western area of Strait of Hormuz in the Persian Gulf, and consistent efforts are being done to also clear the gateway for them. On the other hand, it is also a very important point that this is not a blanket arrangement for all the containers. Loads of containers are being stuck at the Strait of Hormuz, which is a very critical checkpoint. It is a very individualistic approach made by the government of India. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar has also said that I am consistently in touch with the Iranian authorities and more ships can be expected in the coming days. So here we can see in the visuals, Shivalik is being docked right now at the Mundra port, which is carrying 46,000 metric tons liquefied petroleum gas. As we have been observing in last week, the way crisis was being flagged in entire country, may it be in the hoteling industry or schools or hospitals, and the queues in which people were standing. This is a sigh of relief for people as well as the government. It's a boost for the strategic diplomacy, which will further continue. And Indian diplomacy as well as people of India are very hopeful that more and more containers or shipments which are stuck in the Strait of Hormuz will be cleared very, very soon.
Right, Swarali. In fact, there is no doubt about the fact this is India's diplomacy at its best. India's diplomacy also standing at the global fore. Now, also speak to us about this two-phased unloading that we're eyeing. 20,000 metric tons being unloaded, offloaded at the Mundra port in Gujarat, while the other 20,000 metric tons to be offloaded at the Mangalore port. Speak to us about the details of this two-phased unloading as well. Swarali.
Yes, that's true. According to the information we have gathered from the port authorities, we have got to know that 20,000 metric tons of LPG will be unloaded here at the Mundra port in Gujarat. As we were trying to show through the visuals how it will be unloaded over here, it will be stored and then supplied further. On the other hand, the rest 25,000 metric tons LPG will be unloaded at the port of Mangalore. So this is the kind of strategy it's been applied by the government of India as well as the concerned department, so that the LPG reaches to the concerned and affected areas. This is a western part of the country, and then it will move towards the Mangalore port, so that it is distributed well. On the other hand, we are also expecting Nanda Devi ship, which will be coming tomorrow to the Vadinar port near Jamnagar tomorrow, and many more containers and ships are also expected. But right now, both the ships will be containing 92,700 metric tons of LPG, which is approximately 1.5 days requirement for the entire country, and that's the kind of effort being made by the government. On one hand, wherein the Indian Navy ships escorted Shivalik and Nanda Devi which safely, without any attack on both the ships, were escorted from the Strait of Hormuz. And on the other hand, quick and speedy arrangements are made over here so that the uploading and offloading process can be done, and then the ship can leave for the Mangalore port, so that the purpose is served as soon as possible.
Right, Swarali, thanks very much for being with us. In fact, we're also being joined by KP Fabian, who is a former diplomat, to get us more details onto the matter. So thanks very much for speaking to Republic. I really want to understand from you, this is a diplomatic win for India, a huge one. At a time when the world's oil supplies, LPG, is completely stranded and stuck, stalled at the Strait of Hormuz, India has not only managed one, but at least 4 vessels that have passed the contentious strait safely and steadily. One in fact, Shivalik, carrying about 45,000 metric tons of LPG, a lifeline for India, docking at the Mundra port in just minutes from now. Your first comment on that, sir.
Yes, thank you. It is certainly an important diplomatic victory for India. But it will be necessary to look at the big picture where Iran has played diplomatic chess in a manner which has defeated President Trump. Because, as you know, initially Iran said no passage for any vessel through the Strait of Hormuz. Later, Iran said, well, it is possible for friendly countries like India, China, and others to get their vessels passed through the Strait of Hormuz. Then President Trump came out with this idea of having a naval force consisting not only United States Navy, but also navies from other countries, can you imagine, including China, which showed, because, asking China to join showed that President Trump was disconnected with geopolitical realities.